Okay, good. Hello. Well, welcome everyone, and to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and let me give you a brief overview of the opportunities for public comment. For all of you in the audience here, please complete a blue slip and give it to Edmund. And for those participating remotely, we'll of course take written comments as well as public comments, oral comments. Please email your public comments and questions to disb@deltacouncil.ca.gov. And if you prefer to give oral comments and questions, please use either the raise hand function or send an email to that same email address. And then after you're recognized, please state your name and affiliation and provide your public comments, which will be limited to 3 minutes, I think. I'd like to do a roll call, and board members just say your full name and whether or not you have any new declarations. Steve Brandt, nothing new here. Virginia.
Virginia Dale, no new declarations.
Joe.
No new declarations. Joe Fernando.
Tom.
Tom Holzer, no new declarations.
Jay. Diane.
Declarations.
Okay, Bob.
Bob Nyman, nothing new.
And Obe.
Jayanta Obesekara, no new declarations.
And Lisa.
Thank you.
Lisa Wainger, no new declarations.
And Tanya Heikela will be joining us after 1 o'clock today. And so we can move on to our item number 2 on the agenda, which is the board chair's report. This will be fairly brief. I did want to point out that our amended guidelines, our guidelines have been amended, and they should be in your meeting packet. And I think they'll be posted relatively soon, Edmund?
We're online right now.
They're online right now. So I want to thank everybody for that serious consideration of those guidelines. This is the first time we really had a good look at those guidelines and amended them. And now they're officially, our amendments are officially adopted. As part of your meeting package, I wanted to point out a number of public comments we've received, and I won't go through these, but I do encourage, if you haven't done so already, to read the public comments. There's one from the California Water Research on pointing out a blog post entitled "The Eye of the Storm" in the State Water Resources Control Board. And then there's a series of public comments that relate to the EIR review of the tunnel, one from Tom Zuckerman, one from the California Water Research, another one from the Delta Protection Commission, one from Tom Slater, and another one from California Water Research, pointing out the availability of the engineering documents that are associated with the EIR, and a continuation of some of the letters we're getting, pointing out that the Delta Conveyance Project is not a solution to drought and climate change, and now we've received 971 of those letters. So again, I encourage you to read those. There's some valuable information in there, some suggestions and some references. So have a look at those as we go through this process. That's all I have to report. Any questions or comments from board members? Okay, any public comments on this, Edmund?
There are none.
Okay, so we are not going to have a Delta Stewardship Council Chair report, item number 2, that has been canceled, and we're going to move on to item number 3, which is the Delta Lead Scientist report for Laura Larson.
Thank you, Steve, and it's nice to see all of you in person again. I'm going to start my report just by providing some information about the upcoming council meeting, since we do not have a council chair's report today. So the August council meeting is going to be the first in Delta council meeting that has been held since the pandemic began, and it's going to be held in Stockton at the University Plaza Hotel. Some of the items that are on the agenda as part of the executive officer report are a debriefing from our Sea Grant State Policy Executive Fellow, a discussion of the 2023 Delta Plan 5-year review and the approach that the council will be taking in producing that review, an update from the Delta Conservancy and Delta Protection Commission that includes an update on the National Heritage Area. And then some of the other items on the council meeting agenda include an overview of the environmental justice issue paper that the council has been producing, and a presentation by Caitlin Sweeney of the San Francisco Estuary Partnership on the release of the Estuary Blueprint. The Estuary Blueprint is an action plan or a roadmap for the next 4 to 5 years for the estuary, the Bay plus Delta. And the Estuary Blueprint was developed in close collaboration with many partners, including the Delta Stewardship Council, and we provided some funding for the production of the Estuary Blueprint as well. So this is part of the vision of the One Estuary vision. So I'll transition now into some of the items that were on the agenda for the Delta Lead Scientist report. And one is just a quick progress update on implementation of the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda. And I just wanted to say that since the release of the Science Action Agenda in April of 2022 of this year, the science program has been really hitting the road, pounding the pavement to distribute the document widely. And so far we've made presentations at the Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Program, the California Water Quality Monitoring Council, the State Water Resources Control Board, and the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. And we've been developing a strategy to implement the Science Action Agenda's science actions in a collaborative manner that really mirrors the extent of collaboration that went into the production of the Science Action Agenda. And so for us, implementation of the Science Action Agenda takes the form of funding science research. And there are still many discussions underway, but we've been doing a lot of work to try to coalesce funding partners around common objectives for funding that are aligned with the Science Action Agenda, and potentially forming a new coordination body to provide a clearer portal of entry into funding opportunities for investigators, and provide investigators with more feedback on how to align research with management objectives. So those conversations have been taking place with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, Department of Water Resources, state water contractors, and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the U.S. Geological Survey. One of the barriers that we have faced in the past on coordinated funding approaches has been incompatibilities between fiscal years. And we're working on an idea right now that would help us achieve the desired level of coordination while dealing with these fiscal year incompatibilities. So hopefully I'll have more to update after this team has had a chance to meet later in the fall. Another activity that took place over the last month was the water temperature modeling platform peer review, which took place on July 19th through 20th. The Delta Science Program convened an independent review panel to evaluate the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's water temperature modeling platform for the Shasta, Keswick, Sacramento River system. This is the first hybrid panel that the Delta Science Program has convened. And this particular review is an interim review that will be followed by another, which is tentatively scheduled for the fall of 2023, in which the water temperature modeling platform will be assessed for the American River and Stanislaus River systems and the overall Central Valley project. It's expected that the panel's findings and recommendations will guide the Bureau of Reclamation and the improvement of these modeling tools that predict water temperatures over short time frames for real-time operations, seasonally for developing temperature management plans, and across longer time frames for planning studies. So I think this is of interest to the Independent Science Board because it does represent one example of how forecasting is being developed and used for operational purposes over different time frames. And one of the things that I've heard about this water temperature modeling platform is that this really needed to be developed for California because we are in a location where listed species are already at temperature thresholds for lethal and sublethal effects. And so management of water temperature has become a critical issue here, perhaps earlier than it has in other parts of the US, where we might expect that temperature management may become an objective as climate change progresses. And so in some ways, this project sets a precedent for the rest of the nation to follow. And that's one reason why I think this review is so important. This review panel is part of the typical procedure that the Delta Science Program engages in convening independent peer review panels. And, you know, I think it's important to explain this role and the way in which these panels are conducted, because I don't think there's widespread knowledge of this functionality of the Delta Science Program. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to go into that. So this review panel was requested by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, which provided the science program with information on the types of things that they would like feedback on with respect to this water temperature modeling program. It's then up to the Delta lead scientists to select independent reviewers and provide them with a set of finalized charge questions. So U.S. Bureau of Reclamation provided input on the charge questions, but those charge questions were finalized by the science program, namely myself, although that would be giving too much credit to myself. Really, the lion's share of the credit here goes to Tricia Lee, Henry DeBay, and Dylan Stern. This review panel consists of Todd Steisberg, who's the chair. His affiliation is U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Todd Rasmussen, who's the lead author from the University of Georgia. Bart Nielsen from the University of Washington. Laurel Stratton Garvin from the U.S. Geological Survey, and Danielle Tonina from the University of Idaho. And the panel went really well. There was a lot of mutual respect and admiration. The panelists overall were impressed with this effort, which was developed by a relatively small team at the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation that made a tremendous amount of progress in the past few years. They did have a lot of preliminary feedback, which the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation felt was quite constructive. And the preliminary feedback really focused on areas of documentation that might need clarification for purposes of transparency, suggestions on how technical considerations like gap filling and estimation of inflows might be improved. And there was a lot of discussion on methods for testing the performance of the model and assessing how errors accumulate across different modeling components. And, you know, I think this just really underscores one of the needs we have for a collaboratory in the Delta, which ideally would include a common set of tools for evaluating the performance of models and doing replicable benchmarking of those models. The panel also had many questions for the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, which participated in this initial meeting, primarily requesting clarification that could help them better address their charge questions. So the procedure is that over the next 2 to 3 months, the review panel will be meeting amongst themselves and drafting a report, which will be released as the interim review report. So I thought that was just worth bringing to your attention because I know there's been a lot of interest in water temperature, and there may be useful materials to review that come out of this review process. I also wanted to provide just some ongoing dialogue around the monitoring conversation and how the monitoring enterprise review is being talked about in various collaborative venues. And thank you, first of all, to Joe and to Tanya and Steve, who made presentations of the monitoring enterprise review at the recent DPIC meeting, and then at the recent Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Policy Group meeting. So I'm just going to provide you with a brief overview of what transpired at those meetings. So at the DPIC meeting, we had a rather compressed agenda, and the monitoring item was really focused on 3 ongoing reviews that have been taking place in the Delta. We heard from Carl Wilcox from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, who talked about the five survey review, also called the 6 agency redesign. That review is focused very much on monitoring programs that are associated with operation of the water projects. We heard from Steve, Virginia. Oh, thank you, Virginia. I didn't see you in the room, and so I neglected to mention you earlier. But we heard from Steve, Virginia, and Joe on the monitoring enterprise review. And then we heard from Bruce DeGennaro, who talked about the overview of reviews that has been taking place in the Collaborative Adaptive Management technical team. And they've been undertaking a 3-step process to, first of all, review these distinct reviews occurring throughout the Delta, look at the extent to which monitoring programs meet management objectives, and then deciding on a set of next steps. So we didn't have very much time at this meeting for discussion after those presentations, but the ISB representatives did receive a question from Nancy Vogel of the Resources Agency on basically explaining the finding that 62% of the monitoring activities in the Delta were influenced by a management driver. And she was really interested in what those other, what the other influences would be. And so Steve provided her with an answer at the meeting, and then a lengthy answer over email afterwards. At the CSAMP meeting, we had a presentation from Joe and Tanya. And, you know, I provided some summary thoughts about the areas of commonality between these 3 different reviews. And I'm not going to go into great detail here today, but I'll just list them off briefly, which is that there's a widespread recognition of a disconnect between monitoring programs and specific management needs or management questions. And as I said a little bit earlier, the CAMPT, Collaborative Adaptive Management Team's Task 2 has been designed to really look at what that disconnect is. And in their next step, actually, they'll be working towards producing a monitoring management matrix that allows them to better define the gap areas and the areas of coverage. There was also commonality around recognition of the need to ensure meaningful engagement of policymakers with monitoring coordinators, particularly at early stages of policy development or rollout. And I would say the monitoring enterprise review here goes a little bit further than the other reviews and explicitly calling for new venues where stakeholders can engage with decision makers around monitoring. And this was something that actually generated some of the most discussion at both of the meetings. And we actually heard some pushback from certain agencies, including the US Bureau of Reclamation, that we do need to develop a new entity for doing this coordination. So they're certainly not the only opinion out there, but this has been one of the topics that has really risen to the top as a topic of interest for ongoing discussion. And this is something that the Collaborative Adaptive Management team is also going to be addressing in the third phase of their monitoring discussions, which is the next steps phase. One of the things that they will be looking at is a governance structure that would be desirable for developing best practices around monitoring and just broadly coordinating monitoring. They've brought in Mark LaBelle to help with those conversations. So I think this is going to be a really interesting area to pay attention to as we move forward in these discussions. Another area of commonality was with respect to integration across geographic areas. The MER pointed out that there is need for better coordination and integration across geographic areas and ecosystem components. And that was something that was generated through these other reviews as well. Another point, reviews need to be iterative and adaptive. I think what's been identified as some of the lowest hanging fruit within the CAMPT discussions in particular is developing a strategy for ongoing review of monitoring programs. So that has been laid out as something that they definitely want to cover in this task 3. Another area of commonality is integration of long-term record with emerging monitoring needs. And this is something that's actually been implemented as new sample evaluation criteria in the 6-agency redesign. So it's on people's radar. Another area of commonality is just this need to establish best practices and a standardization of monitoring approaches, a set of standard tools with respect to data sharing, or estimating, in the case of biological surveys, standardized methods for estimating relative abundance and uncertainty. And then finally, panelists all recognized that we need to consider dedicated resources to implement review recommendations and support analysis, synthesis, and dissemination. And that's another topic of ongoing conversation. So I want, before my final discussion item here, I want to first of all see if Steve, Joe, Tanya, Virginia had any thoughts on the presentations and discussions that they participated in, or anything I've said as part of this update.
I guess, thanks for doing that, because that's sort of, it sounded to me like you were reading our recommendations in terms of what's going to happen next. So I guess a couple of things. One question would be is, who has the lead on this now?
Oh yeah, that's something that I meant to say. So I think we're going to see the most advancement of these discussions in the CAMPT CSAMP Interagency Forum, and there has been a sub-team formed as part of CAMPT, as part of CAMPT to advance these conversations, and that is really being led by Bruce DeGeneiro together with Louise Conrad at DWR. But it includes membership of CDFW, Delta Science Program, in the form of myself and Steve Culberson, who is lead scientist for the Interagency Ecological Program as well. Tara Pazzi and Mark LaBelle from UC Davis are part of this conversation, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NIMS, USGS, Francis Brewster, who represents Valley Water and is CAMPT co-chair, and then Sam Luoma, who is CAMPT co-chair as well.
Yeah, because I think a fundamental recommendation of MER was not necessarily a governance structure per se, but it was that DPIC in essence would form some team or a group of representatives that would take our recommendations and evaluate which ones are applicable and how to move forward. So it sounds like more or less that's being done under this group.
So this group is really spearheading those initial conversations, and it consists of people who are really close to monitoring and understand how intimately how monitoring works and how it fits into these different agencies and their missions. I think what we will see at a later date is a return to this conversation at the DPIC level. There are a lot of balls in the air right now with respect to these conversations. And I think the work of this sub-team is going to provide a lot of clarity that will chart a path forward for DPIC.
Yeah, it seems to me also that our fundamental recommendation of having an adaptive monitoring framework, but have it be an adaptive monitoring framework, includes a lot of the things you're talking about in terms of a regular review of a monitoring program that's built right into that process. So I guess another question is there anything we can do to help?
That's a great question. And, I think one of the things that this group has yet to discuss is the form that adaptive review cycle is going to take. And there is recognition that there's a really important role that peer review will play. And so I think there will be opportunities in the future as the plans get rolled out for these ideas to be brought before the ISB again. There may be a role for the ISB and/or the Delta Science Program and our peer review functions to play in the review part of this adaptive management cycle. But right now it's an ongoing conversation, and my plan is to keep this body apprised of how that conversation is playing out, and we could think collectively about the best way to get the ISB involved if that's desired. Because the flip side of that is that there is a separation so that you could undertake a second review of monitoring at some point in the future.
I think often when people see, I would probably be willing to make a wager that people haven't read the full 100+ pages of our review. And I'm not even sure I read it, but I think that in terms of coming in and presenting, or let's say more deeply discussing the rationale and value of, for example, an adaptive management framework, I think that is something that I know I'd be happy to do, and as well as others, I think, on the board, because I think there's a lot of meat in there that is valuable to discuss, but it's also what we're terming, there's also a sense of a fear factor in terms of, the governance structure, things like that, that really is not, we could make a very good case that it's really an advantageous approach, and it's not really going to cost more money. It may actually save money. It's not going to take away people's authorities, which is one of the fears we've expressed, that we heard. It'll actually may provide more authority and more sort of crystallization of how things are done and the review process. So I think we're happy to sit down and with a group and discuss those in more depth, because we've sort of been thinking and working on it for 4 years. So anyone else on the board want to? Joe?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the nice briefing on that. One thing actually I was always wondering when I read this, it's a lot of substantial amount of effort and funds was spent on this review. One thing is the way forward. Now you mentioned a lot of agencies, but one thing is that about 70–80% or more, I think, monitoring is done by 5 agencies in Delta. So when you are moving forward, having a huge number of agencies or people represented in a group kind of give a lot of noise probably to the system. So if you can start with that 5 agencies and come up with a skeleton, maybe this is what we really need and how we can go forward, and then get all the others involved, that might kind of save some time and effort because of these interconnections with different agencies. And this will give voice for the major agencies, 5 of them who do this type of monitoring. So that might be something to consider. Right? Thank you.
Yeah, and that strikes me as something that is very similar to the next thing I'm going to address, which is the ongoing discussions around modeling and the development of a modeling collaboratory. It's a little bit daunting if you think about developing just a set of tools or a set of practices associated with monitoring or modeling in general. But if you have use cases that could be seen as representatives around which these tools can be built and the utility of the tools can be demonstrated, I think you could make further, faster progress.
Lisa?
Yeah, thanks, Laurel. I appreciated that summary because it was hard to understand how the different groups were going to work together. Something you may be aware that the board is particularly interested in preparing for a rapidly changing future. So this may be an area, I know it's very overwhelming to think about all the monitoring needs and all the connections to the management, and I'm not trying to make it overly complicated, but a potential role for the board is that we have some mental space to think about, should monitoring be adjusted in any way to be more anticipatory? And so I would hope that could be one area of future discussion.
Yeah, I'm chuckling because those are pretty much my words exactly when this team met this past week. So this team is coming up with a plan to make meaningful progress in the near future. And some of the lower hanging fruit is really to look at existing management needs and how those line up with the monitoring that we are and aren't doing. And what I and several others in that group have pointed out is, okay, this is a great way to get started and make meaningful progress initially, but there's also a danger of future needs that might not be on the immediate horizon of managers, but are still important to think about. There's a danger of those things falling through the cracks. And so what I suggested in this meeting is that maybe once this matrix is developed, we target certain parties to provide a review to help us find those gaps that are not represented in the table, but are still important to consider in this rapidly changing environment and transition to a novel Delta. I appreciate that comment.
Bob?
So Laurel, I was wondering if the team has spent much time considering monitoring programs that have been implemented in other parts of the country. And the ones I'm more familiar with are in the upper Mississippi and the Columbia Basin. But they've been doing, at least the way you described it, they've been doing what you're trying to do for many, many years, and have overcome to some degree, some of the basic challenges. And, the Columbia Basin is one that I'm most familiar with. And, we have monitoring programs like monitoringmethods.org, which is largely voluntary, but is becoming less voluntary as we go forward, but a way of standardizing all the methods being used in the basin. We have PNAP, which takes care of I believe, managing data and to some extent analyses. We have StreamNet and so forth, but there's a number of kind of independent, somewhat independent groups doing this work for us. And in a way, the effect that it's had in my mind is that the various projects going on in the basin, of which there are hundreds, have become a collaboratory. And I'm very much for having it. And I have proposed that in the Columbia Basin for many years, and it has gotten no traction whatsoever because of all the reasons that, you've discussed, and Steve and others, perceptions among the agencies and so on. But through the monitoring efforts, in effect, it has become a bit of a collaboratory. The exchange of ideas and information between tribes and agencies and the public, and people working on teams that are effectively working on teams that are going across agencies, tribes, and other entities are in fact a reality now. And I think there's some really great things coming out of that. So anyway, I was wondering if the team, your team, has really looked at these other situations and tried to learn from them and what's going on.
I'm not aware that they have. That doesn't mean that they haven't. I'm just not aware of that. I will bring this into the conversation, and I really appreciate the suggestion to look at these systems. And you'd mentioned a few resources, monitoringmethods.org, PNAP, StreamNet. So maybe I'll follow up with you on that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Edmund?
if if you want, I can certainly maybe tomorrow or sometime I can give you the contacts, and if they have,
That would be
if
great.
they have made contact, great. But if they
Yeah.
haven't, at least this would be an entry and.
That's a great
Sure.
suggestion. Thank you.
We also have a raised hand from Obey.
Ah, okay, yeah, tell me about those because I can't see raised
Yeah.
hands, so.
All right, thank you, Lou. I was wondering, real quick question. You mentioned collaboration on modeling, similar to the sort of the review of monitoring. Can you elaborate on that? Is there a lot of interest and?
Yeah,
we have-
that's my
yeah.
next item that I want to get into in depth. So
Okay.
let's just defer that
Okay.
conversation because I think Joe had a comment on this too. But I would like to bring those two conversations together at the end of this report.
Go ahead.
Did Joe have I saw his
Oh,
name tag up sideways.
Answer that Bob's comment that during this process of coming up with the review, there were 5 airshed, the watersheds were considered monitoring with quite a bit of monitoring. So Chesapeake Bay was considered one of the Australian watershed was considered. So there were 5 comparative monitoring programs were considered in the review. So that might be some lead to start with. And they are in the report, right? Yeah.
okay, I think you're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, how much time well, I guess we're still ahead of time without the chair's report. So the final thing I wanted to talk about was an update on the discussions of the Collaboratory. So as you may remember, I've announced previously that a planning committee, which includes Jay Lund, has been convening to discuss an upcoming workshop or summit that would catalyze the next steps of the development of the Collaboratory. Right now, it's looking like that workshop will be held sometime in the spring. And one of the focuses that I would like to see this workshop have is the development of a proposal, not necessarily a written proposal, but a concrete set of ideas that we could bring to DPIC to advance the Collaboratory, to realize this vision. So we had a really interesting set of discussions in the last planning committee meeting. There was some discussion of the nature of that vision and a little bit of discussion around a field of dreams model where you build a Collaboratory and they come. This is really building a repository for models and a common interface for those models. There's the opportunity to capitalize on available cyber infrastructure in doing that. I see Diane nodding over there because you might know what I'm about to say. There is the Community Surface Dynamics Modeling System, which is an NSF-funded center that is led out of the University of Colorado. And they actually have a working group that is devoted to the Chesapeake Bay. So they have one place-based working group. They have a set of tools that really provides wrappers around individual models and facilitates the coupling and the linking of those models. In some of their latest phases, they've been producing tools that facilitate the integration of data into models. There are variable naming tools that essentially help link variables across different types of models. So there's that repository approach, and the alternate approach would be a one model approach, such as the Chesapeake Bay Program Modeling System or the Colorado River Simulation System. These are a set of modules that has a lot of community buy-in that are designed to address a specific set of management questions. And understandably, in these discussions, there was a lot of support for the field of dreams model. There are so many models that have been developed over the years for the Bay Delta system. There's a feeling that really it would be unwise to scrap those models and move towards a one model system. There's a lot more flexibility in what the outputs of the models are when you have this field of dreams design for a Collaboratory. This design also enables you to do ensemble predictions. But there was also discussion on how a hybrid approach is also desirable. And what I'm envisioning here is our community could build toward a common set of input data sets and a common set of boundary conditions, as well as a common set of tools for model evaluation and benchmarking that could be used in tandem with existing models. So in terms of how this meeting is shaping up, we're looking at a workshop format right now, in which teams could evaluate questions such as exploring the possibility of forming a new place-based work group for the community surface dynamics modeling system. And in fact, I have a conversation lined up with Greg Tucker, who runs that project on September 1st. So addressing the question of whether that cyber infrastructure would be sufficient for building a community around the models in our system. This meeting is also shaping up towards building use cases for a collaboratory. And as I said a little bit earlier, it's a lot easier to think about how we could make progress on developing these tools when there are specific management questions or specific needs that are being addressed. And so the planning committee has been developing some use cases, but one of the things we'd like to hear from both managers and stakeholders at the workshop about are, what are the modeling questions you aren't able to address adequately with current modeling capabilities, where you would really need to be able to couple and integrate models. I think it's also worthwhile hearing from stakeholders, what questions would they like to use models to address? What would be of service to the broader community? And there I've been really inspired by work I've been reading in the Chesapeake Bay system, in which nowcasts and forecasts for constituents like dissolved oxygen and salinity are being used by the fishing community as they plan where to go each day. And because they were in communication with the modelers were able to make pretty simple tweaks as to like where in the water column the dissolved oxygen output is being taken from. Because originally it was taken near the bottom, which is of less use to the fishing community than near surface dissolved oxygen. So I think it's really important to have the service component of the collaboratory in mind, because that is what is going to build support for the tools and trust in the tools, and opportunities for evaluating the performance of some of these models, particularly when they're used in near real time. So other questions to address in the workshop are, what governance structure might best support model integration that meets stakeholder and manager needs? And then, as I said before, develop a strategy for approaching DPIC or other funding opportunities. So how do we start to enact these plans now? What's the low-hanging fruit versus the longer-term vision? And it strikes me, because I've been engaged in these modeling and monitoring conversations over the past month, that these conversations are really similar. Specifically conversations for developing adaptive cycles for regular review and updating of monitoring and modeling. This is something that was in the water supply reliability review. The need for coordination across agencies, funding challenges associated with what really bridges the mission of individual agencies and isn't being done already, and the need to really think critically about our governance structure and how it might be adapted to better meet the needs for developing modeling and monitoring tools that help us prepare for a rapidly changing future. So, just one question for discussion here is, should we capitalize on this common thread across these two different conversations that involve two very different sets of players and merge them somehow? I think these are both conversations that would be ideal to bring to DPIC at some point in the future. What would be the advantages of merging these conversations? So I just thought I would throw that out there as a discussion question in an area where we could benefit from feedback from the ISB who has also looked at these two topics in high level of detail in your recent reviews.
Thanks, Laurel. I'll make one comment on your last question. Is when you were talking about how you were going to go and go to the community and stakeholders and users and figures out what do they really need in order to target the modeling in terms of what are your long-term management needs and so forth. It sounded to me like you were reading the agenda of the science needs assessment we did.
Mhm.
And I think that I would go back if I were you and Jay, who knows it very well, is to look at the specifics in that needs assessment. We had the 4 panels, we had a workshop, there were hundreds of people involved, and they came up with very clear scientific priorities based on strategic management needs. And they also almost invariably required cross-agency collaboration in order to answer those questions, which then leads to the question of how do you do that, and what sort of, I wouldn't call it governance, but how do you develop a structure to enable or encourage cross-agency interaction. So I really think one could start there and look at those recommendations, which also got into the forecasting, of course, as some of the specifics that came out of that, and see whether one could ask the question, is there anything that's missing in there? Because I would, you know, and rather than starting from fresh and trying to redo it all, because that was a one-year effort with a lot of involvement of a lot of people. And I'll make one more comment and then open it to the floor. This has to do with your water temperature modeling platform. I really think someone on your committee should look at what's going on in Oregon. Oregon adopted the Oregon EPA equivalent, which is the Department of Environmental Quality, adopted a temperature standard for streams in Oregon back in 2003. It was modified in 2005 and again in 2013, but it's an EPA temperature standard equivalent to the TMDL. And it requires any kind of construction or anything that's done on a river system to use temperature as one of its key indicators, and protective devices. That also, there's something called the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, which provides $70 million a year for watershed enhancement in Oregon. And often that is targeted on temperature. Again, similar to what you're talking about now to protect the salmon in particular, but there's temperature guidance that says the temperature can't exceed 20 degrees over a 7-day period, things like that. And when you think about watershed restoration with a temperature focus, as opposed to a flow, you come up with new and creative ways of organizing or doing restorations, not just planting foliage along the streams, edges. In some cases, it involves creating undulating streams. In some cases, it involves having streams go straight because it maintains cooler temperatures rather than slowly moving through an undulating stream. But it's a whole different way of looking at things. But it's been in practice for almost 20 years in Oregon, and it is a EPA temperature standard. I think it is the first one in the state, but it's in full scale use. So I would, and it's based on, there's tons of publications on that temperature standard and why it was developed and how restoration, at least stream and river restoration, is related to temperature. I'm looking at Bob. I don't know if there's something similar in Washington, but I know it's definitely in Oregon. So.
Yes, there is. And we tend to have almost the same regulations as Oregon does, since we're all in, I think, Region 10 of the EPA and so forth. So very similar.
I'll definitely bring that up with the panelists. I'll mention that Laurel Stratton Garvin is with the Oregon Water Science Center and has done extensive temperature work there. So she may be, I would say she's probably aware of this program, but I'll definitely close the loop on that.
Well, I sit on the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, so feel free to use me for getting some references and things. So.
Great. Yep. I'm writing that down right now.
Okay, I'm going to start to my right and go with Tom and then Joe.
Yeah, this is an interesting challenge, how to put together a collaboratory. And one thing that occurred to me was there are collaboratories out there in other disciplines, and maybe a good starting point would be to get a diverse group of those together, once the questions are very clear and learn from their experience. For example, in Southern California, the universities got together around what they called the master model for earthquake risk reduction. And it seemed to do a very good job getting the researchers working together. So that would be one you could learn. It was clear during the pandemic, there were various centers that had their modeling approaches, but I suspect there must be quite a few of these that are at a level of maturity that we could learn from them, so that it would just seem like that might be a good place to start.
Yeah, and I've definitely admired the modeling community that has been built in the Chesapeake, and have it on my list to speak to the head of the modeling group there as well.
Yeah, I mean, there are ecological ones, but it's just, it would seem like the dominant culture here is the modeler, not the topic. And so how you get the communication going and how you get researchers to work together. The successful collaboratories have already addressed and answered that issue.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, then Diane.
So it is a kind of a long-standing topic, this collaboratory for modeling. I remember that about 2005-6, NSF started this called Cleaner program. It kind of faded away to develop collaboratories for urban areas at that time. So so before I go to that, just to comment, I mean, it was nice to see that there is a water temperature modeling platform, another one probably developed by USGS, I think, right? You said?
US
Bureau.
Bureau of Reclamation.
Yes,
Yeah.
and one thing is that another thing we want to think about is that modeling temperature and salinity are quite similar. So the numerical implementations and stuff, they are quite similar. So these kind of, we can, at least they can think about including salinity, given that delta salinity is also a very important issue. So that is something which you can extend quite easily if this modeling platform works. And I know there are models for salinity and, in number of modeling platforms for salinity, but this may be something because you are looking for common tools. So that kind of a tool which you can develop around. The second thing is this collaboratory issue. So I was involved in this thing few places. The major difficulty is the governance structure of that type of a collaboratory. Who is funding it, and who are the beneficiaries, and where do the modelers sit? It can be various places, but who is coordinating? What are the computational resources? A good example will be National Center for Atmospheric Research. That's operating at quite a high level, but they have a whole modeling group. And then what happened is people go to them and saying, hey, I need air quality modules here. And those groups are funding this modeling group so that they can develop sophisticated modeling systems. Some people come with hazards. Air Force is really funding the whole like mesoscale modeling. I think that they're moving away now. But somebody is funding the whole infrastructure, and then the government is putting some resources, obviously. And then the users basically keep on funding them, and then they provide the benefits to those groups, the outputs. So that might be something you might want to look at. It's a little operating at a little higher level and more extensive, but that will be a very good kind of platform to look at. And they are using currently, their computers are in Wyoming and Department of Defense. So they basically, they have computing resources, but for high performance, they go to various places. So they are being networked all over and being tapped into these. So that might be a way to think about, right? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Diane, then Jay.
I wanted to comment sort of about the importance of students in the context of developing a collaboratory for it to be sustainable in the time frame that you're thinking of. And we just heard, Jay has mentored 100 master's students and 40 PhD students, and the effort at CU has involved a lot of graduate students at different levels. And then as we think about connecting the collaboratories progress to what managers need, many of the students who are involved in these various modules or development then get jobs and are not just in academia, but throughout, and some will be in California. Some may move to Wyoming, but in any event, that then solidifies their expectation that something like this should exist. And then in 10 years, when they're in a management position or here or there, there's this expectation and that keeps it going. So where in that some way, a way in which this is different from the monitoring enterprise, because you're looking at this decadal timeline, the 5-year time frame, and that's a timeline over which students do their master's thesis or their PhD thesis and graduate and get jobs. So I both in the private sector. And so I from the beginning, as you try to find funds to launch this, find funds that support students, and that will pay off in the long run, or it has some prospect of paying off.
Thanks for sharing that and for pointing out that key difference between these two conversations. And it's a vision that I share. One of the things I'm really excited about in the proposal that Jay and some others recently put in to the University of California Office of the President is that it includes a really robust training component for students on the use of these models and how to communicate those models and work in this environment of co-production. And this also echoes things I've heard from other agencies that they're actually having a hard time filling modeling positions right now. So I think there's a really great and mutually beneficial need in having student training become a part of this collaboratory. And I think that's also essential for making these models reproducible and transparent. If students can be trained to use the models, and if they're put into a framework where students can build the functionality of those models, there's going to be a lot more trust that is developed in the models. So I share that thinking entirely.
Okay, Jay and then Obe.
Laurel knows what I'm going to say already. There's a lot of talk about one Delta, one science. We should expand that to one Delta, one science, one modeling framework. We have to start with an idea. It has to be a very concise idea, not wordy at all. From that idea, you can attract students, you can attract individuals that are doing modeling, that are thinking about doing a career of modeling, no matter what agency or consulting firm or university they happen to be affiliated with. With a clear vision, you can also start to let these really overwhelmingly busy leaders in the agencies, you give them something to grab onto, because they have frustrations, their people have frustrations, but you have to have a very concise modeling framework that goes under one Delta, one science, one modeling framework. And the framework has to be adaptable, because the system is changing. There are a lot of different interests, and all this is going to change over time. But there are some very clear and concise objectives that you have for this. The hardest part is getting the DPIC members, DPIC member leaderships, to buy into this. Without that, the individual modelers, no matter how much they like the idea, are going to be uncomfortable advocating for it. They will find lots of petty and realistic reasons not to cooperate. And this has been the history, I think. So you've got to have a clear idea with some expectations that come out of that. You have to convince people at the individual level, both at the modeler level, to say, oh, we could really do this a lot better if we work together. And then at the organizational level, they have to have permission to work together, because there's enough impediments just naturally not to work together, just because it's inconvenient, even just that. So but you have to have that idea first, and it has to be very crisp, very concise, so that people can buy into it. One modeling framework.
Before we go to Obey, I just want to make maybe I don't know if it's a corollary to that or it's an amendment, but you need to have everybody in the room to talk about that one model. And by everybody, I mean the physics and the fish people in particular, but the possible applications. And the example is from the Chesapeake Bay water quality model, which has been the one model example. But when you try to add fish for it, which I did, it turns out that you have to think about the time scales, the appropriate space scales, and particularly the parameter scales. For whatever reason, they were using temperatures that were a fraction of a temperature, like 1.2 or something. I'm sure it has something to do with water density, but it didn't match any of the biological models, which are all on different temperature scales. So those kind of things need to be thought about at the very beginning of that.
It need not be one model. It needs to be one modeling framework. It could be one model. But to begin with, I would say, take advantage of the many existing models and modelers that are out there. Give them all a chance to participate in the conversation by not threatening them by saying, we're going to make it all one model. I think it would start with one modeling framework, which might become one model.
Yeah, well, even in the framework, as we talked about in the Fish and Flows report of the board, that matching of the different
Time scale.
purposes and time and space and parameter scales are all critical. So
My concern is if you start off with the details, you'll never get there. If you start off with a core idea, clean idea that everybody can understand and converse around, they buy into the core idea, then you can work out the details.
I totally agree.
But if you try to start off from the details and work your way to a core idea, forget it.
One advantage of, trying to do this in 2022 is that we don't need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to a lot of the cyber infrastructure. I know that CSDMS is building tools that facilitate mismatches in spatial grid scale and time scale. And so, I think we're at a good point in time, technologically speaking, to work towards this one modeling framework. And it would be to our advantage to take advantage. It would be to our advantage to leverage the tools that are already out there.
Okay, Obey.
Yeah, thank you. I support this idea of collaboratory and modeling. My experience comes from the Everglades. There's an entity called Interagency Modeling Center, IMC. They started about 10 or 15 years ago, and it's still in operation. The idea at the time was, you have these multiple federal, state, and local agencies doing their own modeling. And pretty soon we realized that, everybody's running their own version of the model and coming up with the answer to counter some of the outcomes of the other modeling efforts. So I think this notion of having one group building the model together, which facilitates a co-production concept, there will be less arguments on the modeling results, and the public will also buy into the results of the collaboratory in that sense. So in our case, in the Everglades, which might be a good example to look at as well, there was an insistence on a governance structure that comes from the highest levels of the agencies. And there is actually a board, and I was one of the founding members of the board. And there are board members on this Interagency Modeling Center, and they govern the archival of the models and change control. And also the agencies invest in resources like a cluster. So I think there are some examples that I think it'll have a lot of benefits, because even when you try to recalibrate a model, certain regional models, there is a benefit of having one tool and not the same tool in different agencies. So I think this will be very beneficial if that could be implemented.
Thank you.
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, we're in the process of unmuting your microphone. Once unmuted, please state your public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to request a little bit of extra time because this is a very substantive discussion about governance, and it's something that we're looking into as well. So Steve Brandt mentioned that fish people need to be in the room, but fish people are not in the room generally in these discussions. Representatives from NGO and fishing groups that are working on aquatic species are generally not invited to be on Delta Science Program committees or advisory groups. One example is the Salinity Management Planning Committee. The only fish representatives is Carl Wilcox. And although salinity management will have a huge effect on estuarine habitat, no one from the NGO or fishing community was to be invited to be part of the planning committee or of the modeling committee. And in the water fix hearing, there were huge issues that were raised about DWR's modeling of drought and climate change, and the calcium model not being validated or adequately calibrated, and creating water that isn't there in dry and critically dry years. And the Integrated Modeling Steering Committee produced a report that said that had no reference to these issues. And they contracted with Paul Hutton, to write the report, who had testified for the Department of Water Resources in the water fix hearing. And they didn't interview any of the groups that raised issues that have turned out to be absolutely correct in this current drought. And so I've been reached out to the lead scientist about this, and we hope that maybe there can be some discussions, but I'm really seeing this as an example of network corruption. Network corruption concerns individuals having organized themselves into networks that function as a social system in which the interaction of various individuals results in corruption, but in which the behavior of the individual is not necessarily corrupt and can best be seen as a form of favoritism or conflict of interest. The real corruption is in the nature of these networks, in which network members favor other network members, thereby developing the norm of generalized reciprocity, which results in exclusion of non-network members. Such networks often start off as normal, healthy networks and can be seen as a valuable form of social capital in our society. But those features that allow networks to achieve positive results can also have a downside that leads to the deterioration of the networks. The result of the decision-making that has been influenced by undue interest is the core aspect of the corruption. As a result of a social process of these networks, preferential treatment becomes the norm, a form of generalized reciprocity. This implicit norm steers behavior to reinforce the norm, and network members become blinded, no longer perceiving that they have a choice between a commitment to the network or third parties. The norm steers their behavior to such an extent that they act, refrain from acting, decide, and think in the interest of the network collectively. And in this way, the network becomes closed to the detriment of rights of outsiders. And I will note that my providing this information only during public comment is one example. We are concerned generally, particularly after the defunding of the Delta Independent Science Board, about governance of the science program. And to the extent we're not able to have that discussion during these discussions about governance, and we aren't able to resolve it in any collaborative way, it is going to be raised with the legislature and with Congress. And it's not acceptable. I asked the lead scientist about the Science Advisory Committee for the Delta Science Program and was told that it's just an informal group of mentors. We can't even find out when these committees are meeting. I was told I had to do a Public Records Act to even find out which committees were being convened by the Delta Science Program. And quite frankly, all of the committees are supposed to be advisory groups and advisory committees convened either by the Delta Stewardship Council or the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. To the extent they're not informal ad hoc committees that don't make any substantive recommendations, are all supposed to be following Bagley-Keene, and they're not. And not only are they not, so the public does not have a seat at the table, environmental and fishing and Delta folks, they're not invited to participate. They're not invited to be part of these committees. And to the extent there's things like CSAMP, I've got to tell you, NRDC and the fishing groups resigned from CSAMP in protest over being completely excluded from the voluntary agreement negotiations. And now they're not being included in these governance discussions because they resigned in protest from CSAMP. So you guys, I mean, I'm glad to see all of these feel-good discussions about collaboration, but not only are you not looking at who's not in the room, you aren't even, the lead scientist isn't even willing to engage on who's not in the room. The Delta Stewardship Council isn't even willing to give me a list of what committees are meeting and look at whether they should be following the Bagley-Keene Act or not. And that is going to be a huge problem as we go into the next funding cycle, I will tell you. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deidre. Did you have a comment, Lyle? Okay, and I saw Virginia's hand up at one stage. Did you have something, Virginia?
Yes, I wanted to talk about the Collaboratory and the comments that were made by the board members, because I strongly agreed with a lot of the points made. Jay, as you suggest, I always think it's good to start with the end being a clear vision of where you want to go. And I think Tom mentioned bringing together current ideas on how this Collaboratory works. And I was going to suggest that since NSF is very interested in these kind of activities, that maybe they'd be willing to fund a workshop at one of their centers that could bring not only ecology, biology, and but other fields together to talk about what are the elements of a successful Collaboratory so that they could be discussed. And many people have mentioned some of those elements, but it would be useful to have that broad perspective. I also wanted to say that in my mind, models really provide the means for successful integration and synthesis. And this is one point that I and some of the others on the board constantly see there's a need for. And with the right type of models and participation, we could have more integration and synthesis. And then finally, someone said students need to be trained to use the models. As a modeler, I always have trouble finding good students. And it's what they need is to understand the models. And that means understanding the mathematics behind them, as well as the ecology or physics or whatever it is, and not just using the model. People that really need to have some depth in it. And this kind of effort that Laurel's been talking about could provide that in-depth training. So thank you, Laurel, for being consistent and bringing this up since we first met you. And I think it's a really good effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. I really appreciate the suggestion to approach NSF to hold a workshop to evaluate elements of a successful collaboratory. Peter Goodwin and I have been talking about something similar, and I like the way that you phrased that, and I will try to carry that suggestion forward.
Joe, do you have another comment?
Good. Just a quick comment. So when Jay said that, you know, one Delta, one science, one model, I was a little taken aback because, you know, one model always begets some type of complacency. That's right. So that then he explained to us quite nicely. And this is the framework actually Europeans are using. It's a unified, they call unified modeling framework. So it's a unified model. That unified model has a skeleton, and all the contributors, 26 countries, are contributing modules for different things. And people are using as needed, and as their performance improves, they are basically picking up and use those models for different purposes. So that modeling framework, or the unified model, has 10 climate models and 26 weather models. So people are using their own ones, but still it's within the same modeling framework. And their success depends on who is using and who is paying for it. So that's a good way to think about it. Yeah. Thanks, yes, for clarification.
Jay, did you have another? Tom.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. It's Jay's point about framework is very important, because having multiple models gives you some idea of what the uncertainty of your modeling capability is. And in my experience with the earthquake risk uncertainty, I mean, that's absolutely critical. And there's this obscure term, epistemic uncertainty, that's used to refer to it, you may be familiar with. And so without the framework, you just don't have that.
Obey?
Yeah, I think one thing I forgot to mention, I agree with the idea of modeling framework, because various scales of modeling, you know, at a regional scale, you don't want to have too many models, because I think you're trying to, you know, look at the system as a whole, but jointly developed by various agencies and agreed upon algorithms. But one thing that the Interagency Modeling Center has is what is known as a model management system. And the idea is any modeling project that has been conducted will be the repository for, you know, archiving the model version, the data sets, and the reports. So anybody who has to look at it, let's say 5 years from now, that archival system will have the model. So I think this modeling framework needs to include not only infrastructure, the governance, but also these other features that makes it you know, easier for people to go back and look at or see how the model development is being done, and versioning system. So that's all I have.
Hello? Okay, we're done with this discussion item. Thanks very much, Laurel, for setting up a good discussion. We're due now for a coffee break.
We actually have another public comment.
Oh, okay, another public comment.
This one's Tom Williams. Tom, we're in the process of unmuting your microphone. Once unmuted, please state your public comment. Thank you.
Good morning. Dr. Tom Williams, UC Berkeley graduate. Also worked with Schleiman at UC Davis and in Sacramento. Single model? Well, you have a basic problem. The delta conveyance depends upon flood flows. Have you ever seen a flood flow model and how it works and what it's based upon? This is an important element in that the Bureau of Land Management is also considering a lot of proposed smaller, medium-sized Black Butte Reservoir for one, for flood storage. Why do they need flood storage? Because the delta conveyance has no water rights for, quotes, normal flow, and has already specified that they will use flood flows. Therefore, they must get flood flows either during the November to April period, or they must have them stored someplace else and released so that they can take them out during the summertime. So your single purpose model basically doesn't work unless you have a flood flow component to it. And specifically, it's a real question as to how the delta conveyance will operate in any model, depending upon the water rights, unallocated water rights of flood flows, and how they are going to book them in to their facility. There's a whole bunch of technical things on that also, but it's basically start with the flood flow water rights. You don't have a flood flow model, therefore it cannot be done. So I'm quite concerned regarding that particular issue. And since you brought up the single model, I've done models. I was here before models began, but I say you start with the goals and objectives of the models, nothing else. And then you try to figure out how to reach it. And in this particular case, flood flows versus, quotes, normal flows. And how are you going to model flood flows and the booking of flood flows by the Delta Conveyance Project? That's all. Thank you. I'm in Los Angeles, by the way. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Any response from the board, Jay?
I just want to say something along the lines of what our two commenters have made. Education is a very important part of modeling. It's probably the most important component of modeling. Not only educating the stakeholders and the decision makers and the modelers, because it's all mutual, and engaging them at some point. You know, we have to keep the legitimacy of the technical enterprise as broad-based as we can in order for our work to be effective. And I'm as guilty as any modeler of just wanting to geek out and have fun with the problem. But the real effectiveness of this enterprise, this kind of enterprise, is when people trust you, and they only trust you if you talk with them. So we do have to have some way of making this kind of collaboratory have at least an ancillary function of engaging with people that don't know what they're talking about technically, but they're real people, and they're taxpayers and they're voters, and they are responsible for some of the important functions, or they see themselves as responsible for some of the important functions that we're trying to model. And so this is a sort of a sociological conundrum that we face as individuals and as groups. So I think it's important for us to engage with them. And one benefit of engaging with them productively is that they will ask better questions, just like we want to do modeling so that the decision makers will ask better questions. That's probably the most important thing we should be doing, is helping them ask better questions. And the same applies to all of the stakeholders and the folks that think they would like to engage with us, but we have to figure out ways to engage with them without too many equations.
Okay, thanks, Jay, and thanks everyone for an interesting discussion. We're scheduled for a coffee break, so let's return at 10:45 with item number 5 on the agenda. Okay, welcome everyone back to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. We'll move on to item number 5, which is anticipating California Delta futures, and Lisa is going to lead that discussion.
Thank you, Steve. So this is a revision of something you've heard before. Laurel, Steve, Tanya, and I are proposing a collaboration between the ISB and the DSP to some extent to explore the science of scenario planning and futures analysis. So why do we need this? As we all know, the past is I rarely get told to talk louder. That's interesting. Okay. Why do we need to think about the future? As we all know, the past is increasingly a poor model for the future. So if we accept that, we know we already have some very useful forecasting and scenario planning going on within some programs, but this idea is a little different. It's not the typical scenario planning. It's more about exploring the potential benefits of more extreme scenario planning, and also how we can use the science, both social science and biophysical science, to do better at thinking about the future. So let me explain a little bit more what I mean. There is a science to creating useful scenarios. They're part of the reason why we need to rely on science instead of just a bunch of people sitting around thinking of cool ideas, is that we tend to have mental biases when it comes to predicting the future. We tend to think the future is going to be pretty similar to the current situation. There's this idea that, okay, this will increase a little bit, this will decrease a little bit, but it's going to be pretty much the same. And we don't necessarily think about big systemic changes, even when there are signals that such a thing might happen. And of course, the very salient example is the pandemic. We had plenty of signals that a respiratory pandemic was entirely possible, and yet we were really caught off guard when it showed up. So that's kind of the gist of some of it. But then there's also an element of quantitative decision science that comes in that says, you tend to underestimate how much time it's going to take you to do something. We call this the planning fallacy. And you can use your past data to show to what degree you tend to underpredict the resources needed. And you can force yourself to use that data in scenario planning as a way to create more robust scenarios. So I'm just giving you a feel for what the potential benefits of this are. It's really just at a very early stage. We'd like to take a look at what are the sciences that can contribute to scenario planning and ultimately lead to practical application. And I think we can think of a lot of reasons why being a bit more anticipatory about more fundamental changes could be useful. One being monitoring, but lots of other things that we might want to keep our eye on. And I want to be really clear that the point of thinking about more extreme scenarios, things in the tails of the distribution of probabilities, is not to devote a huge amount of resources to trying to prevent all these risks, because we don't frankly have enough resources to prevent extreme risks. But it's that we may, innovative thinking can emerge. We can just be better prepared, which agency is going to take responsibility if this thing happens. And I know some of this goes on. It's just a matter of, can we create a little more consistency and collaboration and things that might help us go forward. So that's our vision. We think, so you all got a handout. I don't know, Edmund, can you just share the handout briefly online? So this is a pretty wordy thing to show you I just kind of went over the background, but maybe just run down to the proposed activities. And this is not set in stone, and really this is open for discussion. And I know there are probably some dissenting views about the necessity of this, so we can talk about that. But, you know, we're just thinking we'd like to explore what's possible, what's going to be helpful, have some seminars and joint seminars. And I think it's a very natural collaboration so that we're sure we're taking advantage of what's already going on. We're thinking about how it applies to adaptive management and monitoring, and just moving forward with that sort of thing. So just our initial thoughts. Edmund, yeah, just go ahead and scroll down to the proposed activities because it's just too many words to absorb. And I do encourage people to read this if they're want to know more. But we're really thinking it'd be nice to have a seminar series. And these seminar series would explore how folks have overcome some of these cognitive biases, we call them. Also just hearing from people, what signals of change are they seeing? So what if we had listened to the folks that were trying to warn us about respiratory pandemics, you know, maybe bring in some of those kind of folks who have their eyes focused on changing conditions, things that are really potentially very impactful to the system. And also then eventually move toward designing things we want, elements of scenarios or even scenarios, but that all remains to be seen. And I just, at this point, I'd like to invite Laurel to share her thoughts because we're co-developing this.
Thanks, Lisa. I'm definitely excited about this effort. Scenario planning is an approach that the Delta Science Program and the science community at large has been adopting more and more. And I think there's recognition that this is an approach that we need to adopt in order to anticipate a novel future. And I think for many people, the idea of horizon scanning or even how you would put together scenarios is a little bit nebulous because there is not a lot of familiarity around the science of anticipating particularly unlikely events. It could be fairly easy to develop scenarios that involve approaches or potential future changes that managers are already quite aware of, but anticipating the low probability events or even low probability policy decisions that might hit in the future is challenging to do. And so I think this seminar series will be of broad interest. I think for the council, it's particularly noteworthy that this seminar series is something that really bridges the planning division and the science division. Scenario-based approaches have been taken by the planning division in projects such as Delta Adapts, as well as much of their other work. And so I think this provides some opportunities to build some bridges across those divisions. And I think you did a great job of covering the motivation behind this seminar series. And I'll say that the science program is looking forward to working with the ISB on this.
Okay, so now that we've proposed that, are there any comments or questions? Joe?
So this, I think it's a quite important and interesting topic. I think I first got exposed to this sitting in the water supply reliability review. The Tom also called, I'm sure it's a common term, the black swan events. And so that's how I learned. So it's quite, is there anybody who has done this for Delta, looking at what are the possible scenarios? Or is it the first time somebody is doing this?
So Delta Adapts has probably done the most comprehensive job at, through their vulnerability report, looking at different elements of vulnerability. And now in the adaptation phase of the Delta Adapts project, they've been engaging with a range of stakeholders in agricultural, environmental, water supply communities to envision alternative management futures for the 50-year time horizon. So that group has been actively engaged in a scenario-based approach. I think this effort would really step back and look at those lower probability, or how we determine those lower probability scenarios, and be more of a broad survey of some of the scientific techniques that are used for scenario development, more broadly construed.
This is something which I think any enterprise should be doing, right? Preparing for the future. Yeah, thank you for bringing this up. Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. I see Bob and then Diane.
I think this is a great idea, and I'm very surprised that it hasn't been done in California, and specifically for the Delta long ago. But anyway, I'm very supportive of it, and I do have just a couple of questions. Do you see this as an ongoing activity or one that has a very definite timeline?
That's a good question. I would imagine the first round of the seminar series would have a definite timeline, but then the question would be, what would be next steps, and what makes for effective collaboration? Or should the board do a separate review, or should we collaborate on another workshop, or, something like that would be the questions that we'd address after the.
Yeah, I could certainly see having an interim product that comes out of it after a couple of years, and then you can decide if you want to go forward. The second question, I've got so many questions come into my head at once, it's hard to articulate them easily, but to be a little bit, contra opinion is this could be viewed really as a doomsday scenario development. When you look at these scenarios and the low probability events and so on going forward, there's always that possibility that you come out with a doomsday report that everything's going to go from bad to worse. And do you envision in an activity like this of actually making suggestions that help shape a better future? That I think is very important, because it's easier to come up with doomsday projections of this is going to go bad, that's going to go bad, and we're not prepared. But that being the case, if you can actually shape it in such a way that gives hope and suggests avenues for going forward that could provide for a more resilient and sustainable Delta, and that's one of your main philosophies in the activity, that would be very important in my mind.
Yes, I think the activity is inherently optimistic, because the thinking is that if you can anticipate these futures, we can also anticipate novel ways of managing these possibilities. And Lisa could speak to this better than I can, because she has been in the literature, but from our previous conversations, what I have gleaned is that perspective that you articulated and that objective is very much a part of this body of literature.
And has been shown in some of these exercises that innovative possibilities for management do emerge by just getting different brains thinking about these issues ahead of time, when you have mental space to think about them instead of when you're in crisis mode. So.
Okay, great.
Diane.
So one possible case study for a seminar series would be the 1983 flood in where the Bureau of Reclamation almost lost the Glen Canyon Dam. And there's a wonderful movie that the Bureau of Rec made with classical music in the background. And one of the lessons is that part of how this black swan event was dealt with and didn't lose the Glen Canyon Dam was miraculously fast contracting. They needed to put this flashing up in a week, and somehow they were able to do it. And then they needed to, the movie shows all this work that was done to repair the tunnel, the tunnels, in preparation in case there was another flood. And there were pits in the tunnel the size of this room that they show. So the cost of being ready to get the contracts out isn't really that great, but that's what saved the day to some extent. So I just putting that out.
Oh, that's great, Diane. Thank you. Jay.
This is a really important topic, and I think it's always been. I think about the design of this building and the modeling that goes into the analysis that goes into the design of this building. And the people that were designing this building had to think of all the different ways it could fail. Different sizes of earthquakes, different kinds of floods, different kinds of poor workmanship, different kinds of ways the inspectors can go wrong. I mean, the professions that do routine things are always looking for how can things go wrong. And that's why we don't worry about this building falling down on us. It's because over time we found most of them. But there's Tom, he's worried now. But but I think this is routine in any successful analytical profession. Eventually, it will be true for ecology, where we have enough success, we will look for, okay, how do things go wrong? And how do things go wrong involves looking at scenarios, even things we don't expect. And then an important thing is surprises. We can't think of all possible ways things can go wrong. I mean, and at least until one of them has happened, usually. I mean, sometimes we're good enough with theory, we can forecast that something might go wrong before it has actually happened, but our empirical sides are usually dominant, and we only want to really shell out for money if someone's actually had that kind of failure before. So in developing scenarios, it's just continuing that kind of an intellectual process of trying to find out more ways things can go wrong, and then what should you do about them. And then the other, I think, important side that I really wasn't forced to think about until we did this water supply reliability report was, how does an organization prepare for surprises? You know, when you're not going to be able to, there are failures that you cannot pre-identify failure scenarios for. Well, we do that. We organizations that are pretty smart decide, oh, we have to have a fast contracting mechanism for some of these failure scenarios and others that we haven't thought about. So to me, some of the most interesting aspects of this kind of an exercise is, how do you prepare for failures and problems that you did not identify in your scenario process? There'll always be, and those will always be the most dangerous ones, because they're hardest to prepare for. But there are things you do as organizations to prepare for these.
This is kind of an off the wall response, but we all fly in planes, and the flight attendants know how to serve snack boxes and coffee, but they also know what to do in an emergency. Contingency, they're trained. Are the administrative staff who will be doing the fast contracting, who do the regular thing, are they ready to do fast contracting? Or do they even see that as part of their job to be ready?
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
They're really good at slow contracting.
Okay, I see you, Tom, too. I think Steve was first, and then we'll go to Tom and then Bob.
Just a few comments. One is that, of course, scenario planning was one of the key recommendations in the published paper that the board did. So this is a good follow on to that. But I want to go back to Bob's comment about doomsday, and maybe there's a broader way of thinking about this. Not all surprises are bad. And it seems to me that to do a balance when we think about rare events, that that there could be a rare event that is a very positive thing, and the missed opportunities or non-reaction to it, and so even terming it like the black swan, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but maybe think about from the point of view of something good happening. Unfortunately, I can't think of any off the top of my hand, but let's say somebody discovered a little cove that was stuffed full of Delta smelt. Do we have a reaction plan for that? What would we do? And rather than sit around and toss our arms before the cove is gone, I think balance might be a good way to sell this better as looking at future scenarios. And I think the way Jay expressed it as looking at surprises, maybe one way to do it, although if we've thought about it, it's not a surprise anymore. But I think that rare events is a good way, but positive and negative rare events, and to be prepared for them. So.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a part of futures thinking that it's funny that we brought up the negative first, because a lot of managers actually have trouble thinking about the negative. They just so have a good vision for where they want things to go that they don't think about the negative. So you definitely always get both when you bring the right partners into the room. So I think that's a really good point, that we shouldn't ignore the positive and the negative, even though it can be depressing to think about the negative. Tom. Oh, sorry.
I want to compliment Steve on his optimism. My comment or question was, as a geologist, I have a kind of a warped time perspective, because I know regardless of what humans do, the Earth is going to come to some kind of future equilibrium. And in a lot of the scenario planning that I see now, and even I think it was in the EIR for the conveyance structure, even though they have a limited time horizon, they did do some projections out to 2100. And then I think they make the observation, well, things are so uncertain after that. It's challenging to plan. And I think that's a general challenge to people who are worried about scenarios. So when you get out to about 2100, we just don't know what the climate's going to do. So my question is, have you thought about the time frame for these scenarios? Because clearly you want them based in some realistic prediction. But what happens with, we know potentially things could get really bad when we get out past 2100 if some of these sea level projections are valid. Are you going to get into that time frame?
Well,
what is your time frame?
We can certainly discuss this, but again, having looked at the futurist thinkers out there who've done a lot of this kind of scenario planning and even game playing as a way to bring creative thinking, they actually find a relatively short time frame can be very effective. That they usually ask people to think only 10 years in the future. And I know probably your immediate impression is, well, in 10 years, not that much is going to change. But their point, there's actually really good data to show a lot can change in 10 years. So you don't try to push people out to futures where so much has changed in society and our transportation network, and there's a million things that could fundamentally change by then. So, but you can still gain a lot from relatively short time frame planning. But that's not set in stone. I'm just saying that there's some evidence that you can gain a lot from not having to think that far ahead. But it doesn't mean that's what the group would agree to do.
So am I understanding then that you're thinking actually of a pretty short time horizon?
Well, think of it this way. We're not assigning probabilities to, say, the next respiratory pandemic, but we can think about that happening in the next 10 years. It might not happen for 100 years. So it's not that the time frame is so exact in that sense. It's just we're looking for what are some other things that might happen that we should plan for, and just asking people to think 10 years in the future is good enough for a lot of that.
Okay.
Not geologically speaking. But,
Yeah.
but I mean, a lot could happen if we had a major earthquake, right? I mean, that could happen in 10 years, that could happen in 100 years. So you see what I mean?
The longer time frame you consider, the more likely there's going to be that earthquake or that change in climate that's going to have major implications for the Delta.
Yeah, that's true. And particularly when we have pretty good data on some things progressing more slowly, like climate change, sure. But really we're trying to get people thinking about things to which we can't assign probabilities. And so we don't really have a good sense if 10 years is too short a time frame or 100 years is too short a time frame. So it's the things that we actually have pretty good forecasting on are not the focus. So necessarily, I mean, you want to bring those in too, because you want to look at compounding effects, but it's kind of time independent in a sense, because we're not assigning probabilities over like a fixed period of time. Yeah. Anyway, getting into the weeds here. So I think Bob was next and then Joe. Oh, I forget to look at the screen. Oh, wowie. So, Obey, were you next then? I'm sorry, I don't have a good.
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
Obey and then Bob. And then the other.
Very quickly, I think this is an interesting conversation for longer term, framing. When we go out into the, pretty far out in the tail, and you mentioned that, we don't even know the probabilities, you stray into this area called, decision making under deep uncertainty. And one approach that we find useful is to use this dynamic adaptive pathway option, particularly if there are tipping points involved. So that might be very useful for the decision makers, because it's more palatable when you look at tipping points and developing a strategy, based on those tipping points, even in the longer term. So I was wondering, in this seminar series, might be useful to have some folks like Rob Lampert from RAND Corporation or others who deal with this approach. And also the Dutch are very good on this, dynamic adaptive pathway strategies, I think. So if you couple these, that might be more palatable to decision makers or others who think these are doomsday scenarios. Because you don't focus on that, but you focus on what if this happens and what's the pathway we are going to follow.
Great suggestions.
That's okay.
Yeah, I think those are great suggestions. And I think that's an example of something that might feed into a monitoring need. If we
Right.
agree on some triggers, then we would know what we wanted to keep an eye on
Right.
and maybe improve our forecasting of. So actually, Bob, because you had a comment earlier, let me get to Virginia and then I'll come to you. So Virginia, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree this is a really important topic and is too often looked at. I want to let you know that in the 1990s, Monica Turner and I had a series of workshops at NCES, the National Center for Ecological Synthesis, on what we called large infrequent disturbances, or LIDS became the acronym. And we looked at a lot of these large infrequent disturbances, time independent, pretty much, but we looked at past events and thought about commonalities among them. And so we looked at, floods and fires and hurricanes and volcanic events and tornadoes and large ocean events. None of them were actually located in the Delta area. But what we found was that, because I was in charge of the management paper, was that often in response to these, the reaction was to throw money at it. We have $1 million to spend in the next 6 months. What do we do? And often those funds were wasted or cause a worse problem. And it was, we were focusing on the ecological effects, but that also affected social conditions as well. So, so learning from the past of these kind of events is really important. Another experience I had, I was on the EPA Science Advisory Board when Katrina came through New Orleans. We ended up having an emergency Saturday phone conversation because EPA had no idea what kind of data to collect after all this water came through into areas where there were large storage of fossil fuels. They had collected other kind of data, but it pulls into our monitoring information. What kind of data do you need after these kinds of things? Relevant to that, this is kind of as an aside, Jay had brought up building codes. When we built our house here, we found that California building codes were the best. And we definitely wanted to follow your building codes, but they didn't address humidity, which is a big problem in Tennessee. So that just leads me to point out that how site-specific or region-specific this kind of information is in relation to data. And then another experience I had, I was with the National Academy group in Seattle looking at road planning that Seattle is very famous for. And I asked them, after 3 days of looking at all these excellent roads and what they were going to do, I asked, what are you going to do when Mount Rainier blows next time? And they had no idea. They hadn't even thought about it. So I do encourage us to think about these, think about response, management, and data in the aftermath of these kind of low predictability, but high risk events.
Great fodder there, Virginia. Thank you. We'll be talking to you more when we do the seminar series. Okay, Bob.
Great, thanks, Lisa. Just one more question. I was wondering if you could envision for me how much of this effort would be directed towards social or cultural issues rather than ecological or engineering or disasters. It seems to me in looking at the future that the heart of many of these issues really lie in our culture and in our social structure. And that's a hard thing for me to get my mind around as to what the future social characteristics of the Delta in all of their aspects.
I don't know this literature very well, but in doing some previous writing and planning, I've tried to find how other groups have thought about future policy and future policy changes, which is one aspect of a suite of things that you're talking about. I couldn't find much during that search, but this is something I'm very much interested in and something that I think is critical to consider in thinking about future of the Delta and what the changing management objectives for the Delta might look like. So I'm very curious to learn more about that through this seminar series.
Well, and luckily we have Tanya Heikela who has looked at this very issue, so she will be a great collaborator on this. But also, absolutely, just like we might have signals that a respiratory pandemic is likely, we also have signals that there are cultural changes afoot. Certainly we have social media now to keep an eye on people, you know, and their ideas. But even more than that, we have changing demographics and you know, there are relatively simple things to project forward where we can predict, you know, what's the average age. These things, other mores come along with things like knowing how the average age is changing or something like that. So there definitely are social scientists with skills in this area that we can explore, and that would definitely be a component.
Well, I was really wondering, I thought you would, or I assumed you would be looking into those kinds of issues. So, you know, social issues in a broad sense, but I was wondering, you see this as kind of half the effort or 10% of an effort going forward. And if it is only a relatively small amount of the total effort, let's say in the first couple of years of this activity, and not many other folks are actually looking at this actively at the moment, I could really see this, your suggestions coming out of this group as acting as catalysts for engaging a whole variety of folks to begin to think about a social future for the Delta. And that would be, in my mind, a great contribution, you know, if you could engage those folks in, you know, in a positive way. So.
Great ideas. Thanks, Bob. Okay, Joe.
So when this type of event happens, usually they are rare. So it's the time frame can be very large, but the response is dual. First is the emergency response, the sociological, taking to hospitals or whatever things happening, but that's beyond our purview. The second is the scientific response that can be short-term and long-term as the social, cultural kind of coming back to the normal state, like Bob was talking about. So the rapid response is the one, something which people have been thinking quite a bit. NSF, as you know, there is a special program called RAPID, the Rapid Response Research. So when the Sumatra tsunami happened, so I got to know that there are communities established to respond to these things. So the tsunami community contacted me because I was working on waves at that time and also my origins, that to go and get data before they disappeared, because the data disappears very quickly in these events. So so they have a proposal already ready, and they change the location and few things, and then they submit to NSF. Within 3 days, it's approved. So it's a very rapid response. And even they don't send for peer review, they send it and ask the verbal comments from the referee, because there's a protocol. And then within 3 days, the proposal is approved, and 5 days you're on your way before this data, scientific data disappears. So these kind of little communities actually you can establish around these issues you are going to come up with, especially for Delta. And then if something happens in the fast time scale, they can basically go and get the data and prepare for the next one and modeling efforts and all these things. So that is something to think about, right? Thank you.
I think that's a great suggestion, and it's a great mental model of, because rapid didn't just come about because people thought ahead. It happened because they missed some opportunities. And so that's exactly the reason for the scenario planning. And this is complementary to what Diane brought up earlier about the fast contracting. Which agency is going to be responsible for that? Having that plan in place can enable you to be more nimble when things happen. Yeah.
So in this case, they had two agencies, Earthquake Research Institute and NSF, both funded within very short time period. And apparently I was told that there are groups like that for floods and hurricanes. So it
Oil
can be a
spills.
community
Mhm.
kind of development. Clusters, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great mental model of how it does promote nimbleness. Yeah, it looks like Dan.
So I just wanted to comment about the rapid program at NSF. So in Louisville, Colorado, there was this fire that where 1,000 homes burned. And certainly my colleagues and I wrote rapid proposals, but they were not considered because we didn't have enough pre-fire data on that specific stream. So that's a cautionary lesson here, with all this monitoring that's going on in the Delta, thinking about what might happen in these rare events, what would the data you need to be able to actually interpret what's changing in a scientifically rigorous way. I'm not complaining about not getting money. I'm just pointing out that that's something.
That's a great suggestion. Yeah, we really would like to link this to monitoring needs. And I think that's.
When I was there was another team funded by NSF. OBE was part of it, and that's water quality. So groups like that are already established and working on this. Yeah.
I haven't checked the board. Looks like we don't have any hands raised on the remote. Okay. All right. Well, if that's all the comments, I think we can bring this, Joe, your thing's still up. You're done, right? Okay. Okay. Thanks so much. And Laurel, we do really look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Likewise. Thanks, Lisa.
So I guess it seems like there's enough enthusiasm amongst the board to continue on. So, yeah. Any public comment on this item?
We have two public comments, one from Tom Williams and one from Deirdre Desjardins. We'll go with Tom first and Deirdre. Tom, your microphone has been unmuted. Thank you.
Hello again. It's called emergency preparedness. And I say usually the time frame is how long will the project last? Such as use the Delta conveyance system as your time period. There's a lot of things. Why is the Delta conveyance being proposed? Because they're concerned regarding earthquakes and the levees. So there's a specific area of concern. How can you deal with the levees? How can you deal with the earthquakes and the damages there too? So there's, might say, a lot of focus available. If you want to call it doomsday, that's one thing, but in good engineering, you want the towers in New York City to stand not for 1 hour, but for 2 hours. And the World Trade Center stood for 2 hours, which is 100% longer than its normal planned consistency. So it's a matter as to get a list, goals and objectives for the seminar series. What do you want out of it? But clearly state those so that the public will know what the hell you want. So it's a matter, from what I've heard so far, you really don't know what you want, and you have not established what are the goals and objectives of the seminar series. There's a whole bunch of things, levee failures, Oh, by the way, have you ever heard of gas production in the Delta? It's a major issue. How can you deal with it? Very simple. Use LIDAR, litter, and put it for the entire Delta area. Earthquakes. Oh, are there any microseismicity monitoring stations within the Delta? That is, probably 8 to 10 of them, measuring down to 0.1 on the Richter scale. Why? Because it's a pattern and you need to establish the pattern. So use the Delta tunnel as to the time period for any projections, get some things going that will work, and get your goals and objectives for these seminars done. And then give that to the public as to how they are to contribute to this massive effort. Thank you.
Okay, thanks again. I don't see any response from the board. So next, public comment.
Deirdre, your microphone has been unmuted. And just for the record, we have another public comment. We'll go with Kathleen after Deirdre.
Yeah, this is Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I just wanted to address Dr. Lund's comment about people needing education on modeling. And I have offered to do that with Dr. Williams and to provide more information on the case that Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's made and the water fixing and other experts, including Walter Bore with MBK engineers. There were concerns raised that were extremely valid. My own testimony relied on independent review panels, 2 of which Dr. Lund was on, and also comments, a 2009 letter by the Bay Delta modeling community that Dr. Lund co-signed. So there are very serious and credible concerns about the modeling, some of which we're seeing reflected. The concern that the modeling wasn't adequately calibrated. We're now seeing the State Water Project, calcium free is projecting they get a minimum of 33% of their table A amounts in a 2-year drought, and they're getting 5%. And the snow runoff forecast relied on the historic record. I testified in water fixing. DWR's own modelers said, we're entering a period of non-stationarity. There's a kind of regime shift going on in the climate, and the past is not a guide to the future. So I understand that there's an unfortunate negative outgroup stereotype that is contributed to by people who don't have expertise in modeling making comments, but there are experts in the NGO and fishing community on reservoir operations and also on modeling. And I think it is deeply indicates a really deep problem with negative outgroup or tribal bias to try to say that all NGO and modeling experts are not experts, because actually the current operations in 2022 where the Bureau of Reclamation were proposed by Chris Schutz of California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. Ron Stork of Friends of the River predicted the Oroville spillway failure mode that almost failed if you're looking at black swan events. So I hope that you will make time to listen to those experts, because there are very valid concerns that are being raised, and particularly concerns by those outside of the agencies may have very valid critiques. So thank you.
Okay, thanks for those comments. Next public comment, Edmund.
Next will be Kathleen Schaefer. Kathleen, your microphone has been unmuted. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Schaefer, and I'm one of Jay Lund's PhD candidates. And I'm studying the role of insurance in helping to better manage flood risk and disaster risk. Previously, one of you mentioned that we will never be able to build our way out of the upcoming climate changes that are happening. A recent report by the California Department of Water Resources suggests that insurance is an underutilized tool in our adaptation framework. And this kind of scenario modeling can be, if done with a view of insurance in mind, it can be used by the insurance community to help them better understand what's the most likely kind of worst case, or how much are we likely to lose if we really have the big one. And that can help with the pricing and can help also better manage for those extremes. So I want to encourage you to move forward with this activity and to think about perhaps collaborating with the Insurance Commissioner's Office as you move forward. And then just real quickly, there was trying to think of a positive example of an outcome. And the example that I would suggest is that after the earthquake, the Embarcadero collapsed. And today, thanks to that collapse, we have a much nicer waterfront for San Francisco. And then I also, just as another last point, want to make that after the disaster, immediately after disaster, collecting things like high water marks and that kind of information can really help engineers calibrate their models. And unfortunately, when we have these kinds of disasters, if they're a federally declared disaster, the federal contracting officer often tries to cut corners or manage the disaster as cheaply as possible. And it's oftentimes difficult to get funding for the collection of high water marks. So if you plan for that in advance, you might be able to have that pre-funded. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Edmund, any other public comments?
No additional public comments.
Any response from board members? Well, thank you all for those public comments. We'll move on to item number 6, which should be relatively quick. It's talking about the Delta work plan. And in your documents, there's a Delta work. Now I have the Delta work plan. Yes, I'm talking about the Delta work plan. Yes. Item number 6. The chair-elect needs to really pay close attention to the agenda to get through this. So I just, I couldn't help. Sorry. Delta work plan is something for all of you, particularly the new board members, to think about. We actually do have something that looks like, well, what's on the screen now is this chart. And I'm gonna ask Edmund if he could retrieve, not now, but retrieve an older version where we had multiple reviews going on and there was some more meat in this in the work plan to kind of see what it really looks like. Now, of course, we're heavily involved in a couple of major efforts, which is largely the outreach and engagement relative to the recently completed reviews. And of course, the EIR, which is consuming the rest of us for the next 74 days or something like that, 76 days. So But as we move along, this is really a good sort of thing to keep track of because it helps us to get a sense of what the full board various activities are, what our timelines are, and when people start thinking about, well, we're going to do a workshop or we're going to do this, we want to do this, particularly as we evolve new reviews, you can see where along the timeline over the next couple of years that might fit or not fit. So anyway, this is our current work plan, and as we begin to fill in the blanks with respect to new reviews and some of the things we're talking about today, just be aware of that. It'll be constantly updated, and like I say, Edmund will send out an older version of one that we can get a sense of the level of detail that it would normally take. So that's all I really had to say about that. Did I miss anything, Edmund, that I should have said?
No, thank you.
Any comments or questions? Okay, any public comments on that?
There's one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, we're in the process of unmuting your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. I did want to say with regard to the timeline for the Delta Independent Science Board's review of the Delta Tunnel project, we're in the process of asking for a 90-day extension. And it's because we're still trying to get the modeling from DWR and to look at that. But there's just a heads up. DWR is projecting that there's an increase of 4% of Sac River flows in the future under climate change. And given what's happening with the aridification in the watersheds, it just seems wrong. I'm trying to track down the reason. And one of the things that comes out is they're using a central tendency model of a group of models, of global climate models, and that tends to mask the models that project the drier, warmer scenarios. And the other one is that the variable infiltration capacity model that converts precipitation to runoff is calibrated entirely on 2003 and previous hydrology. And as we know, precipitation and runoff seems to be changing. It's a huge factor in aridification in the Colorado River watershed, but it's also present in Sierra runoff, and DWR is seeing much lower runoff. It's due to increased atmospheric thirst, reduced soil moisture from dryness, and increased evapotranspiration of vegetation. This appears to potentially be a systemic problem with all of DWR's climate modeling, modeling for the Water Storage Investment Project, modeling for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and modeling for the Delta Tunnel Project. So this is just one example of the kinds of things we're trying to look at. And we'll also be getting some comments to the Delta Independent Science Board. It takes a lot of time to go through the models, look closely at what they're projecting, what the assumptions are, go track down the associated technical documents and look through them. And we think this is just absolutely essential for review of the tunnel project. And we hope that the ISB will be given time to do it as well. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Deidre. As you and all the board members know, that our schedule and our lives are heavily tied to the deadline of our current deadline, which literally is, I think, 76 days from now. And which includes our scheduling of face-to-face meetings and all the other things we're doing. So if there is a change in that deadline, that would have an immediate effect in terms of how we plan things out and whether or not we meet face-to-face on certain dates. So we're hopefully we'll be one of the first to hear about it if and when it happens. So with that, we can move on to the next agenda item, which is the science needs assessment. And I think Jay is leading that off.
Thank you, Steve. We had a little meeting on the science needs assessment yesterday. The current thinking is that we will have 4 components to this write-up. There'll be an executive summary, which will be merciful. There will be a short piece on forecasting as an approach to unifying and synthesizing and applying science, the way to try to bring the disparate scientific activities in different parts of the Delta together. Not everything has to be forecasting, but forecasting for some particular problems might be particularly useful for quite a few of the different agencies, HABs, for example, things like that. And provide some motivation for bringing science together and applying it. A third component will be a digest. We're looking for the best word, digestive proceedings for the workshops and conversations that we had in the course of the Delta Science Needs Assessment activities. A long time ago now, but there were a lot of really good ideas in that. And unfortunately, we have a couple of excellent postdocs who are delving into it and will be providing us with a draft of that digestive proceedings. And then was a lot of discussion in the science needs assessment activities, different forum, about science governance options. And so I think a 4th document will be a very brief discussion and then basically a taxonomy of different approaches for science governance that anyone dissatisfied with current science governance could take a look at and say, oh, all of these are worse than what we currently do, so we should not change things. So that's what I see happening. As to timing of when these products will be done, I do hope that they're all done before I leave this board. But I can't guarantee that. So, Steve, do you have anything, or Christine, do you have anything to add?
I was just going to add that I think Lillian and I have been quite excited to start working on this, and with the feedback from the chairship, I think that we're quite ready to try to meet that timeline. I can't promise that we will, but we will certainly try our very best.
Yeah, I'll just amplify a little bit. The various items that Jay talked about have various audiences as well. And the large report that summarizes everything that came out of our various panels and workshops, which had 80 to 90 people in the panels and up to 150 at the workshop. So we had a tremendous amount of input and a tremendous amount of expert advice, and that will be a larger document that describes things and will get a widespread distribution. Particularly, it's a joint effort with a number of members on the steering committee that range from DPIC and different agencies and so forth. And then it'll go back, of course, to all of those and be widespread. And Tom and Jay and I were the board, and Dick were the board representatives on this thing. That document doesn't necessarily need to go back to the science board as a whole. That will just go back probably through our original steering committee to have them sort of put a stamp of approval on it, and then it'll get distributed sort of along the lines that maybe the Delta Science Enterprise Workshop, which was also a joint effort between a number of folks, including the board members, some board members that went through that and so forth. And then from that, there will also be, as Jay said, some sort of a, I don't know if it's an executive summary or if it's an executive sort of or if it's a sort of an evaluation of what has arisen from that report. that's the thing that would probably be targeted towards DPIC itself. To say that out of all of this, we believe here's sort of the things that emerge from that report, and that would maybe go back to our presentation to DPIC, and may or may not include that. And the forecasting ideas that we came up with may be a different document or same document, but that's something that we might want to circulate back through the board itself to get your individual collective wisdom on it before we go back to that larger audience. So anyway, so don't be afraid you got to review a long document, but you may need to look at a shorter document and provide some ideas to help us move it forward. Tom. Thanks for volunteering, Tom, to take the lead on that.
Yeah. Jay, who's writing the governance piece? Who's writing the governance piece?
Nobody right now. Mark LaBelle and I wrote different parts at different times, and so I'd like to see some combination of people.
The reason I
organize
ask is in the workshop, I think the Collaboratory was the primary entity that got attention, but Mark, I know had
There were a lot of other ideas as well. So,
in the workshop.
yeah,
Okay.
and then the side discussions that there were 2 documents that were developed, one by Mark LaBelle, one by me, that sort of lay out a
Okay.
taxonomy of approaches.
Because I remember Mark's alternative governance structures.
Yeah, yeah, there were several of them, and I think it's just useful, since we did get some consideration to these, some systematic consideration to the range of approaches.
Right.
It would be good to lay that out, because people often have dissatisfactions with governance, and it's probably good to help that kind of conversation by saying, okay, here's some options. Maybe not, that's not all the options, but just to feed the conversation that way.
I can answer that also in another way, is that if you recall, the 4th panel we did was on governance. We did 4 panels on what are the key science issues, key management issues, and so forth. And panel 4 was on governance. When we held the 2-day workshop, the first day's workshop was more on the scientific issues. The second full day was based on governance. Peter Goodwin was a keynote speaker on the governance stuff, and he's the one who brought up Collaboratory in particular in his presentation. And that material will be written up in the larger report, because that's an output of the panels and workshops. And there was a lot of good ideas that came out of that. And these guys are going back to the workshops to pull all that stuff together. So those things will be sort of like, here's what the workshop folks and participants said, and the speakers. It won't be sort of a uber analysis above that. Now, when we get to talking about the sort of the more concise sort of executive summaries, where we want to be creative in that's where we can start talking about, well, given all of this, what do we think is some, we, the board, I think is some creative ways forward.
My recollection was that we sort of focused at the workshop on the Collaboratory. Is that right?
The workshop where Peter made, his proposal was for a Collaboratory, some form of Collaboratory, and it didn't, that was good, that was fine, but that's not the only form of change of governance that one could consider.
Right, but I'm trying to figure out where the pieces sort of came from.
There were also some outside of the workshops and
Right.
outside of the panels. There were also some discussions and document efforts to lay out what a range of alternatives might look like.
Okay, that's consistent with my memory, because I remember reading some of the papers that Mark brought forward and,
I thought that was something that would be useful in long-term discussions.
yeah, I certainly agree with that.
Anything else on that? All right, we'll move on to the next. Oh, any public comments, Edmund?
There are none.
Okay, move on to talking about future reviews. And I know they're sort of somewhat on hold, but I was wondering if we could get a brief status report on two ideas that we've been talking about. One is subsidence reversal. Tom, want to give us an update?
Okay, we had one stakeholder discussion with private landowners in agriculture that was really a helpful discussion, because we got a very different perspective in terms of how people deal with the problem of rewetting in terms of growing crops out there. And then the eye of the EIR storm came over us, and so we're sort of on hold. But I've talked to Christine about trying to retain enough momentum that we won't be starting over in 90 days. And so that's our plan. Probably with a little bit of luck, we might even have a prospectus by the next meeting, but whether we'll have time to deal with other issues at that meeting is, I guess, a problem. But anyway, the goal right now is to develop a prospectus based on the stakeholders. We probably need a little more discussion with people who are familiar with the state levy programs. But other than that, I think we'll be able to at least clarify where we're headed.
Okay, thanks, Tom. The other one is on e-flows, Bob.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Steve. We did not make very much progress since our last report, largely due to the demands made on us by the conveyance project. But what we did have was a briefing, and we're going to get another briefing this afternoon on the Delta Plan ecosystem amendments, and as well as it'll probably come up is how these eco amendments would be influenced by functional flows going forward. So we have a chance to explore that a little bit more. Yesterday, we had a meeting with with part of the group and tried to think about what's going to come in the next few months. And our plan as it is now is that it'll probably be November, and we will ask sometime after the HABS meeting workshop, we'll ask Diane to talk to us about how the HABS workshop might play into the functional flows activity or the e-flows activity. And we've asked Obey to give us an update on how e-flows were used in Florida, and Okefenokee Swamp and so forth, in the Everglades. And so we have an opportunity to learn from what they did. And then based on that, we will probably go into December, maybe early January, and think about preparing a prospectus that we can share with the rest of the board. So we still have some discovery to do, and just to kind of flesh out more of the details. And I think once the conveyance project is finished, we'll be able to get back into it in a good way.
Okay, thanks, Bob. And we're also having a, based on your guys' input, a presentation right after lunch on the ecosystem amendment, which will help inform that review. Any comments, questions from board members? Okay, any public comments on this?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre. Deirdre, your microphone has been unmuted. Thank you.
Thank you. I did flag, last time, in my comments, the importance of including some information on unimpaired flows. And Dr. Jonathan Rosenfeld, who's the senior scientist at Baykeeper, did have a blog post on the water boards. They used unimpaired flows for phase 1 update to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And they were originally proposed to use % of unimpaired flows for the phase 2 update to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, which would include the Sacramento River and the Delta. And so it's, I'm gonna send that to you. And I apologize, I've just been furiously reviewing the modeling appendices, in which there are 7,700 pages of in the Delta Tunnel EIR. There's also a nexus in that the Delta Tunnel EIR doesn't include consideration of appropriate Delta flow criteria, and that's actually a requirement. The Water Board, in approving a Delta Tunnel project, needs to include flow criteria, and it's informed by a 2010 Water Board proceeding that found that if there were no other considerations for water supply for other beneficial uses, that fish would need 75% of unimpaired flows to keep the ecosystem in good condition. That's something that's been largely forgotten and obscured, and it's barely mentioned in the technical appendix for the Delta plan, but it actually is key for considering a range of flow criteria. And there's a declaration by the Water Board's own attorney that there needs to be a broad range of flow criteria, including flows that will restore the Delta ecosystem and the Delta Tunnel EIR. So it's a major omission in the current EIR, and the need for it is in the legislative history and history of the previous hearing on the twin tunnels, which a lot of the current board members don't know. So I'll be trying to get you that information. And I'm also furiously trying to recruit some of the scientists who are making comments in the Water Board's processes to make some comments here as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Any board response? Any other public comments?
There are no additional public comments.
Okay, we'll move on to the item number 9 on the agenda, which is the discussion of the outreach and communication of recent reviews. And we're just going to talk today about the monitoring enterprise and the water supply reliability. And I'll start off with the monitoring enterprise review. Recall that review was just completed this past March. It seems like it was about 4 years ago to me that it was completed. It's been presented to the council, to CAMP, to the 2022 IEP workshop, to IAMIT, to DPIC, and then a summary sheet was prepared and distributed to the council. Laurel commented also on some of the other presentations, and Joe and Tanya presented it to the July meeting of CSAMP. And Joe, did you want to summarize how that went?
Certainly, they did go well. I didn't prepare a summary, but we had 20 minutes, 15, 20-minute presentations and some discussion. Sometimes we did not have much discussion time because of the timing of other presentations. But they were very, I think they were taken very well. They want us to come again, I think in September, if they want to keep our schedules open for some kind of a September meeting. I'm not very sure when it will be. So one thing always, as Steve mentioned, what's the next step? We can discuss this, on and on, but any concrete steps to move forward. So that's something we should keep in mind. Except that any more meetings we can promote, I think we should go ahead and do it and explain clearly what was done and what's missing in this monitoring enterprise. I mean, I don't have anything else to report. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. I would reconfirm our interest if the group that Laurel's working on, that interagency group, wants one or more of us to sit down and just do some brainstorming and discussion of some of the inner rationale for and value, and try and lessen the fear factor of the adaptive monitoring framework. We're happy to do that. And if any other board members think of any other things that we should be doing to pursue our outreach on that, can speak now or forever hold your tongue. Now speak now or just think about it and give us any ideas as we move forward. I know it's probably not on the top of your radar. The other thing we're doing is developing a manuscript based on this review. As we have done in the past with adaptive management in particular, we've developed a manuscript. You should have an outline of that in your proceeding, in your pile. Is that true, Edmund?
That's correct. I'm in the process of pulling it up on the screen.
And this is an outline of the manuscript, and Virginia and I and Lillian have been leading this effort, but I think we've also gotten comments from Joe now a little bit and from Tanya a little bit. And the way we've done this in the past is we've taken our review as sort of the basic framework for the manuscript, and then of course modified it to be able to produce it in a peer review journal. And therefore, since all of you, and in fact, all of the previous board members were involved in the actual, a lot of it is taken directly from the MER review itself. And since many of you, all of you were involved in one way or another to varying degrees in writing that and crafting wordsmithing and ideas, that you're all welcome to be co-authors on this, and you're all welcome to decline co-authorship. In the past, we've had folks that were happy to be a co-author, and others that didn't feel they wanted to at this time. So you don't have to make a decision today, but I wanted you to see where we're thinking of in terms of the manuscript itself, so you can, if you are really excited by it and want to be involved in sort of the initial writing team, you're more than welcome to join us or provide input at this stage. But I want to walk through this a little bit. The concept is largely the chunk of it that we thought was most publishable was the idea of implementing an adaptive management framework for monitoring programs. And the key word there is implementing, which is, what we proposed in the review was that this was the way to go. This was the way to do monitoring programs, and it's also been called an adaptive monitoring framework. But we recommended that be done. And we're taking it a little bit further in this manuscript to talk about, okay, if you decide to do it, how do you implement it? And so that's sort of the new stuff that we're adding to the concept and the idea. It's actually talking about implementing it. So we've picked the journal, Environmental Monitoring and Assessment Journal, and walking through, I'm just going to walk through the key areas, not get into any detail. The importance of monitoring and its various purposes, that's largely from our report. Fundamental challenges to implementing monitoring programs. We do talk about those fundamental challenges. The adaptive management framework, that's a description that's largely from our review. And then we're adding a section on linkages between adaptive monitoring and adaptive management. There's clearly a linkage there, that's somewhat new. And then dive into a little bit more of the role of science in this process. And then the next item is, so once we've discussed the science, is to talk about the challenges to implementation. We may or may not call it the fear factors, but it's the kind of stuff that Laurel already mentioned, is that the concerns that folks have in terms of implementing something like this is the cost, the who does it, the loss of programs, the how do you go about reviewing it, the who's got the authority and loss of authority. These are all things that people flexibility itself is in a monitoring program is something that often can be fearful, because once you have established a monitoring program and someone says, well, we're put in a loop here to allow us to change it, that can be difficult to accept. But we argue that in all of these cases that the process can solidify good programs, identify authorities, and be more cost effective. So that's sort of diving a little bit more in depth to the implementation component. Some of this comes out of the mayor report. Some of it doesn't. Then we talk about decision triggers and implementation. When do you make a decision to, what criteria do you use to make a decision to change a monitoring program and things like that, and dive into that. That's kind of new a little bit in terms of how do you actually implement it? You can say, well, I review it every 2 years, and if the system's changed or if management changes or if new technology comes in, at what point have you reached a level where you are going to actually change it? So that's another component of this. Stakeholder engagement in the process. It's listed in our MER in some areas. We're going to define stakeholders extremely broad to include basically everybody. That's a new section. Leadership and governance. So that will be a little bit about how one does this. And then we're going to try and come up with 2 implementation examples of let's work through an example. We don't know if there'll be a real example like, the midwater trawling program for species X and body Y, but it might be a more generic, estimating a fish abundance stock assessment or something like that is one example. Invasive species monitoring is the other one we came up with. And then our conclusions, which largely come from the monitoring program. We have a fair bit of detail in this. Some of it's been written. Almost our intent is in terms of where we can steal the good text out of the MER. We're going to take the text, which has gone through a lot of wordsmithing and thinking about. So we feel we can take that out of there. Anyway, that's where we are in this, and we're continuing to work on it as it is not being. I don't want to say it's not coming. It hasn't come to a grinding halt because of EIR. We're still working on it. So, and I think because it's more of a fun thing because it's for me anyway, because it's more of a manuscript kind of a thinking. So any comments or input, or people want to join in? See Joe and then Lisa.
Just a quick comment. I like this model of doing this type of reviews, quite impactful reviews, and also getting postdoctoral fellows involved. This will give a way for them to have some publications during the postdoctoral period. That will be, I think, a very good model to have. Yeah.
Thank you. Lisa?
Yeah, there's quite a lot of content here. So I like the thoroughness and the bringing out. So much was learned through that MER process of reviewing things. So I would just encourage you to really think about what's the new information here. So I have 3 points. One is to really think about what's the special new information you got because of that very thorough look across the programs. That was, I think, a really substantial and significant effort. The other is that, we do a lot of describing challenges, and a lot of our monitoring is designed to document the decline of systems. And a common gap is this ability to project the potential effectiveness of management efforts, and that sometimes that requires a different way of thinking. So maybe you've thought of that. I just didn't see that in here. And I would just encourage you to think about, are we providing monitoring that lets us understand whether our solutions are working, not just the challenges, but how effective our solutions. And again, you may have already thought about this. I haven't been involved. But I would also be interested because of the experiences I've had with the Chesapeake Bay. We did a similar review, so.
Yeah, the short answer to your question is yes. And and it comes into play in two perspectives. One, which is largely in MER, is that when you set up an adaptive management framework for monitoring, the first step is to identify the goal and purpose of the monitoring program. That can be a management goal, and many of them are, but it can also be a science goal. It can be a variety of goals. And then it comes into play when one thinks about in that framework, at some stage you reevaluate on a regular basis of that monitoring program due to changes in technology, changes in the drivers of the system, but also changes in those management goals. So they have to be reassessed every time. The second place it comes into is the connection to the adaptive management framework itself, because monitoring is a component of adaptive management. It's a fundamental component. If you don't have monitoring, you can't do adaptive management because there's no thresholds to change your management approach. So so it ties in from that perspective as well. And there will be a section, I think Virginia is, since I can't see her on the screen, I'm going to assume that she's the one who's writing that section. And so she volunteered to do that. So yes. Yes, Laurel.
Just wanted to respond to that because the question of how the Delta responds to management actions such as the North Delta flow action, the summer fall flow actions, that's very much factoring into these conversations in Camp CSAMP. And there's acknowledgement that this has been a challenging area for coordinating monitoring in the past, and there's a lot of desire to figure it out.
Yeah, in fact, that's the case we keep trying to make with this adaptive, call it adaptive monitoring framework, is that the system is changing all the time, and the management is always discussing new ways of doing things, and this and that and the other thing. So it's kind of a fluid system, and no pun intended, but but if you tie monitoring into a framework where that fluidity in terms of management or drivers or so forth or changing systems is really formatted into a framework so that there's a specific point in time where you can ask the question, has the management goals changed enough to change the monitoring? Rather than just saying, oh, things are changing, what do we need to do now with monitoring? There's a real formal structure that allows one to have a decision-making process with an identified, regularly timed evaluation with what we're calling decision triggers. Any other Diane?
I think this is exciting, and this is a good journal choice. I would say that the audience in this journal, in the context of decision triggers, would be interested in this idea that connections between monitoring required for regulatory compliance and how do you have this dynamic monitoring framework that evolves. So explicitly, answering that, having a section with a heading like that. So, because for the people who aren't going to read the whole article, which happens, that's a key point that would draw them in. Just, yeah.
Thanks, Diana. I think a lot of that is sort of buried in the decision triggers section. But
So don't bury it is the idea.
And buried in the very important section on that. But I think the other thing we could have some input on is an examples. I think actually literally this was suggested in our MER review. We didn't do it, but having specific examples where we could show folks how this is done and what kind of things go into this kind of thinking. This is not going to be a Delta focused paper, by the way. This is designed to be the audience is the scientific community, and our examples probably will not likely be the Delta. They'll be more generic. Bob, then Lisa.
This is going to be, I'm sure, a very naive question. The The monitoring that is conducted in the Delta so far, is it used to develop, for example, an annual report card on the state of the Delta and how well we're doing or how well the Delta is doing? Is there either an annual or semi-annual report card that goes out to agencies and to the public?
I don't know. I know EPA does it for the Chesapeake Bay all the time, but Laurel?
There's annual reporting on the Delta Plan performance measures, which are supported by monitoring, but not something as broad as what you were asking about.
Okay, Lisa.
Yeah, I do think in terms of an example, we have a really interesting case in the Chesapeake Bay where we had a very painful revision of our monitoring system that was largely oriented around the need to better understand the drivers. And we were, like I said, documenting the decline, but we didn't have all the information we needed to document the drivers. So I think it's potentially a nice case study in terms of providing more management relevant information.
Okay, the next updates from Jay on water supply reliability.
Steve,
I'm sorry.
there's also a raised hand from Obey.
Oh, okay, Obey.
Real quickly, I just need some clarification on this, not being part of the monitoring review. I had one quick clarification. We talked about the importance of long-term monitoring as seminal, particularly in the case of a pre-disaster type situations. So do you address that issue when you have a decision point? There is a certain seminal network you want to maintain to look at long-term trend. Is that addressed in this paper in some ways?
Yes, to me, it goes back to when you set this framework up, the first step in the process is to really identify the goals of the monitoring itself. And status and trends is one of the possibilities of a monitoring program. It could be set up for status and trends. Still needs an evaluation because, things change and someone might say, well, wait a minute, we all of a sudden got a new species. We need to add that to our status and trends, or all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but all of a sudden climate change is an issue. We need to start looking at these kind of things. So the status and trends doesn't mean a long-term fixed set and concrete monitoring program. You need to, the process here would be to continually evaluate it. It could be evaluated in such a way that nothing changes over decades, but I think that identifying what the purpose is up front is the key to.
Yeah, just the point was very often I have faced situations where there's let's say you shifted the location, you have a discontinuous record and you lose the importance of detecting trends in those situations. So you always think that you need to have some long-term monitoring network that are not untouched in terms of, shifting locations or just a comment on that. And by the way, there's another example in the Everglades. There's a report card as well that you might want to look at.
Yeah. I think the way we're thinking about this is that, the goal of the program is not to have a long-term monitoring program. The goal is is something higher, like status and trends. We want to follow the status and trends or changes in drivers or something like that. And the way to do it is through a long-term monitoring program or through a monitoring program that has certain time and space scales associated with it. So, so monitoring itself is not a goal. It's a way to achieve a goal. So. Okay, Jay.
Thank you. The water supply reliability review has been out for a while. We've given a couple of talks last night. There's a blog which is going through the mill and I understand it's in for formatting before it can get published, and hopefully that only takes a couple of months. I haven't heard whether we're going to present this to DPIC, but I'd like to see that happen. I think that would be a good thing to have happen at whenever their next meeting is and they have some time. Christine is working on a 1-pager or a couple of pager summarizing this for K through 12 kind of audiences, probably 8 to 12 audiences. And we still intend to write a paper on this, but we haven't had any progress since we last spoke. Anything else to add to this, Tom? Christine? Lauren?
Just a reminder that when you presented to the Delta Stewardship Council, the chair, Virginia Madueño, mentioned to you that she had made contacts with the Department of Water Resources for you and Tom, I think, to talk with them about it. So we've just received internal follow-up that staff are communicating with DBR about setting that up.
Oh,
Hasn't been
good.
set up yet.
Our
That's
people
it.
are talking with their people.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much for being our people. That would be delightful.
So along those lines, have we, I thought we did already ask DPIC for a presentation.
Yes, it's on Amanda Bull's radar. We just have not finalized it on the agenda yet.
Anything else? Any public comment on this?
There's one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah. I just wanted to emphasize again the importance of monitoring and management goals is a topic that's incredibly important to the NGO and fishing community. And there was an unfortunate conflict with the Delta plan that they wanted them to set specific targets for species populations. And they did lose that lawsuit, and that's why there isn't, the Delta plan performance measures don't include specific species targets, but it is pretty important for monitoring the actual health of the estuary, which is really, it's just cratering, you know, it's ecocide. So I just want to, is the Delta Independent Science Board's role as an honest broker. I want to send you something, but I want you to really think about how you're not going to marginalize that community in these discussions, because as I indicated, NRDC and the fishing groups have quit CSAMP in protest over the voluntary agreement negotiations, and the voluntary agreement governance of the science and the monitoring and so on does completely exclude those groups from governance. So I really encourage you to think about your role, apologies, as an honest broker. And thank you.
Thanks for those comments. Any board response? I see a hand. Oh, no, that's DJ's. For those of you who haven't read it, there is a book called The Honest Broker. And I think it's designed largely for stakeholder engagement. It was written a number of years ago, so it's probably out of date, but there's a lot of interesting things in there on how you can become an honest broker of science to communities. And the bottom line, as Jay mentioned earlier, is trust, to develop that trust so that folks will believe what you're saying. So we're only 5 minutes behind schedule, and we're scheduled for a lunch right now. So looking at Edmund, I know we have speakers coming in at 1:20. Should we still take our full hour, or do we come back at 1:20?
I think 1:20.
Okay, so we'll break for lunch and return at 1:20. Okay, well, welcome back everyone to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. Tanya Heikala has joined us. And Tanya, any new declarations?
No new declarations. Thanks, Steve.
Well, welcome back. While you were gone, we assigned you about 7 or 8 things, so I suggest you review the tape.
I will.
Okay, our next item is item number 10, which is an update on the Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment. And I welcome Jeff Henderson, who's here, and will be joined by Dan Constable and Chris Kwan of the Delta Stewardship Council staff, who'll give us an update on a presentation on the Delta Ecosystem Amendment and background on the Delta Plan and certification of consistency process. So Jeff, are you taking the lead?
I sure am. Thank you very much, Dr. Brandt. Pleasure to be here this afternoon. I'm Jeff Henderson. I'm the Deputy Executive Officer for Planning at the Delta Stewardship Council, and was asked today to provide a presentation that sort of both reviews the recently adopted ecosystem amendment to the Delta Plan that the Council adopted, as well as provides for the board some general background on the Delta Plan and the related covered actions process, just for the benefit of the board. The way we're going to split the presentation up today is I'm going to offer that general background on the Delta Plan and covered actions at the outset, and then I'm going to ask Dan Constable to present on the ecosystem amendment update. Dan led most of our efforts related to that. And then at the end, we'll wrap up talking a little bit about some of the next steps. Chris Kwan of our performance measures unit is also available to address any questions the board may have with regard to performance measures, either within the existing Delta Plan or those proposed as part of the ecosystem amendment. So just by way of overview, that's how we'll lay out our time this afternoon. Next slide, please. And the next. So by way of background, the Delta Plan was conceived in the Delta Reform Act, which was amendments to the Water Code from the Delta Reform Act of 2009. One of the things that the Reform Act put forward is what we refer to as the co-equal goals, which are California's essentially policy goals for the writ large, California's policy goals for the Delta. And those include a water supply component, an ecosystem restoration component, and a Delta as evolving place component. The goals focus, they're co-equal, so they really do focus on the water supply and ecosystem restoration objectives, which are providing a more reliable water supply for California and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. The Delta as evolving place consideration is presented perhaps a bit more as context, in the sense that those activities need to occur and be achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. So I set this forward just at the beginning because this is sort of where everything originates in terms of the Delta Plan, the policies, the recommendations, the performance measures, and the outcomes that we're seeking to achieve are all in advancement of the co-equal goals. Next slide, please. So the Delta Plan itself was adopted first in 2013 by the Delta Council, Delta Stewardship Council, and it is a comprehensive long-term management plan for the Delta and was called for in the Reform Act itself. The requirements for the Delta Plan are also set forth in the Water Code as part of the Delta Reform Act. The plan itself is essentially a collection of policies, regulatory policies, and recommendations that help to support achieving the goals that we went over on the last slide in the Delta Reform Act of 2009. The plan also includes performance measures and is required by law to include performance measures that track our progress toward achieving those goals over time. And the plan is reviewed every 5 years by the council and is updated as necessary, including, by example, the recent update to the ecosystem chapter of the Delta Plan that the council recently completed in June. Next slide, please. So I'm going to take a moment and just sort of tour through the regulatory policies that are a part of the Delta plan. And then we'll talk a little about how those are applied to what are known as covered actions. So projects that come forward within the Delta that need to demonstrate consistency with the Delta plan. So the plan itself is organized according to topical chapters with both regulatory policies and non-regulatory recommendations offered within each topic area. And the policies apply broadly to what are known as covered actions, which are essentially projects that occur within the legal Delta or within the Sassoon Marsh that meet certain criteria that we'll go over shortly. For today, we're going to describe these policies at a very high level. The Delta plan includes a 4-part general policy that generally states what is required for a covered action to demonstrate consistency with the plan. Ultimately, the two co-equal goals, providing a more reliable water supply for California and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem, are enshrined in Delta Plan Policy GP1B1 in a manner that protects and enhances the Delta as an evolving place. It's essentially a requirement that covered actions demonstrate that they do advance the co-equal goals. There's a requirement that covered actions incorporate mitigation measures that were a part of the environmental impact report prepared when the Delta plan was adopted in 2013. There is a requirement for best available science that projects are required to document how they used best available science in the design and or decisions leading up to the approval of the project. And there are numerous criteria for showing this, including determining the scientific relevance, inclusiveness, objectivity, transparency, and openness, timeliness, and peer review of the science that is applied to the project. There's an adaptive management requirement as well, in that ecosystem restoration and water management projects proposed in the Delta are required to include provisions of adaptive management in the form of a plan and a demonstration of both delineated authority and resources to accomplish the objectives of the plan. Next slide, please. So these are the 6 criteria that I briefly went over on the previous slide with regard to best available science. I believe these were a part of a previous presentation that the board received on the Delta Conveyance Program from council staff. And these are the criteria that we apply to evaluate whether covered actions have utilized the best available science in their presentation. Next slide, please. The plan also includes 2 regulatory policies relating to water supply. The first, WRP1, is about reduced reliance. Working towards reducing reliance on the Delta, this policy states that water shall be exported from, transferred through, or used in the Delta only if one or more suppliers that would receive water as a result of that transfer have failed to adequately contribute to reduced self-reliance. That failure has significantly caused the need for the export, transfer, or use, or the export, transfer, or use would have a significant adverse environmental impact. I'm going to reverse the statement at the beginning there. These are conditions under which, if all of these conditions are fulfilled, water shall not be exported through the Delta. Transparency in water contracting. Policy WRP2 requires that the contracting process associated with the State Water Project and or the Central Valley Project be completed in a publicly transparent manner and consistent with policies that each agency has adopted to ensure transparency. And it's important to note that the Delta Plan does not at this time include a regulatory policy specific to drinking water quality or agricultural water quality, as this remains within the purview of the State Water Resources Control Board. Next slide, please. I'm going to briefly review the existing Delta Plan policies with regard to ecosystem restoration. And these are ones that we're going to break down in greater detail later in the presentation when we talk about the recent amendment to this chapter of the Delta Plan. So Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan currently consists of 5 policies, and these 5 policies continue to apply today to covered actions. even with the council's recent adoption of the ecosystem amendment, because we need to complete a rulemaking process associated with those new policies that were adopted as part of the amendment before they can be applied to covered actions. So today, these are the regulations that ecosystem restoration projects must comply with in order to demonstrate consistency with the Delta plan. The first establishes flow objectives for the Delta and defers to the State Water Resources Control Board's flow objectives as they are adopted as part of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. So it's a requirement that projects utilize those flow objectives in their planning and performance. There's also a requirement that habitat restoration must be consistent with appropriate elevations based on previous work, unless there is a rationale for deviating from the appropriate elevation bands for each type of habitat restoration project. There's a requirement ERP3, such that projects within designated priority habitat restoration areas are obligated to avoid or to mitigate significant adverse impacts to restoration associated with those projects. And if activities are to occur within those areas, they need to be designed to avoid impacting the opportunity to restore the areas in the future. A few examples could be locating structures toward the edge of the habitat area, elevating structures so that water is allowed to flow underneath to allow aquatic habitat restoration, or allowing for temporary structures that must be removed after a certain period. So those are optional approaches to address the requirements set forth by ERP3. ERP4 requires that levee projects must evaluate where the opportunity to use setback levees exists in order to increase floodplain and riparian habitats. And ERP5 requires all projects to avoid the introduction of invasive non-native species or creating conditions that support habitat associated with invasive non-native species. The current, so those are the 5 policies addressing the existing ecosystem restoration requirements of the Delta Plan. Next slide, please. There are also 2 policies in the Delta Plan that address existing and future land use configurations. First, DPP1. Under this policy, new residential, commercial, and industrial developments required to be limited to certain areas defined by the Delta Plan and abide by general plans that were adopted by state or adopted by local agencies as of 2013. And this policy was adopted in order to help support ag preservation and recreation in the Delta by preventing inappropriate urbanization while not completely prohibiting those uses. And then DPP2, this is a requirement that water management facilities, ecosystem restoration, and flood management infrastructure be cited to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses or uses that are described and depicted in city and county general plans when feasible. And measures must be taken to mitigate those conflicts. This one is a very wide-ranging policy that touches on some components of topics that are related to existing environmental effects associated with projects, the potential conflicts with existing and future land uses of proposed projects, and could also touch on some components of environmental justice issues, such as impacts to communities, access to recreational sites, and other issues that could affect such uses, such as water quality or harmful algal blooms. Next slide, please. There are also 4 policies related to flood risk reduction. The first, RRP1, establishes priorities that are outlined in existing state law should guide discretionary investments in Delta flood risk management, including considerations for goals regarding localized flood protection, the levee network, and ecosystem conservation. Second, there's a requirement that new residential development of 5 or more parcels needs to be protected through flood proofing to a level of 12 inches above the 100-year base flood elevation, with sufficient additional elevation to protect against a 55-inch sea level rise at the Golden Gate, unless that development is in areas that have already been designated for development in 2013. This is parallel to the requirement for our land use policy DPP1. There's also policies that are protecting floodways and floodplains in the Delta, such that there should be no encroachment onto floodways unless it's demonstrated that the encroachment would not unduly impede the free flow of water in the floodway, and that no encroachment is allowed or should be constructed in several listed floodplains in the Delta Plan, unless it's also demonstrated through analysis that that encroachment would not have a significant adverse impact on floodplain values or functions. Next slide, please. So that was a brief overview of the various different regulatory requirements established in the Delta Plan. Ultimately, those are implemented through what we refer to as a covered action process, or the Council's covered action authority. And it's essentially a requirement that projects that meet certain requirements specified in Water Code Section 85057.5, those projects are required to demonstrate consistency with the Delta Plan before they're implemented by the sponsoring agency. And those requirements are listed on the slide before you this afternoon. Ultimately, these are projects that are already subject to CEQA, that occur in whole or in part within the Delta or the marsh, that are carried out, approved, or funded by the state or a local public agency. Notably, this does not include authority over federal projects. A project that's covered by one or more of the provisions of the Delta Plan that we just previously outlined. And importantly, the project would need to have a significant impact on achievement of one or both of those co-equal goals that we referred to at the beginning of the presentation, or the implementation of government-sponsored flood control programs. So ultimately, what we as a staff do is we evaluate projects that come before us to see if those projects meet these 5 criteria. If they do, ultimately that state or local agency that's sponsoring the project needs to determine that that is a covered action and submit what's known as a certification of consistency to the council. Some examples of the types of projects that we do consider with this authority include land use changes, transportation and infrastructure projects, levee improvements, water diversions, and importantly, habitat restoration. Next slide, please. So the Water Code also sets out the provisions for what happens when a certification or appeal is submitted to the council. So the certification is required if a project meets the conditions on a previous slide. Those certifications can be appealed to the council. So any person has standing to appeal a covered action to the council. Once appealed, the council's obligated then to conduct a hearing, to make findings and reach a determination regarding that covered action. And there are only 2 options for those determinations. First is to remand that matter back to the certifying agency to address certain shortcomings that the council determines in its findings, or the appeal is denied. Ultimately, this is all subject to a legal standard known as the substantial evidence standard of review, and it's limited to the consistency of the covered action with the Delta Plan regulatory policies. So the recommendations and performance measures are not a part of the covered actions authority. And just wanted to highlight a couple of recent appeals that the council made findings on. First, in 2019, the council considered appeals of the Smith Canal Gate project in Stockton and ultimately denied those appeals. Most recently, in both 21 and 22, the council considered appeals of the Lookout Slough Restoration Project. In 2021, remanded portions of that project back to the Department of Water Resources for reconsideration. And then in 2022, denied subsequent appeals of the recertification of that project submitted by the Department of Water Resources. Next slide. So that's been emphasizing that matters been emphasizing the Delta Plan regulatory policies and the covered actions process. The plan also includes recommendations, and the recommendations are non-binding. They're not enforceable as part of the covered actions process. And they generally describe actions, specific actions that others can take to help support implementation of the Delta Plan. And sometimes these are also directed to the council itself. We've included here an example of a recommendation. In this case, it's recommendation ER, or Ecosystem Restoration, recommendation 1 to update Delta flow objectives. And the recommendation generally describes parameters and a time frame for the water board to adopt and implement updated flow objectives for the Delta necessary to achieve the co-equal goals. It's tied to both administrative and outcome performance measures, as shown here and described on my next slide. And it's important to keep this structure in mind in the sense that there are recommendations set forth in the plan, and then those are coupled with performance measures to help track their progress. And there's a built-in relationship between the recommendations and the performance measures. That's important to our understanding of the restoration targets that'll be set forth in the ecosystem amendment in the next portion of the presentation. Next slide, please. So again, recommendations have associated performance measures, and these performance measures are used to track progress in achieving the desired outcomes set forth in the Delta plan. There are 3 types of performance measures set forth in the plan: administrative measures, which essentially monitor the activities of other agencies that are charged with each of the recommendations in the plan, and they're essentially binary measures. Either the activity is completed or it's not. There are also output and outcome measures, which much more directly measure whether the measure is having the desired output characteristic, and then whether the system is having the desired outcome characteristic. All of the output and outcome measures include defined metrics, baselines, and targets, most of which were established in 2013. Most of which were established in 2018 when the council adopted amended performance measures to incorporate these more quantitative requirements. There is a website, viewperformance.deltacouncil.ca.gov, that has a page dedicated to each of these performance measures that we use to track progress over time. And then the council staff reports annual progress toward achievement of the performance measure targets every year in December. So at the December council meeting, there's an annual presentation updating the status of the performance measures using data collected within the previous year to offer some insights into how the measures are documenting the ability to achieve those co-equal goals. And then we're also using the performance measures as the basis for the next 5-year review of the Delta plan, which the council will be completing over the course of 2023. We're in just the initial process of designing the stages for that now. But initially, we're looking at organizing that review around performance measures as a way to help adaptively manage implementation of the Delta plan. So that completes our overview of the Delta plan and the covered action requirements. I'm now going to ask Dan to guide us through the recent update to the ecosystem amendment for the benefit of the board. Dan?
Hi, good afternoon, board members. As Jeff mentioned, my name is Dan Constable. I'm an environmental program manager within the planning division. And today I'm going to give an overview of the ecosystem amendment, how we got to where we are today, and some of the specifics within that, as well as performance measures. Next slide, please. So first, just taking a step back to look at why we did the eco amendment and why we're undertaking rulemaking now. The ecosystem amendment came about for a couple of reasons. And if you take a big step back, one of the reasons was that when the Delta plan was first created after the Delta Reform Act called for it, there was a big hole in it. And the reason for that is at the time, there was an effort called the Bay Delta Conservation Plan that was going to, if approved under certain conditions, if it was a natural conservation communities plan or a habitat conservation plan, that the Delta plan would essentially take and accept the Bay Delta Conservation Plan as part of the Delta plan itself. The Bay Delta Conservation Plan, or BDCP as it was called, was quite large. It called for up to 100,000 acres of restoration, including 65,000 acres of tidal restoration. So very large scale. However, in 2014, 2015, the requirements for the permits that was going to give it that gold seal and have it come into the Delta plan were not achieved. It became very clear that that wasn't going to happen. They were not going to get the 50-year permits required. And so the state pivoted away from BDCP to water fix. And when that happened, it left a gap in the Delta plan. The ecosystem components there were just these 5 policies. It didn't have this large grand vision. And so that's when things started to kick off. The council started to understand that it would need to perhaps pursue an amendment and make some changes to the Delta plan. So that's what the reason why we undertook the amendment. And as it lists here on the slide, one of the main reasons and kind of the goals of this is to lay out a more comprehensive approach, replace the BDCP to achieve the goals and strategies described in the Delta Reform Act. There's a couple other components to it. Another component is that since the Delta plan was first approved in 2013, we have a much better understanding of the science of what works. We've had a lot of projects come online. We have a better understanding of which projects work and which do not work, maybe get taken over by invasives, for example. And then there's a clearer understanding of the impacts of climate change. So this new science is coming in, and that's helped inform our direction as well. The ecosystem amendment is centered around what we call core strategies. There's 5 core strategies which are listed here. They are more natural functional flows, restore ecosystem function, protect land for restoration, protect native species, reduce impact of non-native invasive species, and improve institutional coordination. And I call out maybe the 2 big differences around this broader core strategy approach versus the existing policies. They're related, but one is to set out a large scale, high level kind of vision and guidance for what a functioning ecosystem should look like at an ecosystem scale. The other part is a shift away from mitigation and individual species to an ecosystem scale, again, to more the functional scale versus just mitigating for salmonids or for the impact of a specific project. Next slide, please. As part of the ecosystem amendment process, outreach kicked off really in 2016, once it was understood that the Bay Delta Conservation Plan was not going ahead. There were several presentations to the council in that year and continuing on to present day. We invited a large number of representatives to an interagency committee that we formed. Not all ultimately participated, but some examples of the large recognizable ones that were invited are shown here. This included several large state agencies, federal agencies, and other partners, as well as a number of other smaller groups that were not listed on the slide. There were more than 20 meetings with individuals and small groups from many sectors across this period. And we developed a number of outreach products. There's just an example here on the right, on the side of the slide here. This is a flyer that we developed to spread information about the effort. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to walk through each of the core strategies and give an idea of what that strategy is about, and then tie it back to related policies and or performance measures under that policy, under that core strategy. So the first core strategy 1, is to create more natural functional flows. Flows are integral to the Delta. They've often been referred to as kind of the blood or the circulatory system, if the Delta was a body or a heart, so they're really important. There's a number of changes here, but I just want to highlight that the actual policy, we have one regulatory policy that falls under this, ERP1. There's no change to this policy. And the reason for that is because it points to the authority of the State Water Resources Control Board and essentially says that you shall meet their flow objectives, whatever is in effect at the current time the project comes through. So for example, right now that's decision 1641 or D1641. So there's no change to the regulatory policy. However, there are some changes to the recommendation, and there's a date change to reflect what's happened in reality under one of our recommendations, ERP1. And then there's a number of performance measures that are associated with this core strategy that if you want to get into more detail, Chris Kwan is on the line and is very knowledgeable about all of these. But these are all performance measures that track different components of flows in different areas of the Delta. Next slide, please. Core strategy 2 is to restore ecosystem function. This includes both new and revised components. It has a number of characteristics that we describe under this strategy. Sometimes we refer to this as a transparency or reporting mechanism. It's the one kind of entirely new policy that we created here. And what this policy is asking for is that for projects that go in, we want them to disclose and help quantify or categorize the characteristics of a project. And the reason, or part of the reason for this is that some restoration projects that have come in the past have been relatively small, or they may be multi-benefit, but the restoration component, in some cases, say is planting native grasses along a levee. That's fine and that's good to do, but it isn't necessarily going to help us achieve ecosystem function at a Delta scale. And so this is asking project proponents that come into the Delta to report what the characteristics of the project are. And the characteristics are listed here. So does it restore these certain functions? What is the scale? Does it have a sufficient scale to contribute towards a restored ecosystem? Does it improve connectivity, and how so? So there's specific lists under each of these. Does it increase native vegetation cover, or does it benefit at-risk natural communities or species? A couple other components here that are not listed in this slide is that it also discusses the importance of designing restoration projects with consideration for the surrounding land use context, as well as some of the social considerations. So are there benefits to communities that live near a site, green space, access to nature, things along those lines. Next slide, please. So just continuing on here, as I noted, the policy that I was just describing, that reporting mechanism that's listed here at the top is a new policy, ERPA. And that's, again, to kind of help characterize contributions to ecosystem function. There's also an edited or a slightly revised policy, and this is to expand floodplains and riparian habitat in levee projects. So if a project proponent is carrying out a quote levee project, there are certain definitions for that they have to consider how they can incorporate certain types of habitat, or if they could set back the levee to make more space for the river, the riparian system there. There's a number of new recommendations listed here, including one that I would call out ERRB. This is the Good Neighbor Checklist. This was included after extensive feedback from the public of wanting to have more input from surrounding communities and more feedback or consideration of surrounding land use potential impacts. And so we included that as a checklist. It is a recommendation as written, not a regulatory requirement, but we do expect that project proponents that come through will look at that recommendation and consider it in design of their projects. And then at the bottom here, you'll see there's also a number of new performance measures. One is looking at funding for restoration and quantifying that. Another is looking at seasonal inundation. So which areas get wet, how much acreage, and for how long. And then there's a target or a performance measure of 4.16 at the very bottom that looks at restoring natural communities. And it has specific science-based acreages for different habitats. Next slide, please. So just calling out that performance measure for a moment here, because it's quite complex. There's actually a lot more than shown on this slide. If you're interested, we can provide that. And again, Chris can provide more context for what this performance measure is. It is to essentially restore large areas to a more natural or kind of pre-Euro-American farming system in some of the areas, at least what habitats were there, those functions. It lays out some metrics, and which is essentially the acreage for these different restoration or habitat types, and it has a baseline and a target. So the baseline was land cover as of 2007. The target is these numbers here that would be achieved by 2050. And the reason I wanted to call this out is one, that it's quite ambitious. The other part is that relevant to this group is it's based on a lot of science. So this was based on a literature review of the existing conservation plans, species recovery plans, and other work that's been done over the last 10 or 15 years or so in the Delta, looking at what habitat requirements would be needed to achieve recovery of certain listed species, and rolling that out across a lot of listed species. And so if you look at the acreages here, they're fairly large. in some would say, depending what your consideration of large is. But it's nice in that it's based on science. It's not just pulled out of thin air. And there's a certain reason for these numbers being there. Okay, next slide, please. So again, just continuing here, on the left side here, there's the net increase, and it shows the table based on targets, acreage by ecosystem type, et cetera. And then on the right side, in order to provide a short-term assessment of progress towards these targets, so that we don't just get the 2015 realize, oh, we were not making progress, we're not going to meet our targets. It lays out interim targets for each of these, so we can assess our progress in 2030, in 2040, and then ultimately in 2050 if we've achieved our targets and our goals. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to core strategy 3. Core strategy 3 is to protect land for restoration and safeguard against land loss. There's a few components here. One is to protect existing but limited opportunities for tidal marsh restoration. So this is essentially elevation driven, is that it needs to be at an appropriate elevation now, that if you restored it or connected an area to the riverine or tidal system, that it could function, and it's not either 20 feet below sea level, too deep, or too high and doesn't get wet really ever. There's a second one is to halt and reverse subsidence. As you know, subsidence in areas that are subsided are a big issue in the Delta. So this is an attempt to slow down or even reverse that in locations. And then the last related component here is to look at sea level rise projections when planning restoration projects. So that if you're going to put in a project that ostensibly is going to be there forever, how is it going to function over the long term given sea level rise projections? The next slide, please. So under this core strategy, there's a couple revisions to the existing regulatory policies. One, Jeff went over both of these, but just to recap, the first one, ERP2, is to restore habitats at appropriate elevations. So if you're planning a project, the type of project you're planning or going to implement is appropriate to that elevation. So example, again, for the tidal restoration example is that you're going to put that in an appropriate elevation, not too deeply subsided, too high, that it will actually have a wetland function. The second one here, ERP3, protect opportunities to restore habitat. Again, this is trying to protect future opportunities so that you, for example, don't build a large infrastructure site in the middle of the restoration area that you can really realistically never recover. It's covered in cement. So avoiding those areas. There's also some slight tweaks to the recommendations, as well as a number of new recommendations that are listed below here. I'm going to skip over those. I do want to highlight one new performance measure, 4.12, and this is a subsidence reversal performance measure that lays out specific targets, as well as specific spatial areas on the landscape where these type of activities would be appropriate. And next slide, please. Core strategy 4 is protect native species and reduce the impact of non-native invasive species. There's an existing regulatory policy up at the top here focused on invasives. That is left as is. However, there's a number of recommendations that either have slight revisions or are new. And the two new recommendations are focused on fish migration. The top one is fish migration within the Delta. The second one is related. It's fund projects to improve survival of juvenile salmon. So migration and otherwise, they are very important in the system. And so it's tracking how it's happening there. Performance measures. There's a revision here as well as a new performance measure. The one at the bottom, the new performance measure 4.13, to restore and enhance fish habitat connectivity. So looking at connectivity through the Delta to upstream areas into downstream areas in the estuary. Okay, next slide, please. And the last strategy, core strategy 5, this is to improve institutional coordination to support implementation of ecosystem protection, restoration, and enhancement. And there's two new recommendations here under this one. And I like this one is because it actually captures something that we're already doing, and it helps kind of codify that or show how important it is. The first recommendation here, ERRF, is to support implementation of ecosystem restoration. And this could be done in a number of ways, but one of them is through improved institutional coordination. So for example, through the Delta, through DPIC, through a number of activities that would happen through that. So if you're, I think you're all familiar with DPIC, with the Delta Planning Interagency Implementation Committee, but that kind of serves as a forum for state and federal agencies, and it's helping to improve coordination around that and improve efficiency of these projects. The second one here, ERRG, Aligned State Restoration Plan and Plans and Conservation Strategies with a Delta Plan. And so this is something that we have been trying to carry out as well, but improve this and carry it forward as well. So basically improved coordination and helping ultimately help improve coordination around funding, getting the necessary funding around some of these areas as well. Next slide, please. So shifting gears slightly, on most of the past slides, I highlighted there were performance measures that are related under a core strategy, but I just wanted to list them here. Some of the performance measure updates in one place, and then we'll look at a couple in a little more detail. So these are all the performance measures kind of laid out by core strategy. So the top one, we're core strategy 1, we have 3 under core strategy 2 that are all new, 1 under core strategy 3, and then under core strategy 4, we have 3 more performance measures, including a new one and a revised one there as well. These performance measures, as Jeff mentioned, are a way to track our progress and to help quantify movement and towards achievement of the co-equal goals ultimately. And so they're all addressing slightly different components of things that contribute towards the co-equal goals. Next slide, please. So where we are in the process, in terms of next steps, in June of this year, the council approved what was essentially the next revision of a draft programmatic EIR and gave staff the direction to move ahead with rulemaking. So we're just entering that process now. So one of our next steps is to complete rulemaking for new and modified ecosystem policies, and those are listed here in bold and parentheses. To continue to implement core strategy 5 through the DPIC Ecosystem Restoration Committee. So there's been a specific subcommittee created under DPIC to help focus on coordination around ecosystem projects. An update to the View Performance website for the new and modified performance measures, and those are included here. And then track progress towards what we call Tier 1 or Tier 2 restoration projects. And so that policy, ERPA, that was the one I mentioned that asks for disclosure or reporting and characterization of restoration projects through different combinations of being appropriate scale, being in the right place, being of the right type. You can meet what we call Tier 1 or Tier 2, basically the highest functioning or highest contributing types of projects. There's a different combination or a number of different ways you can reach that. So I'm not going to go into all of them, but essentially that it's a generally speaking characterization of a larger project, an appropriate location, and an appropriate type. And then lastly, track progress towards restoration targets under performance measure 4.16. Okay, I think our last slide is next. So we can go to that and see if there's any questions as well broadly, and then also just wanted to offer again, Chris Kwan is on the line as well if there's questions specific to performance measures. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for coming in, making those, and also making those presentation. I'm sure there's a lot of questions, and while people are getting their name tags oriented, I'm going to start off. And this may be a totally naive question, but at various times you use the word mitigation. And what is really meant by that term? And is it, and this is the naive part, if somebody kills 1,000 fish over here, do they have to create another 1,000 over here? Or is it, if I kill 1,000 fish over here, I just have to grow about 50 trees over here? I mean, is mitigation explicitly and quantitatively defined, or is it less so?
I'll attempt a general answer to that, and then would maybe ask if Dan has anything he wants to add. I think when we use mitigation, I think most of the time when we've used mitigation in the context of this presentation, it's in that description of the shift from kind of a mitigation focus or mindset toward more of an ecosystem focus or mindset. And in that context, when we're saying mitigation, I think we're at least inferring mitigation for the water projects. So it would be the obligations of the state and federal agencies that are operating the water projects through the Delta with regard to their obligations under the biological opinions and other structures that have been set up to offset those impacts. The quantitative characteristics of that, I think, are germane to those agreements and or findings in the biological opinions. Dan, is there anything you'd want to add to that?
I think that covers it well. I just add maybe 2 points. Is one, you were asking specifically an example, if you kill 1,000 fish here, do you have to somehow restore 1,000 somewhere else? As Jeff mentioned, those requirements are specific to various agreements, like the biological opinions. The short answer in that example is no. There's uncertainties of how projects will function, so there's usually a buffer in there, and it can vary depending on what the impact is. But I broadly characterize that as more the CEQA or biological opinion requirement for the state water project. When we're using it here, it is a shift away from the traditional, perhaps project-based, where you're doing one project, you have to mitigate for significant unavoidable impacts under that project, and you propose very specific mitigation. Here, we're shifting away from that mitigation approach and trying to take a big picture approach and set out a vision for the Delta as a whole, as a functioning ecosystem, so that those projects will still need to mitigate if they're doing something, but we want there to be a bigger picture to look beyond those mitigation requirements, because to date, they haven't helped. The current mitigation has not resulted in recovery of the ecosystem, let alone listed fish species. So we're trying to kind of look a little bit larger scale.
So just to follow up then, in terms of if you're doing things more sort of at the ecosystem performance level basis, which one of these performance measures would you categorize as sort of that type of a ecosystem measure?
I would say the closest is probably 4.16, and that's the various land cover types that would be restored. There's no, well, I should say there's one performance measure focused on fish recovery, on specific fish population, but otherwise they're not life cycle analyses looking at specific populations. It's essentially trying to set, if you had the historic habitats, and assuming that is connected under various flow performance measures, if all that happens, that the system would behave in a more natural function. But there's not a specific one that's saying that it's trying to assess every function on the landscape.
Okay, thanks. Lisa?
Hi, my questions are relatively straightforward. I was intrigued by this comment where you said protecting existing limited opportunities for tidal marshes restoration. And I think that's a really salient point, in that people don't tend to map the areas that could be mitigation or could be restored. So is that something that you all have quantified or mapped in any sort of way?
We have, oh, go ahead, Dan.
So I was going to say, yes, we do have a map. It's elevation based. And so the primary approach there is that it looks at what is the appropriate elevation if you connect it to water. It doesn't have to be connected right now. Should note that this was actually done as part of the original Delta plan as well, but we've updated that based on new elevation data, as well as a new kind of novel analysis that was looking at updated and interpreted or inferred tidal datums across the Delta to get a more accurate idea of where those current locations are, as well as future locations. Sorry, Jeff, if you want to add.
You answered it.
Okay, just one follow-up question though. So it's elevations, but is it also current land cover? Because what if it's already tidal marsh? Does that get counted?
There's a map in the Delta plan. The one that we have in the ecosystem amendment is just based on elevation. We do have a separate map that looks at land cover type as well, both existing areas and areas that have been planned for restoration, but maybe haven't gone ahead entirely, versus other land cover types. And so that actually has been looked at as under a separate project under an initiative we have called Delta Adapts that Harriet Ross manages as well, if there's more questions on the details there and how it breaks out across the landscape.
Okay, thanks. And I just to put the bow on here, I would be interested in finding out more information, getting the numbers behind some of the graphs you showed, and get more information about how the land use area goals were set. I hope we can get that. And also, I just want to thank you all for thinking in this way. I think it's a logical way to think. It's beneficial to have these kinds of goals and performance metrics, and I applaud that effort. Thanks.
Okay, Jay, then Tanya.
Thank you very much. This is always very interesting, and I'm always impressed with the range of performance measures that you all are trying to develop and apply consistently, not just for ecosystems, but across the whole gamut. One of the blessings and curses of the Stewardship Council and the planning process is, and the plan is that it covers the responsibilities of not just your agency, but all of the other agencies. And so this seems like a golden opportunity, if not a burdensome necessity, to collaborate across the agencies. And I'm wondering to what extent these performance measures, which are pretty nice summaries as much as people as it goes, are developed in collaboration with, say, CDFW in this particular case for the ecosystem amendments. And because it seems like an opportunity for the governor's office and the legislature to be able to evaluate, well, how well are the group of agencies performing in these different areas for the Delta?
Yeah, I might ask Chris to join me on this answer, but I think on the one hand, yes, it's an opportunity in the sense that we do work with other agencies to collect the data and share the results associated with the performance measures that we have adopted. We've also worked to try to integrate the performance measures a little more into the DPIC discussion as well, in the sense of providing, when there's new updates to share on the performance measures that are illustrating opportunities that the DPIC could pursue. We're pretty proactive about getting that information out there and using the metrics. I guess I could say using the metrics as sort of the link to the scientific rationale for taking those actions.
It's a very reasonable approach. And if I were some poor legislative staffer working in the budget office, or some poor person working in the governor's office, or in the resources agency trying to allocate budgets and see what should be done across the board, because that's their responsibility, these would be very useful.
That is absolutely the vision. The limitation, if you will, is we've got 3 years of data at this point.
But is it only the Stewardship Council's vision, or is it also the vision of CDFW and DWR and the other relevant agencies?
Thus the rationale for sharing in that conversation with the DPIC.
But is it yet at the DPIC level, DPIC's vision and the member agencies of DPIC's vision as well, or is it this just something that you're conjuring up here?
We're working toward it.
Okay. I guess that's the answer. Thanks. It's a good effort. I appreciate it.
Okay, Tanya, then Bob.
Yeah, thank you. This has been a really helpful presentation, or coupled presentations. And I have a question somewhat related to Jay's question. In terms of the performance measures, to what extent are they capable of connecting to the individual projects or actions that are happening? And I realize there's only a few years of data perhaps, but is there analysis being done to be able to assess whether or not, certain projects are having a direct effect on those performance measures, or is that not feasible right now? So that's the first part of my question. The second part is then, kind of how are you thinking about this process of using those performance measures in updating the plan? And some of these ideas that Jay just mentioned seem certainly appropriate of, bringing in other agencies and using that to help inform, do we have the right kind of recommendations and the right performance measures in place? But I guess, how do you see that process coming out? So there's two questions there.
I'm going to ask Chris to respond to the first part of your question, but what I might do is allow him some time to prepare for that by answering the second part of the question. I think in terms of how we view the relationship between the performance measures and the Delta plan, one key example of that is actually in the 5-year review that we completed in 2019. We used evaluations of performance measures to identify, again, because those performance measures are linked to recommendations, which are things that are directed in the plan to other agencies. We look at the basis of the performance measures and how we're progressing on those performance measures to identify a subset of recommendations that require better implementation focus. So like where we put our time, where we put our resources toward moving forward. And that 5-year review had actually a fairly large emphasis on the need to invest more time, energy, and resource in our water supply reliability recommendations, for example. And so that tracked into us, for example, spending some additional time with DWR to identify reliability reporting standards that could be put into urban water management plans. So that there is a connection. I think to this point, we've tried to link it more toward where should we invest resource in implementing the plan, but I think that same theory or philosophy can be extended toward identifying gaps in the plan that might need to be rectified through an amendment. And that's certainly something that is part of the design of the interplay between these plan components, and something that we're, again, continuing to work toward, albeit so far only on 3 years of data. But again, time is our friend with this, in the sense of the more time goes by, the more data we're able to collect, the more confident we are in the trends that the performance measures are showing. And then Chris, do you want to respond to the first part of Dr. Heikkela's question?
Yes. Hi, I'm Chris Kwan, Senior Environmental Scientist with the Performance Management Unit in Planning. Thanks for your interest in all our performance measures. We haven't conducted any stats on the last 3-4 years. We've been collecting these performance metrics data. So it's a little difficult to evaluate whether they're doing well or not. But we do update them every year, and we are in contact with all the agencies that are involved, that are responsible for these performance metrics, especially the administrative ones. Going back to Jay's question about whether it's DWR or CFW, we contact them every year at least once to kind of get updates on these performance measures. So we do track that, and all these performance measures, the ones that Dan presented for the eco amendment, they were peer reviewed by independent scientists that the science program helped us gather. So they are evaluated well and based on the best available science we had at that time. Hopefully that addresses your question, at least partially.
Yeah, I think that gets at parts of it. I guess I was wondering to what extent, and maybe it's not feasible now, given the limited kind of time frame that you're working with, but are there any plans to consider how specific projects or actions that are undertaken within the Delta connect to, are they causal drivers of certain changes that you might see in performance indicators, for instance? Are there ways to connect, what's happening with those specific projects to the outcomes that you're measuring?
Yes, many of the performance metrics, especially in the ecosystem chapter, are based on different studies, like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife juvenile fish studies. So the performance metrics on non-native species and native species, native fish specifically, they're based on those data from those monitoring programs. So essentially that kind of tracks whether the program is capturing all the data we need and whether non-natives are increasing in populations or not. So I mean, since we don't conduct any of the monitoring ourselves, we rely on CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and DWR for their studies to track our performance measures.
But perhaps is the question more concerning potentially like the intersection between the covered actions
Yeah, exactly.
and the performance measures?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that something, or
Yeah, that's
restoration actions or other types of covered actions? Are those?
That's a very interesting question. I think the answer is not yet. But one of the new policy that's in the ecosystem amendment, for example, is purposely designed to gather information from covered actions and push that information directly into the performance measure.
Okay. Okay.
That's an example of, one of the things we're asking those projects to do is document how they're fulfilling those 5 key objectives that Dan had on the slide for desirable characteristics of restoration projects. And then there is a performance measure that's proposed, or that now has been adopted, a performance measure that's been adopted that then takes those 5 reporting characteristics and begins to aggregate them across projects. So that we're then seeing from the baseline, what is the impact of these projects on movement from the baseline? Recognizing, there are environmental characteristics at work. I mean, it's one of those really difficult things to be able to say, can you tease the effect of this project out of what the performance measure is showing? And I think that remains a challenge, but we are designing measures to gather information that's then directly linked to performance measures. So yes, the answer is we're getting there. But we are designing recommendations and policies to help inform the performance measures so that we can report back over time on the effectiveness of those steps.
Great. Thank you both.
Yes, sorry, I misinterpreted that, but there are performance measures like the seasonal inundation performance measure that Dan presented. It tracks covered actions and how covered actions contribute to increased floodplains or increased connectivity of these floodplains. So it does rely on these covered actions to help track these in the end.
Okay, Bob, then Obey.
Great, thanks, Steve. I'd like clarification for myself on a couple of points. The first clarification actually comes back to something that Lisa raised earlier in our discussion that had to do with maps. And I was wondering, there obviously are maps available of where you would like to see these additional 80,000 acres or so where you would like them to be. Are they do they provide the detail to perhaps, give us an idea of where your high priority sites might be, where your second priority sites might be, and so forth going forward? And in a way, give us a sense of what the spatial arrangement on the Delta landscape might be going forward. And I would assume that may be too early in the process to have those right now. And if so, when could we possibly expect to see those at the landscape scale? So that's kind of a clarification, or I need for, first clarification.
Okay. Dan, could I ask you to speak to the map question, I think both from the perspective of what we've created that we've relied on in the amendment, as well as some indication of what we're working toward with Delta Adapts to help kind of move that conversation forward?
Yeah, I can speak to that. And thank you for the question. So in the Delta plan itself, the Delta plan, including the ecosystem amendment, is a planning document. So I know but just for a reminder to all of us is that we don't go out and implement our own projects. And the reason that's important to highlight is that we take a similarly high view of where types of products could go in. We're not specific to a parcel, for example. We have two main maps as part of the Delta Plan and the Ecosystem Amendment that start to get to what you were asking about. One is the elevation map that I mentioned, and that's because in the Delta, elevation is often said as destiny. That's a really important driver, assuming you have appropriate connectivity and flows as well. And so there's an elevation map that lays out different elevations, and then there's a description that describes what types of projects may be appropriate based on those elevations. So that's Delta wide. It doesn't lay out certain areas beyond the elevation, what will be a higher priority. There's a second map that's existed since the inception of the 2013 Delta Plan, and that is a policy that looks at what we call priority habitat restoration areas. And these are large swaths of the Delta. For example, there's one in Cache Slough, the Yolo Bypass, Sassoon Marsh, and 3 others that have been distributed across the Delta in various areas. This was based on work that CDFW conducted back in 2009 through 2012 or so, looking at the function of different areas within the Delta. And so those are our two kind of large scale or high level maps that are set out for restoration, potential high priority areas. Separate from that, we are also looking at a more specific approach as actually part of a separate project, Delta Adapts, that's looking at climate change predictions and adaptation strategies. That is going to have more detailed maps, and we're in process right now. We have one set, but they're still drafts. That's looking at more down to the island and sometimes even parcel level, trying to take different trade-offs. That, why I'm mentioning that, even though it's a separate project, is it uses the baseline target or goal of the ecosystem amendment, at least 60,000 acres, as kind of a starting point to see how could you get to that in various areas that have been identified as priority restoration areas. And then one last point I would note is that there's currently research being done by the Delta Science Program by Dr. Dylan Chappell that is looking at what restoration has been done to date, where those areas are, and how close that gets us to some of the targets as well. So we have a few kind of interrelated efforts that all keep in mind the 60 to 80,000 acre target and getting there to where we are. And then just your last question about timeline, when you might expect that. We have a draft map under Delta Adapts now, but it's still being revised. I would say it's probably more like 2023 by the time those are in a more final format, something we have to share there. And I do want to emphasize again, that's separate from the ecosystem amendment process, but it's using the same assumptions for targets of 60 to 80,000 acres. I don't know if that answers your question. I'm happy to
no, that's great. It would be wonderful to be able to see those maps in the coming year or so, and be able to look at more of the detail. And then my second point of clarification I'd like you just to speak to has to do with, as part of the creation of these additional 60 to 80,000 acres, one, is the water supply sufficient to create or restore this area? And also, do you have the funds in hand in order to purchase the lands that you need or secure the rights that you need for the water to maintain those lands? If you could, speak to that in terms of water supply and also having the finances to actually add the additional 60 to 80,000 acres.
Yeah, it's a great question. Getting into the details again, I appreciate that. One, I guess for the water supply component of that, as you know, in the Delta, water generally is not the limiting factor, just given its location. It's more water quality than anything, especially in the subsided islands. We actually have an issue with water building up unless it's pumped off. Where water supply can become an issue is more driven by whatever the natural flows are, or sometimes limited artificial releases. For example, an inundation in areas that have a weir or a lower lying levee, those only get wet when there's sufficient flow in the river. And really, we don't reach those flows except under natural circumstances. So we can't open a dam and empty them all just a flooding area for a little bit. In most years that doesn't work. It's only if you have sufficient natural flows, 300,000 acre, 500,000 acre CFS rather, that are going to flood these large areas. We didn't look at flows or like detailed future modeling as part of the ecosystem amendment, other to look at what scientific literature was out there already. It does seem like, depending on your assumptions, that we can meet the targets there. I think the questions come down to your assumptions on connectivity and land use. So if you maintain all the current levees and it becomes drier, it doesn't really matter. Even if you get big wet years, things are disconnected. You need some restoration in some areas for it to get wet. And if you do connect some areas on like public lands, for example, most of those are in subsided areas, so they can get wet. It gets back to more, is it sufficiently high or the right type of water quality? So is it just going to be salty, or do you have a brackish system that meets some other functions there? So the short answer is maybe sort of. The second part about funding is that's a big question. I can't speak for the state on that other than to say that this would be enormously expensive. The state does not currently have the money to do all this. It does have plans for specific areas, but if you're looking at the upper end of 80,000 acres, it's an enormous amount of money. It differs a lot depending on the project, and it also differs depending on where those projects are done. So if it's existing state land versus if there was a willing seller in the future, and how much that land may cost, the type of restoration. There's a lot of variables, but we do recognize it's tremendously expensive. Maybe the one optimistic hope I would put there is that there's been a lot of money recently going into some climate bonds and climate bills that have identified types of projects like this that have dual benefits for climate resiliency and ecosystem function. So I think it is starting to be recognized as a really important area, not just on the restoration side, but also as for the resiliency of the state and its infrastructure.
Well, thanks for that, Dan. It's really nice to see that you're thinking about such things. And, you know, I could see from experiences elsewhere that you're probably talking about billions of dollars to either purchase water rights or to purchase the lands outright. And then also I would assume that, you know, within the relatively near future, there would be some sort of a water budget developed to be able to convince those who make decisions that there is the water available on a semi-regular basis to actually not only create the kinds of wetlands and riparian areas that you wish, but also, you know, be able to maintain them in a semi-natural state over the long term. So anyway, lots of really important considerations over the next couple of years. So anyway, thank you for that.
Okay, two more questions and then we'll let you go. Obe and then Diane.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. I also need some clarification on some of the points that you raised. Great presentation, you know, coming from the Everglades. I'm used to something like 900 performance metrics, but this is a manageable number. Just a side note there. But, you know, one question I have is on the, and you know, I assume the targets are very important for the long-term success of the restoration program. And I was curious how the targets were developed. And I think you mentioned they were science, there was from science expert elicitation maybe, or were they, some of them, were they developed using modeling information? And I would like some clarification on that. And also, you know, how do you deal with the uncertainty in these targets in the presentation? I see only some numeric targets, you know, fixed numbers. And one last question, if they're what I call modelable, if they can be modeled, has there been any effort to hindcast, because you only have 3 years of data to kind of see what it had been like in the past? And I have one other clarifying question, but sorry if I asked too many of those within one question. But
I was going to say, I don't know, Chris, if you want to take a first attempt at that, or if not, I'm happy to speak briefly.
Yes, so for the natural communities, the restoration of those habitats are based on conservation strategies, recovery strategies, and the Central Valley flood protection plans, conservation strategy. So they're based on these numbers to help increase garter snakes or for salmon, improve habitat for those species. So we base it off of former plans.
Which themselves have a scientific basis, I think is the important consideration, in the sense that I think the one of the benefits of the targets is it's a compilation of existing commitments and restoration plans and other restoration strategies that have undergone scientific rigorous analysis. And so we've been able to benefit from that by working to assemble those together.
I'm just curious, was there any consideration of uncertainty or ranges of those targets as opposed to one single number?
I can speak to that a little bit. And an example for some of the fisheries targets, or that there's acreages associated with fisheries habitat, that's coming from literature that, as Chris mentioned, within that literature itself, they had an uncertainty factor. And it's actually, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, it's a buffer. It's a conservative factor. So it's not saying plus or minus, it's saying we're going to add, I think it was 0.3 or 0.4 or something, like 30% more habitat, because we're not sure how it's actually going to function in the real world. If it was this number, if it all functioned 100%, this is how much we need. But because in reality, we don't know what's actually going to happen, we're going to add this X buffer factor. And so that's where those numbers were coming from, is that they have a little bit of that uncertainty analysis built into it. That being said, I recognize there is more uncertainty than that. That's a more permitting programmatic approach, not true scientific, peer-reviewed. Let's look at all the literature, and maybe it performs better than we thought. And so there still probably is some uncertainty there, including for other areas. I recognize that.
Well, one last question. I know probably others have other questions too. You know, I saw flows as being important. I was wondering if you also look at depth, duration, frequency on these natural areas or restoration areas as a performance metric.
The depth of the floodplains or inundation?
Inundation areas, like, you know, areas you're trying to restore. I assume depth and duration and frequency would be important for those areas, or not?
Yes, we look at the duration and the frequency, but not the depth. I think it's a little bit more difficult for us to gather that information. So the depth of inundation, we don't track. We just assume if it's inundated for a certain amount of time and a certain frequency, that should be enough. But going back, going back to your, we didn't do any models or hindcasting. We haven't done that. But that's a good idea. Thank you for the recommendation.
Thank you.
This may be a short question. How many covered actions or potentially covered actions emerge each year that you need to consider, or what percentage of them are appealed? So the process of appealing is the determination that a project was covered or not. Right. So is it 20? Is it 2? Is it 100?
Our busiest year so far, I think, was 2018, when we had 18 covered actions in a year with 1 appeal, but it was a very large appeal.
So, and so you mentioned something about 5 new houses. Is that the typical scale of a covered action? Or is it a range in terms of spatial scale?
It's a range in terms of spatial scale. We see levee improvement projects of anywhere from a few thousand feet to a couple or 3 miles. We see projects of the scale of the Delta Conveyance project. So I mean, it really ranges from all of that. It occupies that full range. And you know, the typical mix of projects would be anything from a city or county general plan update or amendment to a restoration project proposal, levee improvements, flood control gates, salinity barriers. There's a whole range of different types of activities. They do tend to cluster in the water management and flood control and ecosystem realms. But it does occupy that whole range.
And how long does it take for a determination to be reached that this project is covered?
What will happen is the certification is submitted. There's a 30-day period where potential appellants can emerge. If appealed, then a project has another 150 days, or actually 120 days within our process, 60 to a hearing and 60 to a ruling.
Thanks very much.
Well, I want to thank you very much for showing up today and giving us a very informative presentation and answering our questions. This is really going to help us a lot in terms of how we move forward and start to think about the e-flows sort of review we're talking about. Edmund, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have 3 public comments, one from Deirdre Desjardins, one from OSHA Meserve, and one from Stephen White, and we'll go in the order that I call the names. First up, Deirdre, you have the ability to mute your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. This happens to be an area that I did some work on for Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations in the WaterFix hearing. The Delta Plan ecosystem relies on science from 2018 and earlier. And there's some recent research by researchers at UC Davis that's very relevant. Hammock et al. Showed that 97% of the primary production in the Delta has been suppressed, and that water operations are a significant contributing factor. So that's not in the science synthesis for the Delta Plan. With respect to hindcasting, the modeling for the current Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan requirements in Decision 1641, it has been shown to be wrong. I testified in a WaterFix hearing that DWR's modeling for Decision 1641 predicted no impact on Delta smelt, although they're now at the brink of extinction. Through Delta survival of fall run salmon has also been significantly lower than DWR projected. Decision 1641 also relied on promises of future habitat restoration. The CalFed record of decision in 2000 promised 100,000 acres of habitat restoration in the Delta and its watershed, but investment stalled during the Great Recession. We saw the pelagic organism decline in the Delta starting in 2002. As a result, some environmental groups made a grand bargain, agreeing to the Delta Reform Act, in part in exchange for the requirement that any order approving the change in point of diversion for the Delta tunnel shall include appropriate Delta flow criteria. And they had that public trust hearing in 2010, which is not mentioned anywhere in the synthesis of science for the Delta Plan amendment. And it's something that should be considered by the board. EPA also commented that the estuarine habitat measures in Decision 1641 would need to be re-evaluated if the configuration of the Delta changed due to changes in the location or operation of the Delta control and export facilities. So all of these things, the modeling being wrong, the requirements in the Delta Reform Act, the pelagic organism decline, the, Delta smelt extinction, all point to the water board evaluating appropriate protective flow criteria as part of their order approving the tunnel project. And that analysis just isn't in the Delta Conveyance Project EIR. And I will send you some written comments on this too. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next public comment, Edmund?
Next one will be OSHA. OSHA, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Ocean Reserve, speaking on behalf of local agencies of the North Delta, which is a coalition of water and reclamation districts in the Delta that's been working to promote protection of the Delta and continued agriculture and community for several years. And I just wanted to briefly comment on this update from the council. One of the things that I think we've been advocating for and is somewhat reflected in this amendment, and I want you all to be aware of, is the need to engage with and consult with the local communities when selecting potential restoration sites. I heard some discussion of consulting with agencies and among each other and better coordination, which certainly is important. But successful restoration also has the support of the neighboring communities and landowners. And if these large-scale restoration planned and beginning to be implemented in the Delta ultimately creates a lot of negative offsite impacts for local communities and agricultural operators and whatnot, that's going to decrease support and decrease the success of these projects. So one of the good things that we saw in the amendment is that the good neighbor checklist, which is optional, but I think really provides some important guidance for planners of restoration projects, is included in Appendix Q. So that was a checklist that was initially developed in the context of the tunnel with DWR, but some other groups and agencies got together more recently and kind of updated it to be a little bit broader, and I think really provides some good guidance and really encapsulates this idea of kind of thinking of the local community early on and trying to figure out ways for compatible restoration. And that said, some of the mapping that's in the Delta plan in this chapter and others, is concerning because it's not necessarily taking account of the existing land uses. So I just ask you, as you think about advancing restoration, to also think about the existing communities. And I know there's been an increased interest in the social sciences and in that side of the equation. And I just think this is a good time to point that out. And hopefully we can do better on that front and have successful restoration projects as a result. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your public comment, Edmund.
The last one will be from Stephen White. Stephen, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just have one comment. The comment about the depth of inundation in some of these floodplains. I didn't get the feeling that it was considered a really important variable. Biologically, it could be an excruciatingly important variable. The degree of inundation, the depth, basically affects the amount of sunlight, penetration, sunlight gradient, photosynthesis gradient, a water temperature gradient, nutrient availability. And to give you some examples of how that might play out on various organisms, I refer you to the Delta Conveyance Project Draft Environmental Impact Report, figure 12B-75, where they show that for Chinook salmon, winter run Chinook salmon juveniles, a depth of 2 to 3 feet is absolutely optimal. You go much less than that, and the survival drops precipitously. Go much more than that, and the survival drops precipitously. So the depth is actually a critical factor, and I would imagine that if you incorporated that into your development of what you expect to happen, you'll start to consider the effects on a variety of organisms that you think will be existing in those inundated areas. So that was just a comment. I just didn't want you guys to just walk away thinking depth was whatever it is, and it's not important. It's critically important. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks all of you for your public comments, and also want to thank Jeff, Dan, and Chris again for their presentation. We're scheduled for a break now, so let's break until 3:10. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the continuation of the Delta Independent Science Board meeting, and we're moving on to item number 11, which is a discussion of the Delta Conveyance project review. We have 75 days left, not that anybody's counting, but so I thought it'd be good to go around the room and ask everyone to give us their detailed analysis of what they think of the okay, maybe we're not ready for that yet, but what we're going to do today, I think Diane almost fell off her chair, but what we're going to do today is a couple of things. We want to end up with sort of some kind of decisions about some of the next steps and where we want to go. And one of the things we'll be discussing is whether or not we want to have another face-to-face meeting in mid-September at our next scheduled meeting. I think that's something we probably should do, but we can discuss that here to spend most of that meeting on the Delta Conveyance project overview. We have a template to talk about and see whether we want to use that or just get a sense of it. And then I also want to just get a sense from people of a way forward, things we can do as a way forward. So it's a fairly loose kind of a schedule, but I thought some of us thought one of the things that would be very useful is to have Jay give us about a 15-minute presentation talking about what the heck is going on and what's being proposed, and basically to talk about the water flow and what the actual project alternatives might look like, because I know there's been a lot of questions about just the general proposal that's out there and how it relates to flow in general. So I want to thank Jay for stepping up to do that with little warning. Yeah, I should wait till my thank yous afterwards.
Yeah, I have a microphone. Hello? So okay, he says over here. Joe wins. Okay, so this is California 18,000 years ago. The delta is here, out by the Farallones. Sea level is 100 meters or so below where it is now. There is no San Francisco Bay. There's a San Francisco Valley. There is no delta. There's just a confluence of the Sacramento and San Joaquin and Tuolumne rivers, or Macomb rivers. As the sea level rises, San Francisco Bay fills up. The compressed geologic view. As about 6,000 years ago, sea level starts to reach and drown the confluence of the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers and forms the delta, which creates a vast freshwater tidal marsh that rises with sea level until today. Even today, the sea level continues to rise. So the delta is all about climate change, always has been. There's no glaciers left here either. Although there are, and I understand there were no native fish in the lakes after that those glaciers left because glaciers displaced them. Moving further forward in time rapidly, 1873, this is a map of the Central Valley. I don't know that there's anybody old enough in California that has swum in Tulare Lake. It's all been diverted for agriculture, farm field. These gray areas, these hatched areas, are all wetlands. The delta was a permanent freshwater wetland. Most of the rest of these were seasonal, tremendous amounts of seasonal and permanent, mostly seasonal wetland, given the highly seasonal hydrology we have. So 95% of all those wetlands are gone. Give you an idea what the natural ecosystem evolved into. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this sort of shows the delta channels in the original delta before they were diked and drained, before they were poulderized. And here's what they look like now. The tremendous simplification of the landforms ecosystem. And by the way, this was all at sea level and it was freshwater tidal wetland. And this is now increasingly below sea level and farmland. Except for these, except for some of these blotches here, which used to be islands, and now they're lakes. I anchored it in Mildred Island the other week. I don't usually anchor on, you anchor by an island, but not usually on an island, because the island is a lake now. This doesn't show up well at all. But this is just to show you that a lot of people and a lot of activities go on here. So for the delta is placed, there's a lot of places in the delta. There's special maps that just show these things. So this is sort of the delta now, very simplified. I will come back to this map quite a lot later. Next slide. Around the delta, remember that 1873 map, now we have this more recent map. You can see the Central Valley, it's all agricultural. There are huge reservoirs owned by lots of different entities, controlled by lots of different entities that all have agreements and laws and contracts with each other to provide water for all those valleys and the cities and such. The agriculture that's here, irrigated, all of it's irrigated. Growing season is mostly in the spring and summer, not in the winter when the rain falls. Not that you don't get much rain down here anyway. So that's what the reservoirs are for. Naturally, there was relatively low stream flow in all these streams during the summertime. A lot of it was fed by groundwater, which isn't there now because we've lowered all the groundwater tables in the center. Sorry. This is a map of the salinity intrusion here in the summertime between 1921 and 1943. You'll notice it comes way, way, way in. And what had happened between the time when this was all freshwater marsh every month of the year and this time is that that huge green area in the Central Valley was irrigated. So before there were dams, there was irrigation. And particularly Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys. And the farmers would pull water directly out of the river. There being no reservoirs in the summertime, that was almost all the water. There was a little bit of drainage water that made it into the Delta. And because there was really no freshwater inflow into the Delta during this time, and there was no Delta pumping, of course, either, except for the local islands, salinity came way in during the droughts in the 1930s. This was horrible for everybody. See some articles recently about salinity coming into the Delta a little bit because of this drought. Nothing compared to this drought. So starting in the 1940s to 1990s, you can see that they've regulated the flow of the Delta quite a bit more. That's where they try to keep it. Next slide.
Hey, where is X2 on that?
X2 varies in location. X2 is the 2,000 milligram per liter iso haline. Thank you. So haline, and it moves with the tides, and it moves with the flow. So if you have a lot of flow, it goes way out to San Pablo Bay. And if you don't have much flow and the tide's coming way in, it'll get up to, I think it gets all the way to Rio Vista, but it gets pretty close. I thought this would be an interesting little clip that I found in 2014. So this is January 2014 for a few days. There's a clip here that shows the tidal movement. So this red over here is closer to seawater. Blue over here is fresher water. You'll see over here, this is the Stockton Ship Channel. This is a little bit salty up here, and that's from agricultural drainage. So the South Delta folks are often very concerned with salinity from their brethren upstream. That so you can see the tidal movement up to Sacramento and the San Joaquin rivers. 2014, before we had a salinity barrier, flows in and out of. This is Frank's Tract. Constant sloshing back and forth with the tides. Tides are tremendously important for it's the most important flow feature of the Delta is the tides. We have a 6-foot tide range down here. Still a couple of foot tide range up here. The salinity barrier that they've built is right here, and you can see what they were trying to prevent. They were trying to prevent this red area from coming in. So this greatly reduced the mixing of salts from the bay into the interior of the central Delta. Because the salt would go up top and then down. Questions so far? Yeah.
I was just going to ask can you show the folks where the pumps are?
Oh,
that
yes.
Freshwater corridor, north to south?
The pumps are down here. So very good question. Thank you for asking. You have a mouse? Can it show the arrow on the mouse? Yes. Can you take it up to the Delta Cross channel? We're going to test Edmund's geography. He knows it. This is great. Winner. So the Delta Cross channel there they try to keep it open, and that allows the fresh water. So the Sacramento River is the primary, overwhelmingly primary source of fresh water in the Delta. And they built a cross channel between the Sacramento River and the McCulney River that injects that water, comes down that McCulney River there. And then it comes down through here. And so we have several physical features, one being the Delta Cross Channel, which is a big operable gate. Hopefully they'll take you by, have a drive-by look at that tomorrow. No, he says no. Well, sometime when I'm no longer on the board and you're still meeting, I'll take you out there. Because it's really important that injects that fresh water into the upstream part of the Delta. If that Delta cross channel did not exist, the fresh water that's pumped here, the pumping down here, would induce fresh water coming down the Sacramento River to come in, mix in with the salt here, and then it would have to come back down. There's still a little bit of that salt mixing that occurs. And in the EIR report, if you go back into the water quality chapter, what is it, chapter 9 or something? In the appendix, there's an appendix called fingerprinting that shows how much salt water makes it into every different location in the Delta and how much San Joaquin River water and how much Sacramento River water. It's a very educational appendix. Like most of these documents, the real educational material is in the appendix.
The day that the salt water doesn't come to this area through those small channels because
They're small channels.
small channels, okay.
You know, maybe you've heard of this idea of hydraulic roughness and then cross-sectional area.
Okay, so that's the reason.
So that it really substitutes. Someone was asking me the other day, well, they put that big Delta Cross West Falls River barrier in. What about these little channels? Doesn't that bring in some salt? Yeah, it brings in a little salt. Yeah, well, see, this is 2014 before the barrier's in. So with the barrier in, this side doesn't change color. But it forces more salt straight up. They just don't want to mix with what they pump. And it saves them, I think the Gartrell report, recent Gartrell report, I think it saved them maybe 500,000 acre-foot of water, 400,000 acre-foot of water this last year. Okay, any questions on this? Further questions? Any good planted questions? Next slide. Oh. Okay, so there's a picture of the West Falls River barrier. The picture of the Delta Cross Channel taking water from the Sacramento up north down into the McCulney. Operable gates. This is operable because they scoop it up and they put it in a barge during the wintertime. Okay, so here's basically this map of the Delta blown up a little bit more. And this is the alignments of the proposals, the alternatives. This iteration. So there's a central corridor and there's the eastern corridor and then there's the Bethany alignment off of the eastern. They have 3 intakes up on the Sacramento River. Again, we're taking water from the fresh, abundant fresh water, relatively abundant fresh water down here to the south where it's worth a lot more. Economic gradient. The modeling that they've done for the water supply side is they look at the same capacities and it's basically all the same numbers for the central and eastern alignments. Almost exactly the same numbers, Bethany alignment. But that's the basic, that's the physically where it's going. Looking for? Haven't I been clear? Okay, any questions?
Hey, Jay, I have a question real quick.
Sure.
Why did they want to create a Bethany complex when they could have gone to Clifton Forebay and used that in the alternative 5?
So the other alignments have a small forebay, small afterbay, I guess, for the tunnel just north of Clifton Forebay. They call it the something complex, South Delta complex. And then there's, it basically is adjacent and then goes into the normal Banks pumping plant entrance. Notice that none of these connect to the Central Valley project intakes, which are a bit south, that we'll drive by tomorrow. Apparently that had some issues that I'm not clear on, including some environmental issues. So they decided they wanted to explore this additional tunnel and alignment. Has another pumping plant down here, and it has a pumping plant here and a pumping plant here to take this water directly into Bethany Reservoir, which we'll also visit quite a bit tomorrow. When I first saw this Bethany alignment, I had the same question that you did. You have, Obey, and I tended to think it could be kind of a neat idea in terms of sequester of separating the higher water quality Bethany water from the lower water quality Clifton Court Forebay water, which for the municipal users, that might actually be a good thing. Segregated.
Makes sense. Thanks.
But I haven't seen anything in the documentation about exactly why they wanted to do this. I mean, there's some relatively vague words.
So Jay, what's the relationship, and this may be a totally naive question, the relationship between water taken from the new proposed intakes versus the cross-channel operations? Is there any relationship? Isn't that also taking Sacramento water and shoving it down there?
So the Delta Cross Channel takes water by Walnut Grove, Sacramento River, and it puts it into the central Delta where it mixes with all that Delta soup. So you have all the peat, detrital material, dissolved organic matter, all kinds of stuff. And it mixes with a little bit of salt from the San Joaquin and coming in from the sea. And so you end up down here with, water that's about EDS of about 300, 400 milligrams per liter. Whereas taking it directly out of the Sacramento River is about 150 milligrams per liter.
So is it in terms of flow, if you start taking it off the northern intakes, does it reduce the amount then that goes through the cross channel, or is the operations in any way connected?
Yes, it is. When they sometimes, and we're going to look at some of this with the model results that they've given us. When they take water out of the north, sometimes it's surplus water that they couldn't have taken anyway down here, just logistically. But sometimes it's in addition to, sometimes they could have taken it down here, but they'll take it up there for better water quality. It depends a lot on a whole bunch of different environmental criteria for operations. So it increases the total amount of pumping by a bit, some of which is because just of the new intake, and some of it is diminished a little bit on some occasions because you can't take as much here because you're taking it from up there. But on the whole, they seem to increase the water exports compared to their no action alternatives by about 15%.
So the economics for that Bethany alignment has been worked out because you need a lot of complexes, new pumping systems.
Yeah, you've got a longer set of tunnels. You've got another pumping plant. Property acquisitions, all kinds of stuff. So I don't. The document is exasperatingly silent on the economics. No more questions? Have I completely confused you?
No, that was very helpful.
Yeah. I have one more question.
Sure.
How will by not running as much water into the central portion, that would be, how is that water that would be not receiving as much freshwater input, how will that water be used?
What'll happen
So
in that
there is
water?
still water that's going to be pumped from the Harvey Banks pumping station.
Right.
Right. So that's still going to be ongoing.
They'll try as much as they can.
Yeah. And so if changes in water quality for that water that's being pumped will also have an
Yeah.
impact.
And you can go into, I think it's the water quality chapter and appendices, and you can see in exhaustive, probably nearly exhaustive detail, what the water quality impacts are on a whole bunch of different locations in the Delta for all of those alternatives, including no North Delta pumping. But it really improves the water quality of state water project exports.
Okay, thanks, Jay.
Right, thank you. Edmund, maybe you can send this out to people, that way you can share these maps and go to I have some links, the last slide I have. Yeah. A really nice summary done by Maven of a talk by John Bureau a few years ago. And then these are 3 short videos, like 3 to 10 minutes on Delta hydrodynamics with some more model run. This is, of course, the land subsidence in the Delta. Thank you.
So some of the things that we have already begun to do is Edmund, of course, has created a box filing system where the EIR report is, but we've also, as you read through this, you'll find there'll be some fundamental key references that they might say that a particular approach cited in a certain reference is what is driving all of these analyses. So these fundamental key references we're asking also to be put into that box file so we get access to them so we can have a look for them so we're not running around searching for them. There's also some other side documents. You know, I know that they have put together a glossy version of this, they meaning DWR, and there's some Maven notebook articles and some of those other kinds of things we want to we are beginning to put into that. And anyone who wants something up on that box that they think either for themselves or as general reference to do so. The only other piece of advice I would give is to, unfortunately, don't ignore the appendices. I know that thinking from the biological point of view, the appendix 3F has most of the mitigation for the biological stuff is in that chapter. So if you're reading chapter 12, you got to go to 3F to look at mitigation stuff. So that's really an important chapter. And there may be other appendices that I would encourage you not to totally ignore, because sometimes the science, remember we're reviewing the science of this, but a lot of the science might be in those appendices. So the fact, in my view, the fact that they're appendices doesn't make them any less important. In fact, it may trigger you to want to look more at that than looking at the results, because we're looking at the science, which means we need to know the methodology. So way forward, one thing on the table is to any suggestions on other things we should do as a way forward, as a moving forward, things that will help any or all of us. now's the time to help suggest them. And one of those is to consider whether we want to meet face-to-face again. We had talked about this at the last meeting, that we might want to have a midpoint face-to-face. And that is looking like it would be around the September 15th timeframe. Is that something folks think is a valuable thing to do? I'm saying yes. I see one thumbs up. I guess that's a majority, right? Anybody else? Two thumbs up, three. Okay, we're not officially voting, but it looks like there's a majority in vote of favor, yes. And I can say things now that I'm stepping down. So I can't be fired anymore as chair. Anything now, there's anything else that people want to talk about? We can look at the template that Jay has revised, and Jay, did you want to talk about that? You should all have a copy of that.
So Lisa has been working on this template, as have I. I've been trying to use it somewhat as I go through the chapters. I've gone through about 10 chapters or so now. My experience from previous reviews is that people are going to use the template to whatever degree they see fit. And we're all individuals. And so on that basis, I have some preference for a simplistic template, just because it keeps, because we're all going to be dumping down stuff with however we used whatever template to be consolidated into chapter comments and to be brought up to higher level comments. So when we write this thing up, we'll probably have a 20 to 30 page main report, and then an appendix of chapter comments. We'll consolidate all the chapter comments, and we'll have the higher level comments in the main report. And then I'm sure each of you is going to have your own appendices where you've done independent analysis of the material that you were able to extract from the appendices and elsewhere. So those will be separate appendices, or maybe sub appendices to the chapter appendix. I don't know, as you like. But we can handle these in all kinds of flexible ways. It would not surprise me if we had some independent analyses that we keep as appendices. But I think to be merciful to ourselves and to the readers, we should probably keep our main comments to 20 pages or 30 pages.
So I'd just like to add the caveat that we hadn't yet seen the report when we wrote the template. And I already see problems with it. So I think what you should take, rather than spending a lot of time editing this, perhaps to Jay's point that there's going to be a main document that's 20 to 30 pages. I think as people are going through, particularly as you start to do more than one chapter, that you start to think about what you think are common themes or priority issues. And the questions that start on page 2 are a combination of things that were recommended we think about, and things that have turned out to be important in past reviews, and then things people just thought were important. So I would just encourage you to skim those and think about those. And I already see missing things in here. We encourage you to add to this list in your own mind or share with others. But I think the main point is just think about these big themes. Think about, what's going to be useful to helping this become a final EIR. And so not just in the weeds, you're going to want to go in the weeds just to get your own thoughts together, but maybe you start to prioritize, like, oh, here's a theme I want to make sure is in the main document. Here's a priority. It's not a common theme across chapters, but I think it's so important. I think it should go in the main chapter. Stuff like that, I think, is really the way to use this template. I wouldn't try to use it too literally, because I already see conflicts. So.
One of the ways I would also think about this when you start going through this, it's obvious that there's construction impacts, and then there's sort of maintenance, and then there's operations. And in many respects, at least as far as I can tell, the science associated with the figuring out what the impacts are on those three different categories of activities is also a little bit different, because operations, for example, affect the flows in the Sacramento River, whereas construction doesn't affect the flows. You know, so I think there's different impacts of those different activities. That's the way they define the three activities. So when you go through this, maybe keep that in mind. The fourth one I would think about is the mitigation stuff, because that's another whole set of activities that are being done on this project. Tom?
Do we know what the operation of the conveyance structure is?
They have a lot of words about it and some, you know, some thoughts on it and some triggers even on some levels of operation. So if you go into the water supply chapters, and I think in the water quality chapter also, there's some discussions about how they would intend to operate with high flows and low flows. And conditions around different parts of the Delta.
Is it detailed enough that you could even assess impacts?
Well, I mean, they had to have those details in order to do the modeling. So it's in the model, and they have some verbal description of what's in the model in terms of operating policies. So I think yes. Now, do you believe that 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years hence, if the project is constructed, that they're going to use exactly what was thought to be the policies today? You can have a little bit of confidence in that, but I wouldn't have a lot. I mean, just look at how the projects have changed their operations over the last few decades. You know,
Well, the future is going to be different anyway.
that's what they keep saying.
But I think Tom brings up a good point, because I think when you go through this, I thought I saw a table, and I know I saw a figure that had something to do with flows, but there are some I want to say fundamental questions that about the project itself, like what are the operations, how much is going to be taken out under what conditions and for how long, you know? And I think what we could do is on that box again, or maybe if we have questions of that nature that we could put up, and if somebody finds an answer somewhere, they could document that and say, oh, it's on page 75, appendix 12A. You know, because I think there's a lot of of important information that is what's a good way to say this, that it is distributed throughout the entire report. And you know, and what I think might be important might be different than what somebody else thinks might be important, but I think there's a lot of common ground too on what are some of the fundamental operational and project focal points that are going to have an impact, and we want to look at the science on that. And I think that we want to use each other to try and find what some of those are in the best way we can. So we're not all individually trying to look at paragraph 7 in chapter 12.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. That's consistent with what I got out of just reading selected chapters. I didn't try and, you know, skim the whole report. And there were things that were just plain missing in what I saw, but that didn't mean they were missing in the report.
Yeah.
And there's no way of tracking that, running it
So
down.
I have some comments relative to that. I thought for me, I ended up, when I made a comment, I put the section of the paper where I found it, because like something was missing at a certain point, but then I wanted to remember where that was in case I found it or someone else found it later. And it might be useful for the synthesis just to put a parenthesis where we're commenting on something so that we can pull it all together. And I'm usually doing that by section, because the report has a lot of sections. And then the other thing, we have this section on strengths of scientific approach, and I was thinking maybe it should be strengths and weaknesses, and those be separated so that the compilers can address them better.
I have one comment as well regarding operations. I would be interested in knowing how they deal with the any kind of operational conflicts or priority setting. I don't know. I don't remember seeing that. Maybe Jay knows about it. So I'd be interested in seeing
Yeah.
how they define that for modeling.
So the modeling that they use, the calcium model, is really pretty clever. It has weights on objectives. And so every different water user has a different priority. Based on their contract and their water right and legal rulings. So every different outflow and diversion has a different priority, reflecting the legal context of this in the system. And that's how it balances conflicts.
So does it, I mean, sorry to pursue this further. So does it deal with the co-equal goal concept in some way in delta flows versus exports?
No, it will presume that is reflected in the quantity of required delta outflow and the priority given to required delta outflow.
Okay.
That's the legal representation of that balancing in the model, as I understand it.
Isn't it true that the control rules take into account all the legal requirements to be
That's
protected
correct.
for the
Yep.
ecosystem? Okay,
Yep.
okay.
But in the modeling there, it's represented by a weighting factor.
Okay, but somewhere there's a flow that maybe is lower because of a biological need.
That's exactly right.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments or suggestions? Okay, well, good luck, everyone. Oh, Tanya?
Sorry, yeah, just, I'm just thinking about kind of logistics here and how we can be somewhat maybe efficient in our writing. Is there a particular style or kind of, do we want more bullet points, more narrative, is there a way that we can make it easier once we've taken our kind of initial pass to then sync up those notes, or do we just, is it all kind of a free for all? Should we?
Yeah, I would strongly
Yeah.
encourage verbal only, and that's a joke, but I think that the suggestion would be that's part of the reason for writing this template, was to kind of have people start thinking along the same lines of thought. But the suggestion I would make is we've also on this box, we put our last two reviews, the reviews of the water fix as well as the reviews of the BDCP. The full reviews are up there, and I think those are probably reasonably good models to at least look at and maybe think about using those as a way forward, because we did the BDCP, and then the water fix was a second review basically of the revised EIR and EIS, and I think that there's a lot of thought put into those, so that might be one way to think about how to go ahead and do this. And I know they're on there. There may be hard copies in your packet, but that's just one way to think about it. And then the template. But as we move forward and we get a chance to have everyone have a more solid feel of the kind of things they think are important, then I think probably that's a good reason for having this next face-to-face discussion, so we can kind of think about it and debate.
Yeah.
I see
And-
Lisa. Oh, go ahead. You got
Well,
more?
I guess one kind of follow-up question. I think we talked about having leads for each kind of chapter or section. Is that right? Are we still gonna have somebody take the lead and kind of integrating across those individual chapters?
I think we're not going to do with individual leads for individual chapters.
Okay.
It's better to work as a team that gives too much liability in one person to be the lead, I think so.
Okay.
We could have an assembler
Yeah.
opposed to a lead.
Well, I think it's up to the groups that are working on individual chapters to figure out how best they want to move forward in terms of writing it.
Yeah, I like the notes that we had on who was interested in which chapters, that they were all in alphabetical order, and I think the first person should be the lead. The assembly.
First name?
Although
Sounds
I
good
think
to me.
some people said they'd be primary and some people said they'd be secondary on chapters. So
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to have somebody who's secondary be the lead, but.
Well, I think it's up to them because I know in my own case and others that I've talked to is that I had originally signed up for a number of chapters and now after having looked at them, I'm not as convinced that I want to be on those. And just because of the area of expertise. And so I think as we move forward and people get a chance to really dive into these, there's also chapters that no one had originally signed up for, but with further discussion, there may be folks that might want to think about going in that direction. We've also talked about, just we meaning some individuals, about grouping chapters, things that related to Delta as place. There may be a few things that might be handled easily in that way. There's also, if you look at the aquatic and terrestrial chapters, there's both, there may be some argument to make those reviews more consistent because they're dealing with biological things and they all have some mitigation component to that, even though the composition of the lead authors and that might be different. So I think I don't think there's any hard and fast rules, and I think the way forward is to have some folks that are I want to say leading the chapters, meaning the groups of 3 or 4 or whatever, begin to start having discussions and having some phone call discussions, talk about how they might best handle it. Different groups are going to handle it differently, I think, and just depending on the composition. Let me go to Lisa and then Diane, and then I think Virginia is next. Okay, Diane, then Lisa.
So this template wouldn't necessarily apply to the first 3 or 4 chapters, which are more introductory. Is that correct?
Yeah, the first, everyone was going to do the first 4 chapters, which more or less describes the project. However, like I said, appendix chapter 3F is mitigation. So that really relates to a lot of the biological stuff. So
So this template would apply to some appendices potentially.
I would put your appendix comments in with your chapter comments.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, it goes fractal quickly.
Okay. So I just, that point of clarification. We all should read those chapters. We don't need to fill out or think about this kind of approach, but our consideration of appendix 3F to go into the relevant main chapters.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
yeah, it's basically, you can't understand the individual chapters unless you've read the first 4 in a sense, which describe what's being done. Lisa?
Just one follow-up real quickly on that. So when you say 4 chapters, that it's including the executive summary or it's excluding?
I would treat the executive summary as a chapter.
Okay, all right, thanks.
So just some minor comments related to some questions that were raised. To Tanya's question about bullets versus text. So Steve said, look at the old reviews. I think what's really effective about the old reviews is there's kind of a major finding and then explanation of a little, relatively short explanation of that major finding. And then of course there'll be more details, but that's how I think we might start, is just what's a major finding and what's our backup on that. And then we'll have to synthesize what stays in and what goes out is one idea, one potential approach. To Virginia's comment about the strengths was listed, but not weaknesses. I think it's just a wording confusion. So item 2 is strength of the scientific approach to remind us to complement things that were done well. And then 3 is major comments, which was added before the strength. So it doesn't have weakness in the title, but that's what we assumed a lot of the major comments would be about concerns. So that's where that is, Virginia. I would also say for some of the socioeconomic chapters, this breaking down into construction operations and maintenance may not work quite as well because it's not necessarily that detailed. So we shouldn't feel obligated. And then I would just like to say that there are some orphan chapters, but as I've been reading through, particularly on the sociocultural stuff, as I've been reading through, I see they used common methods and assumptions in a lot of cases, like for determining what the project footprint would be. relevant footprint. So I think it's possible we could cover that because it'll feed into so many chapters, and we'll essentially be covering some of those so-called orphan chapters. But I also think in a lot of cases, there's not enough science presented, either for privacy reasons or other things that there's probably not a lot we can do. So I think we're just gonna have to play that by ear.
Okay, Virginia.
So I think I'm next, and that's good because Lisa, I find some of the weaknesses do relate to the scientific approach better than they relate to a particular topic under 3. And it seemed I've started putting kind of weaknesses under there instead of under other major comments because they deal with the scientific approach. So anyway, you said we wouldn't follow the rules and I haven't.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I did want to suggest that when we write anything, that all of us write complete sentences instead of just, a topic, climate change, or whatever. That we have a subject, and a verb and an object so that it will be easier to move sentences around, some of which could be bullets. But I think if we're careful to write complete sentences, it'll be a lot easier to put them in the right place later.
Will help.
Lisa, you have another comment or any other comments or thoughts? Okay, Edmund, public comment.
Yes, we have 4 public comments, and we'll go in the order that I call out the names. First will be Deirdre Desjardins, then Osha Meserve, then Stephen White, then Thomas Zuckerman. Deirdre, you're up first. You have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, I did want to say, with respect to the assumptions on the calcium model, we were concerned that the modeling relies on Endangered Species Act protections. And those are subject to variance, either because the species aren't there anymore or because there's a change in federal policy. During the Trump administration, the Bureau of Reclamation started essentially operating to their permit conditions. And we've argued, history shows that that is the most enduring part of operational criteria. And as Jay pointed out, will the Endangered Species Act restrictions be the same? Almost certainly not. So that's part of the reason, if you look historically, that appropriate delta flow criteria are so important to look at if this is operated over the next, from 2040 to 2100, are the permit conditions, which DWR is proposing no additional permit conditions, will those be sufficient to ensure that estuarine beneficial uses are protected? And I've argued that even if Delta smelt and Longford smelt go extinct and the salmon are only in conservation hatcheries, there's still going to be people boating on the Delta. There will still be fish. They may not be the same native species that we had. And there will, and there will still be people who would like to swim in the Delta. So it's a really important decision. The other thing is there's an issue with the calcium model. It hard codes demands and it meets the demands or never changed in the optimization step. And reservoir carryover storage is only met after the demands are met. And we're going to be trying to do some experiments with the calcium model to see what happens if you change the demands. But it generally you'll see that it alludes to carryover storage being very low, and DWR does this hand waving and says, oh, the dead pool conditions don't mean exactly what they look like. We would change operations. But if you look at the condition of the reservoirs this year, they're very, very low. And it is a real concern about how the reservoirs are managed. You know, the weights in the calcium model just aren't set up for that. The other issue is the sea level rise modeling, and I wanted to draw your attention to Appendix 5AF. The new modeling uses a schism framework, and that model only includes the existing delta channels. And it says the horizontal mesh was not expanded to accommodate sea level rise. In particular, overtopping onto subsided delta islands or low elevation marshlands were not considered. And there's a real question as to whether this is a valid assumption for the long-term performance of the North Delta intakes. The modeling did show that there was no salinity intrusion in the North Delta intakes if you raise the levees to keep up with sea level rise. But there's a real question about whether they would keep doing that to keep up with 5 or 10 feet of sea level rise. And is this a realistic assumption? So I wanted to suggest that some of the modeling folks look at Appendix 5AF. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Edmund. The next public comment?
Next will be Ocean Reserve.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Ocean Reserve, local agencies of the North Delta. Sounds like you're getting a good start on the comments. I think it would be good to have more time to do actual peer review. So that might be something that DISB would want to request. It is quite a lot of pages of documents, especially if you start looking at the modeling. And I'm not quite sure I heard discussion of that, but there are modeling outputs available from DWR that would probably be necessary for your review. And all that hasn't been made available yet, at least to me, but some of it has. And so I encourage you to track down that stuff as well. One issue, I have offered, and I would be willing to still do at a convenient time for the board, is to provide, some local perspectives on what the issue areas of concern are. I continue to be concerned that the board has only heard from the project proponent, DWR, about the project and the potential impacts and whatnot. And I understand that it's a scientific review that you all are doing, but there are a lot of us out in the stakeholder groups that have important information that I think could be presented in a way that would be appropriate for this group and help illuminate some of the issues, especially since so many of the members are new to this particular project. And that would help speed up and focus the review potentially. One thing I'll mention, there's a lot of issues and 3 minutes isn't really enough, but that's why I was hoping to help with some kind of panel. The fisheries stuff, you'll really want to look at, there is an operations in chapter 3. It's very similar to the operations we saw in Waterfix. There's a huge amount of flexibility in that. I think when you look at it, you'll see that it is not a big gulp, little sip operations plan. So I encourage you, those of you who are looking at the hydro and related water quality and fish impacts, to look at that, because there's very little bypass flow left in the river at some very critical times for fisheries and also for other beneficial uses. And then, since I'm about out of time, one last thing I will ask is that I will try to come to an in-person meeting, and I am right here in SAC, but for members of the public and for full participation, I really think we ought to be able to see who is listening to And, you know, that whether it be pictures or a list, and I understand if you don't want to put people on video, whatever, but like for us to just be in this black box where we can't see who else is at the meeting really isn't like a public meeting. So I would encourage you to open up that aspect of the live feed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I can tell you, we have had no members of the public in our meeting room here during the whole meeting, I think. So, but I don't know who's online. Next public comment, Edmund?
Next public comment is Stephen White. And for those online, if you have a public comment, please use the raised hand function on Zoom. Stephen, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just have a couple of quick comments. I'm a retired university professor in biology. And as a member of the general public, I don't get a chance normally to read a lot of these EIRs, but I showed table 12-0 to a software engineer, a realtor, an artist, a retired grade school teacher, and a dentist. In addition to myself, they were just totally confused at a lot of the definitions and units used. In table 12, they talk about the number of acres per day they're going to be exposed to sonic impacts at various decibel levels, but nowhere do they discuss the biological effects associated with those various decibel impacts. They talk about effects on operations and maintenance of water conveyance facilities at Sacramento River Winter Run, Chinook salmon in units of entrainment, and they give, you know, -10 to -6 or -3% to -5, +5%, and so on. But they don't really define what that means. Does -10 mean 10% less entrainment or entrapment than you would have if you had no screen diversions at all? What does +5% mean? I mean, it's obfuscatory in terms of its presentation. There's a reverse flow downstream of Georgia Slough, then are in units of number of hours divided by %, which no one understood. And they talk about water temperature, and they give it, okay, in units of degrees C, fine, but all the data says 0 across all the alternatives. Are they really saying that water temperature in the Sacramento River is 0 degrees C? I mean, this just goes on and on. It's very confusing, and I think that the public is going to have a really hard time with this. So can we get access to this reference box you talk about so we could actually get those references to read them, because there's paywalls and difficulty in getting them for the typical person? And 2, would you consider any opportunity for public reviewer input into your analysis, or are you just going to, you know, keep the comments to yourselves? And then the other problem is just getting the methodology. We can't get the methodology. There's one, quantitative and qualitative methods were used in the analysis of impacts in fish and aquatic wildlife, summarized in table 12-1. And you go to 12-1 and the method says delta smelt access restriction above North Delta intakes. That's a method? I mean, so getting access to those methods, if you could put that in the box so we can get access to that, that would be great. My time's up. Thank you.
So let me respond a little bit to the last 2 public comments. I think that I would encourage folks to send us written comments. And I think that we get all those written comments, they become public documents. We read those, and that's the best way to get sort of solid information to us. You know, our meetings are all open, and we have open as now public comment periods, but also at any time during this, doesn't need to be during a meeting. We receive written public comments at any time. So I would encourage folks to do that. And I think that, wait, Lisa wants to say something.
Well, and I would also say some of these comments could appropriately be made directly. It's not just us who's reviewing the EIR, it's open for public comment. So we won't necessarily, use your comments in ours, but if you want to alert us to your concerns, we will take a look at the science. So it may, some of your concerns may be more appropriately directed directly into the process, so.
That's a great idea. So Tom is up next. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me just sort of follow on a little bit that we're not here to defend this document. We're not here to explain this document, although we will try to. The document has to stand on its own 2 feet. And you guys are reviewers too. I mean, this is open to the world to review. So your review comments don't have to come through us. I mean, I encourage you to send things for us to think about. But we're going to have a hard enough time making this thing transparent to ourselves. We can't make it transparent, to everyone. We'll do our best, but we don't have the time and the people to bolster the defense of this document that was handed to us just as obliquely as it was handed to you.
Yeah, and thanks, Jay. And that's to remind everyone that our role is to look at the science in this document and evaluate the scientific component of the document. So another public comment, Edmund?
Yes, our last one is with Thomas Zuckerman. Thomas, you could unmute your microphone and provide your public comment. Thank you.
That work?
Yes, Tom.
Oh, good. Well, hello, and I wanted to start by just indicating that I'm representing the Central Delta Water Agency, but these are not intended to be our comments on the EIR itself. We've hired a whole bunch of people with the appropriate expertise to do that. I'm here basically just to make a big ask of you at this point. Following up on the excellent work that you did on your water availability, water reliability study, I would ask you to take a hard look at the assumptions that are being made in terms of the available water supply for this project. There's a lot of reasons to believe that the water doesn't exist. And some of the previous presentations that have been made on the subject by the proponents have indicated that that they're not really talking about operating it during the dry and critical years very much. B, they're not considering the last 2 years of drought that have taken place since their notice of determination on the project. That they're assuming that there's going to be more water storage built that'll augment the project. That there will be changes in the water quality control plan that will alleviate some of the responsibilities in the Delta. I don't think these are appropriate. I want to remind you that Bulletin 76, which described what the State Water Project was going to do, indicated there needed to be another 5 million acre feet of annual supply made available from the North Coast streams. And of course, that was never done. The project has this 5 million acre foot deficit baked into it. Plus, there's been a lot of work done on what's needed to preserve the environment and the fisheries and so forth in the interim, which further reduces that amount. I think it's really important that you take a look at it, with your level of expertise, analyze the available water supply. The burden of not developing the sufficient supply to meet the water that was committed by the export projects must not fall on the Delta. That's not our responsibility. And to lose all of the attributes of the Delta because of insufficient water supply remaining through our channels is unconscionable. Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment, and I hope you'll take us up on this challenge.
Thanks very much, Tom. Any comments from the board members? Any more public comments?
There are no additional public comments.
Okay, so we just have a few more items on our.
I'm sorry, there's another raised hand that wants to respond to. Oh, never mind, the raised hand went down.
Okay, we'll move on to, we're nearing completion of our agenda, so we'll.
Sorry, can we, I just follow up with this public commenter just to see what agenda item it's on? If that
Yes,
works.
that's what I was gonna say. We're moving on to agenda item number 12.
Yes, can I follow, can I unmute this public commenter to see if they're commenting on this one or the next one?
Yeah.
Stephen White, do you want to clarify if you want to have another public comment, or is it for the next agenda item?
If I could, just to comment, if you have a reference box where you have put in a bunch of methods and key references that the public can get access to, that would be an outstanding help. That's basically it. It's difficult for us to get those references. It's difficult for us to get access to those methodologies. And if you in fact are accumulating them for your own use and analysis, it would be great if they could be made public. That was it. Thank you very much.
Steve, can I respond?
Please.
Sure.
Yes, sorry, that was Steve, to our chair branch, sorry, Stephen. So pretty much all materials that are distributed to the board will be made public under the meeting materials tabs. There are certain things that we cannot post directly, and oftentimes in those bullet points on the meeting materials, we would have a bullet point that says available upon request by emailing disb@deltacouncil.ca.gov. So when you see that, you can make a request to us by email and we'll send you the box link so you can download it directly. Does that help you, Stephen?
Thank you.
Yes, I can follow by email about the process for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Edmund. Nice response. We're only have a few more items left, so we'll push through the agenda. Moving to item 12, which is the reflections from the outgoing chair. And this will be brief. I'm completing the end of my second term as my 2 years as chair. That'll be done in 20 days, 7 hours and 48 minutes. When I get a chance to move into the sort of the coveted position of past chair, and that is a very coveted position, particularly these days. This is my second term as the chair of the board, and I frankly have enjoyed both of those terms very much. The first term, however, we did not have a 60% turnover in the board. We had a very stable board for those 2 years. We did not have a pandemic. We met 12 times over those 2 years. This is in this term, this is our only second face-to-face meeting, 12 face-to-face meetings. And we were fully funded at that time for those 2 years. This past 2 years were quite a bit different, and which added just a little bit of extra challenge to this position. However, on the bright side, I think over the past 2 years, thanks to the board members, we were very productive in this time frame. We completed the non-native species review. We completed the water supply reliability. We completed the mayor review. Those are 3 major reviews completed this last 2 years. We published a journal article on moving fast forward. We redid our guidelines. We reviewed the science action agenda, and we also greatly enhanced our outreach activities. And that all has to do with the hard work of the members of the board in particular, and much of that was done for quite a bit of time on a volunteer basis. So I really appreciate everyone's help in that. When I think back on the last 2 years and where we are now, I really think we are probably in the strongest position as a board than we've ever been. And I think that's for a couple of reasons. One is that we now have, well, let me put it this way. The process we went through in terms of losing our funding and having to work to get it back. And the tremendous amount of support that we got throughout the Delta. There were many people we could thank that wrote letters, that lobbied on our behalf, that worked very hard on our behalf, the state legislature, which voted unanimously on our behalf. And it really pointed out the value of this board as an independent board. When you think about why you trust science, what science do you trust? You know, there's sort of two elements to that. Is that one is the peer review process. You trust science that's been peer reviewed, and you also trust science that has had no conflict of interest. And when you think about our role in the Delta as being that trusted peer reviewer of the Delta science, is really the value, I think, of this board in the Delta, is that you have us as an entity that is there overseeing or at least reviewing in a peer review sense. That's a really important element, I think, and that was reflected in a lot of the comments that came forward, and a lot of the support letters that were written for us, and a lot of things that really came to back us up and make us whole again. And I think that that wouldn't have happened with all of the support from all of those folks. So I really want to thank them in particular, all of those individuals who really helped us to get the support we needed to make us whole and to also re-emphasize the trust they have in our reviews and in our role. That also came out in the Hastings report as well, which showed a lot of trust that this board has amongst the community, and that I think really puts us forward in a really bright and valuable light right now. Another reason I have for feeling optimistic is the board members. You know, again, when you think about talking to the board members now, when you want to work with someone on a board, one of the most valuable things to do is, again, that trust. So you can trust other members of the board, that you feel comfortable with them, that you can openly debate without fear of any kind of anything. And not that anyone here would ever fear anything about debating, but I mean, having that open feeling of debate and creativity and ability to discuss issues across a wide range. And I think our board has now reached that level. You know, I felt it grow. It was difficult at first when we're dealing with only looking at screens. But I think through time and what we've all sort of experienced, and now through some face-to-face meetings, I have a sense that the board is really in a strong position now, and the camaraderie is there, and that camaraderie is absolutely critical in order to produce valuable and good products. So I want to thank the board members, because I think we've reached that point. I want to close by just thanking a few individual people as well. And my first thanks goes out to Jay. Jay is rotating off into that away from that coveted position as well. And has been chair. And he had also rotate off the board in October. And after serving on 10 years, and I know we still will probably have another live face-to-face meeting, but I won't be chair then, so I can't say it publicly. But I want to publicly thank Jay for his work on the board, and you know, particularly in the dark days, the dark year. I mean, Jay was really instrumental in helping to get the support we needed to get this, to keep us going. And I really attribute it wouldn't happen without Jay's effort and so forth. And he and I played good cop and bad cop throughout that year. And I'm going to say Jay played the bad cop most of the time, only because I got the mic. So, but I think that it's been a real joy working with you, Jay, and particularly trying to get us through this. And unfortunately, you're not going to be able to use this piece of information about Jay, but Jay is an absolutely meticulous and excellent writer. And his fault is he can't help but edit. And you could, if you want to send Jay something, and if you do a draft and you say, it needs a lot of work, send it to Jay and say, please don't edit. Just tell me if you think it's good or not. And he will absolutely edit it. And in hard copy format, and that is tremendous because it's when you get to something and you just want to get rid of it, give it to Jay and he will edit it. Unfortunately, he won't be around to do that much, but that's real good quality. It has really helped a lot of the board members through time. So anyway, thank you, Jay. You'll be missed. Yeah. Another people I want to thank is Edmund and his and the student fellows that we've had over the course of those last, and the other staff as well. But as I said the last time when I during my reflection, Edmund keeps this operation moving, and without it, I think we would all be lost. So Edmund, you can never leave, and it is just he works hard and endlessly, and he knows everything that's going on, and it's just like as a chair, it makes the chair's position so much easier because he handles all of the details. If you get something, he will remind you, and I think that, and I'm saying that in a good way, and I think that you and your people have just been a tremendous asset. You know, we would also probably not be here without your continued support. So thank you, Edmund.
Thank you, Steve. And I've really been enjoying working with you under your leadership. And I know it's not a final goodbye yet because you still get to stay on Delta ISB.
I'll still be around, but I'll be in a kibitzing role at that stage. Not that I'm not now. I also want to thank Joe. I know Joe is going to be on the board till October, and he too will then rotate off after his 10 years on the board. And this is the second board that Joe and I have sat together on. We sat on the LCA, Gulf of Louisiana Coastal Authority Restoration Board, whatever it was, a bunch of years ago, for about 5 years together. And you know, I really want to take the opportunity to publicly thank you for your service on this board, Joe. And I know I'm going to miss you as well, being on this board, because we've worked together for many years on boards, and I think that I'm sure we'll have a continued friendship. So thank you. Thank you. And I hope I didn't miss anybody in particular. I guess it's time to turn the gavel over. We really need a gavel to the incoming chair, although she doesn't officially take charge for another 20 days and 7 hours and 27 minutes. But it's clear that Lisa's been on the chairship, so we've got a chance to work together over the past 3 or 4 months as chairship, and it's clear to me that she's going to bring a sort of a fresh and creative spirit to the board, and you'll all be in good hands. So thank you for taking the position over and when I leave. So that's my reflections. Thank you.
Well, and Steve, just on behalf of the board, we just want to thank you for your service. I think you're absolutely correct that you've left the board on very sound footing. The state of the board is sound, and it's going to make my job easier. It's going to make everyone here's job easier to be productive because of all the hard work you've put in. And I hope I can be half as funny as you. So.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. Any public comment on this, Edmund?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to second Lisa's comment about Steve, about you being funny, and I was almost rolling on the floor laughing during your remarks. There were many times when I was viewing the meetings, the past meetings over the dark year, where you would say stuff and I would just start laughing. I think your humor and strength, you're just been an amazing leader, and you have left the board in a much stronger position. And I really felt honored to support all of you during that year. And I'm so glad. And I wanted to thank all of the members that volunteered their time to complete the water supply reliability review and the monitoring enterprise review during the time when the board basically wasn't funded. So again, thank you very much. And we'll see how funny Lisa is.
And thank you as well for your strong support and lobbying on our behalf, I guess what is now termed the dark year. So thank you. Move on to item number, I guess I still got to carry on to item number 13, which is a preparation overview for our field tour on Friday. And Jay's gonna walk us through that, I think.
I'm going to try, and then Edmund's going to fix it where I screw up. Is that okay? So we'll meet at Bethany Reservoir, Bethany Park and Reservoir Recreation Area at 9 a.m. Tomorrow morning. It's about an hour and a half drive from here. Edmund says that from Sacramento, you want to take I-5 south. I won't be taking I-5 south. Please wear appropriate clothing. It's likely to be warmer there than it is here, so have hat and sunscreen and light clothing. Wear closed-toed shoes.
And long pants.
And long pants, yes. So you're going to be walking through some industrial labs and industrial facilities, industrial fish salvage sampling facilities, largest fish sampling facilities in California, in a sense. We'll start off with looking at Banks Pumping Plant, which is really, hopefully they'll let us inside of it, which is really a wonder to behold. And then from there to Clifton Court Forebay and the Skinner Fish Salvage Facility. And then from there, we'll go just across the fence, or maybe, I'm not sure if we're going across the fence or we have to leave there driving and then drive in to a separate entrance to the
We're going there through Skinner.
through Skinner?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's the direct route, where we'll see do you have that article? I want to hold that up and show it to everyone. So in yesterday's Sacramento Bee, there was a feature article on the above the fold on the front page of the facility we're going to go to, the UC Davis Fish Culture and Conservation Facility, with the incomparable Professor Tian-Shen Hung, who cultures these Delta smelt, and he's trying to culture other fish that are endangered in the Delta. And they have been, the culture of wild fish is actually an accomplishment for these little fish, especially. It took them about 10 years to figure it out, because they basically have to get them through all the life stages of these peculiarities. And I didn't really, as an engineer, I didn't appreciate that. But I did appreciate seeing the engineering that goes into the facilities for these fish culture facilities. And then from there, we'll go back to Bethany Reservoir, in this recreation area, for lunch, which you have to pay for or bring, I guess. And then from there, we'll go down to the Central Valley Project's fish collection facility. I guess they don't call it a salvage facility, they call it a fish collection facility. It's like a museum, maybe not. And that's for the Central Valley Project. But I guess we don't get to go see the pumping plant at Tracy. Shucks. But it'll look similar but smaller to the State Water Project plant. So if you have to go to one pumping plant, I think the state one would be the one.
Jay, will they show the fish screening processes there?
Yes, you'll see the layers of fish screens and fish flushing facilities. Anything else I'm missing, Edmund?
I think you covered it.
Okay,
And if you forget what Jay said, read the meeting notice and the agenda.
yes.
And of course, you had most of us at the word fish, so. Okay, any other comments on this? Diane?
So those of us at a hotel, you're going to be picking us up at 7:30, is that correct?
Yes, so we'll be transporting members from their hotel in less than a quorum vans at 7:30. So we're leaving the hotels at 7:30, but the vans will arrive at 7:15. So try to be there before 7:30.
So we should be outside of our hotel at 7:15.
Yeah.
Okay. And then will we stay in the same van or will be consolidated in some way? How did,
Yes, you'll be staying in the same vans.
okay, thank you.
Okay, any public comment?
We have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
I apologize. That was just a failure to lower my hand.
Now on. Okay, we'll move on to the next item and which is item 15 on the agenda, review of items for follow-up. Edmund?
All right, so today. So today we discussed the process of creating a new work plan for the Delta ISB. We have a draft fund circulated, and I'll circulate a previous work plan so people have a better idea of how it looks like when it's fully populated. So for today's follow-up items, we discuss a new idea about anticipating California Delta futures through a seminar and workshop series. And based off the discussion today, that will be moving forward and part of our work planning process. For the subsidence reversal review, they're making good progress. And I think, Tom, if I heard correctly, you're thinking there might be a prospectus for discussion next month. For environmental flows, the discussions are still occurring and there might be a prospectus later in the year, maybe in December. In terms of outreach and communications of future reviews, today we went over the draft outline for a draft manuscript for the monitoring enterprise review. All the Delta ISB members should start thinking about whether they would like to join in on the authorship based on what was presented today and also in the outline. For the water supply reliability review, we'll continue to follow up about future presentations to DPIC and also to DWR. Is there anything that I missed or should add in terms of the work planning for those reviews and projects? Bob?
Edmund, unfortunately, I misspoke a little bit when I explained what was happening with environmental flows. Most likely it'll be January before we, have a work plan to circulate. I had forgotten that we are looking into inviting a couple more people either in November or December to give us some briefings.
Okay, thank you. All right, in terms of follow-up items for the Delta Conveyance Project, today we discussed the draft environmental impact report review template. Based off today's discussion, board members should be aware as you guys are reviewing and providing comments on your chapter that review template should not be used literally. It should be used as a guiding document since there's potential changes based off what as you review because that template was created before the EIR was released. Based off some of the discussion today, you should think about common themes that you're seeing, skim through the questions throughout that review template. And if you have questions you would like to add, you could send them to me and we'll recirculate those to the board members. If you have any references that you would like to share with the board, send them to me and I'll put them onto the Box account. Anything I should add, Steve, for the Delta Conveyance Project follow-up item?
Just that we're meeting in person.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to have September 13th to 15th period as a potential in-person meeting. And I actually would like to have a follow-up item question for you, Steve, in terms of staff next steps. So the review template, August 15th was a target date for getting through chapters 1 through 4 and providing initial comments to staff should that be a follow-up item or something not quite firm yet?
I couldn't hear you very well. Could you repeat the September meeting will be when?
It'll likely be during the September 13th to 15th period. We're still figuring out the exact date.
Getting comments on chapters 1 through 4 by
August 15th.
Monday.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think that was the initial
I
target.
I think anyone is welcome to do that if they want, but I wouldn't hold them to a deadline.
Anything else other than that, that will conclude my follow-up report.
Okay, any public comments?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, I just, OSHA Reserve is very skilled at getting information, and she just provided Edmund with a link, but for unpublished reports, DWR has that are referenced in the EIR. DWR has a box.com folder, and she's provided a link to that, and she also has a link to the modeling. This is in addition to the link to the Design and Construction Authority technical appendices. And there's one more tip I wanted to give you guys. You can use the advanced search function in Adobe Acrobat to search the entire folder of the DEIR and if it's a fairly specific term, it will turn up all instances. So one of the members was mentioning earlier that they were flagging something and they weren't sure it's there, but you can check it. You just have to be careful to use a fairly specific term so you don't turn up too many references. Thank you.
Yes, there are no additional public comments. And yes, OSHA, I did receive your links and sorry for not responding. Yes, we'll distribute that to the ISB after the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And for those astute followers of the agenda will note that I missed number 14, which is a preparation for upcoming meetings, because I felt we dealt with it in the in our discussion of our upcoming meeting. So move on to, I think, item 16, which is public comments for items not on the agenda.
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Hello. So I just, with regard to the science needs assessment and deep uncertainty, I did want to say that I've been looking at international work on cascading risks, and I'll send the board some material. I know you're in the middle of the EIR and that's taking most of the time, but Chatham House in the UK has a 2021 climate risk assessment, and one of the things I've been looking at is the increased probability of simultaneous breadbasket failures due to drought. And also, cascading impacts. I will send that to you. I don't know when you might have the time to look at it, but there is a whole literature of international climate risk assessment that's really important for making decisions under deep uncertainty. Thank you.
Okay, I think that does it for our meeting, and I just want to point out to the chair-elect that we're ending the meeting 11 minutes earlier than scheduled, just so she can have something to to keep in mind. So thanks, everybody. The meeting's adjourned.
That's
Thank you.